Hey everyone, what is up? Welcome back for episode 71 of Higurashi When They Cry. This is going to be the 5th episode of chapter 8. And I'm assuming this is the penultimate episode of the series. I could be wrong. Or of chapter 8, rather. Because there's still the Ray episode. So I'm really looking forward to this one. We're going to give a brief summary, and for once I legitimately mean brief. I say that every episode, and then it never ends up being that brief. They've gotten shorter recently, I think. Anyways, let's talk about the last episode, and you can basically summarize it by just saying Rika's gathering allies, right? We have more people now than we ever had on our side, right? We've gotten information and, like, I'll say tenuous, but potential alliances from Irie, Tomitake, from Oishi, and definitely we have Akasaka as an ally. We're starting to realize that the friend group is absolutely going to help. Satoko's in to help Rika. We're going to try to convince Mion to let Rika stay at her house, but I don't think that's going to take much effort. And if they get Satoko and Mion, I don't think it's going to take much effort to get Ren and Keiichi. So we have, like, Rika's got the biggest, like, group of allies that she's ever had, really. And we're gonna see exactly how this plays out. Can hiding away and having Tomitake investigation while Akasaka keeps an eye on the house, will this result to the, like, in the ending that we want? I don't know. I think it will. I'm worried that we're still gonna have to make some sacrifices along the way, but we're gonna figure that out. So let's just go ahead and jump into sub chapter 8. This is probably going to be a fairly long episode, has been usual recently, but let's just go ahead and begin. Okay, we found Mion. I think she's told them that Rika's sick, or has she told them the truth yet? I'm kind of curious.
フルデさんと北条さんは今朝風邪をひいたのでお休みと連絡がありました。
Right. You know what this reminds me of, actually? I was going through my notes, and Nomura, the one who claims to be director Watanabe, or at least claims to be Watanabe. There was a point in chapter 3 where Chie refers to a director Watanabe. I didn't find the context, but it seems I was right. So that's interesting. It seems that this is someone who's at least been foreshadowed a little bit, which is interesting, at least. I didn't spend too much time looking into the context of it, and by that I mean I didn't spend any time beyond confirming that name was in my notes, because I thought I was going to go crazy. But Chie specifically mentioned it. I don't suspect that Chie has ties to them, or, like, is, like, working with them, if that makes sense, or would work with them if they knew what was happening. But just something that I wanted to bring up real quick.
今季節の変わり目で大変風邪をひきやすい時期です。暑いからといってお腹を出したりして寝ないように。いいですね。はーい。はあ、二人とも一緒に住んでるから一緒に風邪ひいちゃったんだね。リカちゃん、あさっての綿流しだけど、巫女さんの役大丈夫なのかな？
祭りはみんなで遊ぼうって話なのに、二人とも風邪ってんじゃな。
I mean, if missing out on one Watsunagashi is what it takes to get 5 more, right?
明日にはケロッと治ってほしいもんだぜ。なあよ、帰りにみんなでお見舞いにでも寄らないか。何か冷たいものの差し入れでも持ってさ。
その必要はないよ。
Yeah, Man's gonna interject.
それより二人ともさ、今日の帰りおじさんの家に寄ってもらいたいんだけど、いいかな？
Got something important to tell you. Mion's clearly gotten very serious about this whole situation, which is good. Mion usually enjoys ideas like bringing people food when they're sick. For whatever reason, she was a little curt today. Actually, she's been acting a little different since this morning. Even when I talked to her, her thoughts seemed somewhere else. Now she's asking Ren and me to stop by at her house.
みーちゃんの家？
Things are getting serious.
何かあるの？
うん。ちょっと大切な話があるんだよ。ここではできない。
Mion seemed calmer than usual, which told me that it was something very serious. There are always lots of patients running into the clinic just before lunchtime. Because of that, lunchtime at the clinic is always later than normal people's. It's just a short break, though. Our afternoon shift begins right away. The staff are enjoying their break, eating their delivery lunches. They can eat basically anywhere they want, as long as the patients can't see them, and it's not a place we need to keep sterile. Because it's hot and humid, the meeting room with its air conditioner ends up being a popular place. The staff all eat their takeout lunches there. As I'm the director of this clinic, they might feel uncomfortable eating with me around. So I usually eat my lunch in the director's office out of consideration for them. Today I ordered lunch from a soba shop. I got an extra large serving of morisoba, that is. For whatever reason, they just call the dish an extra large. That makes ordering it complicated, since if I order an extra large and a kitsune udon, they'll just deliver an extra large kitsune udon instead. But is this really a large? It looks more like a regular size to me. As I recall, the owner of the restaurant has hurt her hip, so she must be having a hard time keeping things running. I was still thinking about that when Takano-san came in. She was carrying a really large size order in her hands. Apparently she ordered a regular morisoba, and I grabbed the wrong one by mistake. What a hassle.
本当にわかりづらいですわよね。
I'm worried about Irie's ability to act normally around Takano. Really worried about that.
何か目印になるものでもつけてくれればいいのに。
同感です。例えば、大盛りって書いたお子様ランチの旗みたいなのが立ててあるとかね。
Takano-san must have liked that idea. She laughed for a while.
よかったらご一緒にどうです
I invited her to sit on the sofa.
ではせっかくですのですみません。冷房をちょっぴりだけ弱めてもらってもよろしいですかしら。
ええ、それは失礼しました。よいしょ。
I'm really worried he's gonna say something stupid. Oh, please don't. Please don't sell the bag, bro. Come to think of it, I haven't really talked too much with her. We were rather distant from each other, partly over the guilt of the organization becoming the Irie Institute. So with that in our respective positions, we had a taciturn agreement not to pry too deeply into each other. Since our attitudes towards our research are different, we've never mingled before, so chatting over lunch is a good way to get closer to her. I wonder what she likes. Oh, excuse me. I wonder what she likes to talk about while eating. I guess I should start a peaceful conversation. I don't want her to go off about something like tapeworms. We're having lunch, after all. And while I tried to come up with a topic, she started talking instead.
さっきのお子様ランチの旗の話、懐かしいですわね。今時のお子様ランチにはまだ旗は立っているんでしょうか。
さあどうでしょうね。ああいうのは一つの様式ですからね。案外もっと未来になって宇宙旅行が実現するような時代になっても、宇宙船の機内食のお子様ランチには旗が立っているような気がします。
それはなんだか面白い話ですわね。
Someone get her that 30th flag. Maybe that'll fix everything.
そんな未来になっても子供たちはあの旗を夢中になって集めるのかしら。
旗を？おやおや、そんなことをされていたんですか。
あら、所長は子供の頃にしませんでした？お子様ランチの旗集め。
まさかまさか、私たちが子供の頃のお子様ランチといったら、裕福な家庭でなければなかなかありつけませんでしたよ。私の家ではとてもとても。
Bro inadvertently hit her with the check your privilege.
そんなことありませんわよ。うちは貧乏でしたけど、たまにデパートに家族で行くと必ずデパートの最上階のレストランに入りましたもの。当時の私にとってはデパートに連れて行ってもらえるのはお子様ランチが食べられるというのと同じ意味で、だから両親が私の留守の間にデパートへ行ってしまうととてもへそを曲げたのを思い出しますわ。
Is she accidentally about to reveal her backstory to Irie?
高野さんの子供時代もとても素敵そうですね。
Oh, brother, you do not know the half of it, the quarter of it, the eighth of it.
でも私一人を残してデパートへ出かけて、二人ともバスの事故に巻き込まれて死んでしまいましたわ。
Bro, I can only imagine how Irie feels after hearing that. He's just gotta be like, oh shit.
その連絡が来るまで 私はずっと両親を恨んでて、今頃デパートのレストランで私をのけ者にして美味しいものを食べてるに違いないって憤慨しててあと1本で旗が確か20本になるはずで、20本が小さな目標だったので、それを達成する機会がまた遠のいたとずっとむくれていて、ひどい話ですわね。
It must have been horrible to lose her parents at the age when she was still interested in collecting flags from kids' meals. It's obviously still a painful memory for her.
そうですか。それは知りませんでした。ひょっとしてそれが医師を目指された動機ですか？
Inadvertently.
はどうして？
ああ、いえ、私が医師を目指したのは自分の家族に関わることが理由だったので、
Yeah?
てっきり高野さんもそうだったのかと。
It kind of was family reasons. Just not that one.
私が医師免許を取ったのはひなみ沢症候群により近づくために必要だったからですわ。失礼な言い方をすれば、研究のためついでに取った免許ですわね。
How interesting. Even when she was still in medical school, she already knew about Hinamizawa syndrome.
そういえばこんな処方のことも私は知りませんでしたが、高野さんはどこでひなみ沢症候群に触れられたのですか？高野先生の研究を掘り出すうちに発見されたというような話を聞いていますが、医大に通われていた頃に医師の勉強と並行してもう症候群の研究に入られていたとは驚きです。私など凡才でしたので、医師の勉強だけで精一杯でしたから尊敬しますよ。
I wonder what she says to that.
ひなみ沢症候群の研究に携わったのはもっともっと前からですわね。
Does she just reveal the truth? What does she mean? How old was she when she first found out about the syndrome? In fact, why did she become familiar with it at all?
私の実家はさとこちゃんやリカちゃんたちと同じで親戚がいませんでしたの。それで施設に引き取られてそれがもう本当に劣悪な施設でして。
How are you talking about that with a smile on your face?
あの頃繊細孤児ってまだまだいたでしょ。そういうのを集めて補助金だけをせしめるのを目的にしたような本当にひどい施設で、そこを脱走した時に助けてくれたのが高野先生でしたの。
Okay, so she's just revealing it.
ではあなたは高野先生と生活なされていたのですか？なるほど。研究資料に若くして触れることができていたのも納得です。しかしなぜそれを伏せられていたのですか？
まあ大人の事情ですわ。
Do they matter at this point?
奇病研究のために予算を求めるのと、死んだおじいちゃんの研究のために予算を求めるのでは少々事情が変わってきますから。
なるほど。長いことの疑問が氷解しました。あなたが高野先生を語る時の尊敬の眼差しは一研究者に対するものとしては説明できないものでしたので、しかしそこまで高野さんに尊敬させるとは、よほど人徳のある素晴らしい先生だったんでしょうね。
さて人徳はどうだったでしょう。誰にも理解してもらえずずっと孤独に研究してそのまま病死してしまいましたもの。
Not a sad death.
祖父は孤独を愛する悪い癖がありましたので協力者を得られなかったんですわね。
でも高野さんという優秀な助手がいたじゃないですか。
But she was too young at the time to do much serious work.
そういえば高野さんも先生も読みは同じ高野ですね。
ええ、本当の名字じゃありません。祖父に敬意を表して同じ名を。本当は漢字も同じにしたいのですが、クライアントに説明するときに誤解されたくないと思い、読みだけを残して漢字を変えたんですわ。
Now I could see the connection between their two last names. It also revealed the connection between first names, Hifumi and Mio, too. She doesn't need to tell me anything more than that. She lost her parents when she was young, and Dr. Takano took her in and loved her as if she was his own child. To show her love and respect, she decided to call him her grandfather. Now I know. That's the reason why she's devoted herself to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I now understand how she must feel, knowing her research is soon to be terminated. Rika-chan had said that she was hurt. Although I didn't know anything about it, I may have said something to hurt her before. I only cared about the treatment and extermination, and didn't care about anything else until today. She must have considered that blasphemous towards her grandfather. Now I know why she's become so aggressive every time I expressed how I felt. After she was told that her research would be terminated, she stayed up all night and gathered up lots of documents. She went to Tokyo and requested an extension without depending on anyone else, and that request was rejected. The documents she used are now in a box in the underground storage. She must have exerted a lot of effort to put them together. Even someone without any knowledge of our research could easily understand what she was trying to say. However, it looked like some of those old documents weren't even opened. And some had marks that told me they weren't treated the way documents are supposed to be. I'm sure some pages had absorbed her tears without me ever knowing. Yeah. I heard from Tokyo that Takano-san had left a terrible impression with the board of directors. It's not easy to overturn a bad impression. In other words, she can never request an extension on her research ever again. I was there when she found out about it. I was there when she found out she could no longer continue her grandfather's research, even though she must have promised him that she would complete it.
高野さんは入江機関閉鎖後にも個人研究を続けられますか？
入江機関が閉鎖する時には症候群は撲滅されていますわ。病原体をシャーレに残し、誰かをさらって感染者にして研究しろと。個人で機材も予算も施設もなく、誰にも顧みられなかった祖父のようにホルマリンの匂いのこもった書斎で誰にも評価されず、ざれ言だと笑われるためだけに研究を続けろと。
Damn. She's saying how she really feels.
もう若さもなく、気力もなく、ただの負け犬に過ぎない私に何を続けろとおっしゃるんです。
Toмотake-san once told me that the Erie Institute was supposed to be the Takano Institute, but our clients didn't like the idea of a young woman heading the facility, and that's why I was invited. That explained why she's been unfriendly since the day we met. It must have been blasphemy to her to see me go on about Hinamizawa syndrome and decide on a research plan according to my values and morals. To Takano, the syndrome is her grandfather. She must feel his presence when she's researching it. It's the reason why she often stays at the institute until late at night, though it makes the mountain dogs annoyed, as they serve as security here.
蕎麦湯、お飲みになります？
あ、そうですね。いただきましょう。
Her shoulders look fragile to me for the first time. And now I'm sure of Rika-chan's story. Takano-san holds an indescribable sadness within her. Yeah. Everything she fought for has been being taken from her. I can't blame her for feeling that sadness. And if someone approached her, pretending to understand, she just might fall for it. Because of my position, anything I say to her will only hurt her more, probably. Sometimes, words can harm people no matter how they're used. But the fact that I still spoke up showed how little experience I had in life.
せめて今後の予算配当を高野さんのやりたい研究に優遇しましょう。少なくとも3年の継続は勝ち取れたんです。その3年間で精一杯の。
It was all a slip. Even as I spoke, I started to regret trying to say anything.
お気持ちだけで結構ですわ。
Dude, she looks so fucking defeated.
死の病にかかり、痩せ衰えていくのを3年も見守るのも辛いものですわよ。
That might really say all you need to know. Better to cut it short, in her eyes. If I remembered right, Dr. Takano came down with acute dementia and chose to commit suicide while his mind was still functional out of despair at his inability to continue his research further. My verbal slip had made her remember a painful memory and hurt her even more.
最後には眠ったままになり、生命維持装置の電源を切ることをいつかは選ばされる。
Jesus fuck, man. How do these backstories keep getting more miserable?
ねえ、入江所長。その電源を切るのを所長がその患者の担当医だったら誰にやらせますか？まさか所長がその電源を切ったりはしませんわよね。
Takano-san asked me that as if it was a normal question. She's only expecting to hear one answer.
もしそういう状況になるのなら、最後のスイッチは残されるご家族に委ねるでしょう。
ですわよね。まさか今生の別れの日にその場に立ち会わないわけがない。
What, did she not even get to do that?
私はひなみ沢症候群の最後に立ち会いますわよ。
Okay, so that's what she means.
絶対にね。
Yeah. Everything that's been told to him by Rika is starting to look more and more valid. Someone knocked on the door, and I heard the voice of one of the other staff members.
所長、午後の診療が始まります。準備をお願いいたします。
ああ、申し訳ありません。今参ります。
私が片付けておきますわ。所長は診療室へお急ぎくださいな。いつものお年寄りたちがよもやま話をしたくて大勢お待ちでしてよ。
Takano-san laughed, but I know that laugh was trying to conceal her anguish. I'm not close to her personally, but she's my partner here at the clinic. I've been trying to avoid getting close to her, but maybe that was a mistake. I'd listen to her more. Maybe I could have eased her pain a little. But it's too late. Toмотaki-san is conducting an investigation to prove her innocence. Is she guilty or not? Either way, her heartache remains. After Irie left, Takano sat down on the sofa again and stared at nothing for a while. Then she got up and picked up the phone on the desk.
高野です。おこのぎはいる？私よ。20日からのつもりだったけど、今日から R の周辺監視を開始して。え？別にいいでしょ？それとも、今日は暑いから嫌だとでも言う気？ええ、お願い。決行日まであと5日。慎重に慎重を重ねても、罰は当たらないわ。ええ。よろしく。
はい、失礼しますね。
She's made her move. So Akasaka is gonna see them start to scout the place out, I assume. Okanogi put down the phone and sighed. Although it's his job to do whatever Takano wants, he couldn't help but complain about getting such an order on such an extremely hot day. Of course, if he complained, Takano would spit back twice as much reproach. Okanogi was sitting in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, a dummy company. As it happened, they regularly did gardening in Hinamizawa, if only so that nobody would get suspicious to see their uniforms and van around.
やれやれ。参ったな。ウグイスとヒバリの休暇を取り消して呼び戻せ。R の監視を3日前倒しにしろと、我らのお姫様のご命令だ。
Princess, that's an interesting way to describe her. Notably, that's not like the queen or something. Like, I mean, we kind of already know this, but I do wonder if that means they answer directly to someone above her.
監視体制をすべて3日前倒しにする。初日は白鷺だったな。4名体制。通話監視1、サポート1、R タク監視1、サポート1。白鷺リーダーは直ちに指揮に入れ。あと、電話設備工作も前倒しにするぞ。ウグイスの予定だったが、招集には1日かかるだろ。大鳥でやる。大鳥7、工作チームを編成して、今夜中に完了させろ。可能か？
I do wonder if maybe the different team being employed for the phone situation might make it more manageable. Maybe they won't have sniper rifles.
もちろん電気工作要員の訓練は十分です。
The Mountain Dogs are different from a regular battle unit. They're a technical squad formed from specialists in different fields of espionage. They were covert operations for sabotaging telephone stations like Okanogi just ordered. Ones for wiretapping, intelligence gathering, information manipulation, establishing networks in public institutions, and many others in various specialized fields. They belong to the Self-Defense Force. Some are from the fire departments, some are from police departments, and some are civil engineers. Of course, they have some experts in combat as well. Okanogi is one of those combat experts, and he didn't expect too much from the engineers. While they'd all gone through some basic training, what they were capable of was child's play compared to what an expert can do. Okanogi is the leader of a unit made up mostly of members who can't even do 100 push-ups. Really, that was the only complaint he had. He'd rather been put in charge of the Bloodhounds, but somehow he became the leader of this strange unit, maybe because of his cautious yet courageous personality. Since combat was his expertise, Okanogi wished deeply for combat. During the kidnapping incident 5 years ago, the plan was for the resisting criminals to leave the hostage behind on the scene and run after the police stormed in. He recalled the extremely frustrating memory of his combat with that plainclothes officer. That fat old man was acting so arrogantly, but he could have taken him within a matter of seconds. He could have just broken his neck. He could have turned him around and snap. It would have been so easy for him. That's interesting. That was Okanogi. Remember the young policeman too. He shot him in his shoulder, but he could have shot him at his ear. He was told to go easy on them, so that was the best he could do. He thought of firing a second shot, but there just wasn't time, so the last shot he fired was that reluctant one. Okanogi couldn't believe that such a pathetic battle was his last combat job. That was his, wow, last time he's been in combat. That's interesting. I kind of want to re-watch that scene from Chapter 4 at some point. I want to see if it was the same voice actor and if that was something I could have picked up the first time I saw Okanogi. Regardless, he had continued to train so that he was ready at any time. And now that the operation had begun, he was hoping there would be a battle for him to fight. He didn't even need to fire a shot. He didn't even need to punch anyone. All Okanogi wanted was a battle that satisfied his pride. Nothing more.
はい、少々お待ちください。隊長、外線からお電話です。隊長宛てなのか、社長宛てなのかわかりません。
He's also the president of Okanogi Gardeners. Because of that, the members of the Mountain Dogs often call him that.
ちょっと待て。鉛に戻す。つったらねえ。もうしよったねえ。ほんま。
That's just kind of a funny sequence. Just a minute, I'll get my accent back.
こんなんでどうよ。
He's just like tuning it.
で、どちら様んね。
女性です。野村と名乗ってます。おこのぎ社長を指名してます。
隊長宛てだ。社長室でと向こうに回してくれ。
Okay, it sounds to me like that's the real boss. Rattle, rattle, crash. I heard a noise which sounded like many buckets crashing down. It's probably a noise from one of Satoko-chan's traps. According to her trap map, anyone going near the wiretapping shack will set off a trap that makes a loud noise. That must have been it just now. I scouted around the shack last night before the girls left. The shack is very secluded and is located in a blind spot where nobody's likely to go. So this noise means something important. It means they've started their observation of Rika-chan. I can't let them notice the girls aren't home. They'll definitely call and come by to confirm they're here. So I have to make sure they think the girls are sick in bed and that they don't hear the phone or the doorbell. Curtains are closed, so they can't see what's inside of the house. But to be certain, their beds are stuffed to make it look like they're sleeping. However, I have to be even more careful from now on. I can't let them notice that I'm staying here. For that matter, I have to make sure I can act when something happens. The phone rings suddenly. Hold on. Okay. Just as I expected, they're calling to see if anyone's home. They're already aware that they didn't go to school, so they're probably assuming that they're home, sick in bed. I'm sure they want proof of that. The phone rang for a long time, which convinced me that it was indeed a call from the Mountain Dogs. If there's no answer on the phone, then the next step would be to come by the house. They'll pretend to be a mailman or a neighbor and knock on the door. But I don't even need to answer it. If the girls are too sick to answer the phone, then they won't notice a knock on the door either. The increased hassle means a higher risk of discovery, but on the other hand, it also proves our enemy is closing in on us. It was actually better for me, since I could measure the severity of the situation. Besides, Irie is our ally, and he already knows Rika-chan is somewhere else. He's supposed to tell them that he came by because he heard Rika-chan and Satoko-chan miss school, and that the two of them were in bed and should be left alone for a while. He's supposed to say that. They won't doubt Irie. They'll believe him. You could call this an advanced level of mutual deceit. They believe that they're deceiving Irie, but in reality, Irie is deceiving them. However, they're professionals, and we're a bunch of amateurs. Well, not me, at least. Actually, maybe I'm not an exception. I don't know what they've got until I come face to face with them. Our conditions aren't even, but we're leading by a tiny bit because we made the first move. Once that's gone, we don't stand a chance. I promised Rika-chan that I trust her unconditionally, so even without proof, I'm ready to fight. But I can't beat this conspiracy by myself. And to gain help from the others, Tomitake has to find proof. Tomitake's in charge of our first attack. That means he's in the most danger, too. It's understandable that Rika-chan kept warning him to be very careful. He should have started his investigation as early as last night. If that's the reason why they've begun observing Rika-chan, I can only pray for his safety and the success of the investigation. I heard a voice. Irie had arrived.
Satoko-chan ni Rika-san! ご主人様が会心に来ましたよ!
I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and a quiet knock.
大丈夫。 私一人です。
もう少し小声に。この家はすでに敵の監視下にあります。
I let Erie in and closed the door quickly.
お疲れ様です。窓も満足に開けられないとあっては、まるで蒸し風呂ですね。
Rose probably trained for this.
これは差し入れです。
He handed me a plastic bag. It contained ice cream, cans of juice, some snacks, and even beer. Well, this obviously isn't for Rika-chan. I feel like it's being a little careless, but I'm grateful.
いかがですか？
さっきこの家の電話を盗聴する監視小屋に何者かが近づいた形跡がありました。
You'd be surprised. If that was wine, that'd be for Rika.
それから呼び出しの長すぎる電話が1件。おそらく学校を欠席したことを知り、在宅確認のために電話してきたのでしょう。あなたもリカちゃんたちの様子を見てこいと誰かに言われたのではありませんか？
ええ、高野さんからリカさんたちが学校を欠席したのに病院に来ないから不安だと。
やはり
リカさんと聡子ちゃんの欠席を不審に思われたんでしょうか。
Definitely. That's why she'd be on the observation so early.
いえ、多分富武さんが内定を開始したことと関係があるんじゃないかと思います。
I hope not.
もしいなかったとしても、今回の動きは彼にとって尻尾をつかむチャンスになるかもしれません。
I feel like if it's because Toмотake started the investigation, that implies that they're onto him.
どちらにせよ、もう何かが始まっているということなんですね。
No matter what the case is, yes, it has definitely already begun.
そう見て間違いないでしょう。私たちの敵が高野と山犬なのか、そうではないのか、どちらにしてももう敵は動き出しているのは間違いありません。
ひなみ沢村連続開始事件、最初の2年は偶然が重なっただけでした。しかし3年目から高野さんはそれを面白がり、綿流しの夜に何かが起こり続けることを期待しだしたように思います。
She's the one who pushed for things to happen. I had something to say, and I don't remember what it was.
綿流しのお祭りはあさって。
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. I want Akisaka to get his run back with Okanogi. Or Oishi, one of the two. They need to get their run back.
敵が動き始めるタイミングとしては妥当かもしれませんね。
Except, like, actually win.
そして5年目にリカちゃんを狙う高野か。恐ろしい女です。
She's actually aiming for Toмотake first.
リカさんがしていた高野さんの話、あれはどれも本当だと思います。今日初めて知ったんですが、彼女はひなみ沢症候群の第一発見者、高野先生の養女だったんです。
同じ高野ですね。なるほど。
彼女にとってひなみ沢症候群の研究を受け継ぐことは尊敬する祖父との絆だったんです。
I think more concerning was her life support comments.
その研究が打ち切られることがそれは彼女にとって祖父を冒涜するものなんです。
すべてリカちゃんの言っていた通りということですね。
はい。それと高野さんがこんなことも言っていました。3年で打ち切られることが決まっている研究を寿命が幾ばくもない眠ったままの患者に例えるんです。そしてその生命維持装置のスイッチを切るならば、それは残された家族の権利だ、というようなことを。
I'm not shocked you brought that up, but I'm glad, because that was the most obviously, like, whoa, indicator there.
どうせ打ち切られる研究ならば、それに幕を下ろすのは高野先生の遺族高野美代だけと。
はい。
I think that's how she sees it.
そういう意味で言ったものと思います。
We're gathering the circumstantial evidence we need. Takano is, in fact, our enemy. Yuri had been reluctant to accept it yesterday, and now he believes what Rika-chan said is true.
あとは富武さんに高野さんが企んでいる何らかの証拠を掴んでもらうだけです。そしたら関係者を一斉に拘束するための鎮圧部隊を呼び寄せるそうです。
That would be the best way to do this.
高野は山犬なる特殊部隊を配下に持ちます。それを鎮圧できるような。
はい。私も名前しか知らないのですが、番犬 という部隊がいるそうで、本当の非常事態が起こった時、武力で強襲する戦闘部隊だとか、山犬はどちらかというと機密保持などの情報部隊の性格が強いので、多分それよりはるかに強い部隊なんでしょう。
Interesting that you mentioned them. Looks like it's just past where we were. But it was Okanogi's comment about wishing he'd been the leader of the Mountain Dogs instead. Or not the Mountain Dogs, the Bloodhounds. I kind of wonder about the connection between them. Is there like a secret connection, or is there genuinely no connection and he just wishes he'd been in the subjugation unit? Not 100% sure, because you know how awful it would be? We call them the Bloodhounds, and it turns out they're also with the Mountain Dogs. That would be... oh, that'd be bad.
表に出せぬ研究をする機関の万が一の造反に対応する鎮圧部隊となれば、多分相当の強さを持つでしょう。つまりそのいわゆる番犬部隊とやらをひなみ沢に呼び寄せることが我々の勝利条件になる。
That seems like the most logical victory to me. Or path to it.
そういうことになるんでしょうか。ただ一つ不安なのは、緊急マニュアルには機密保持のために村を封殺することを認める記述があることです。番犬部隊が来てもやることは彼らと同じで、結局は村ごと証拠を隠滅するのではないかという不安も残ります。
Yeah, that wouldn't really be a victory for us.
いえ、それはないでしょう。敵の狙いが緊急マニュアルの執行にある以上、それでは何の意味もありません。この陰謀が派閥抗争によるものならば、入江機関のクライアントたちの派閥は絶対に穏便に済まそうと思います。おそらく敵を吸収し、村人たちが何事かと目を白黒させているうちに決着させてしまうに違いありません。
I know this because I've done similar jobs myself. They'll pass through like a gale and complete their operations swiftly. An unit capable of pulling that off against the Mountain Dogs must be very powerful.
とにかく富武さんからの連絡を待つしかありませんね。
I worry that we're not gonna get them until like really late. Like last minute, or if at all.
ええ、これは持久戦です。ですが、一度有事となれば、それは電撃戦に様変わりする。緩急の差の激しい、辛い戦いになります。
Yeah, that makes sense.
入江先生は敵の腹中にいる心強い存在ですが、同時に最も危険な場所にもいます。常に油断せずにいてください。
I don't think any of us want to leave this with Irie dead.
私たちはリカちゃんの味方になろうと決めた時点で、すでに彼らの敵なのですから。
はい。
The phone at this house is, of course, being wiretapped, so Irie has to come over to communicate with me. But that won't work in an emergency. A telephone is still better in that case. For those instances, I'll put together a memo for Irie. There's a method for communicating over a phone that's been bugged. It's something I came up with out of necessity once.
これは
緊急時用の私への電話連絡方法です。絶対に敵に奪われないでください。危険な時には必ず飲み込んで処分するように。
盗聴されているのにどうやって電話で連絡を？あなたが受話器を取れば、たとえ無言であっても疑われかねないのに。
受話器を取らなくても連絡することはできます。少々コツのいる不便なやり方ですが、一番確かな連絡方法です。そしてそれは敵の動きを最初に察知できるあなたにしか発することができない。
わかりました。それで、やり方は？
Curious about what this method is.
メモに書いてあります。簡単に説明すると、電話の呼び出し音の長さで連絡するのです。相手に電話をするとき、1分以上呼び鈴を鳴らし続けることはほぼありません。それを利用した呼び出し音による連絡方法です。1分半なら緊急事態、直ちに園崎邸へ急行せよ。
That's kind of clever.
こんな感じで30秒区切りで緊急性の高いメッセージが仕込んであります。他のメッセージはメモを見てください。でも この1分と1分半の2つだけは絶対に暗記してください。私の命がかかっていますので。
That's clever. Akasaka's, he's done plenty of time in the field. He's gotten some new tricks. The message that lets me know my life is in danger is the shorter call. But if it's too short, I'll get it confused with regular phone calls. That's why to signal me, he's supposed to hang up the phone within 3 seconds first, then place the emergency call. The reason why I use such a large difference of time is to make sure there's no misunderstanding. The tones the caller hears and the rings the receiver sends out are a little different. I don't want that little difference to change the message, which is why they had to be 30 seconds apart.
まず短く1回鳴らし、1分なら逃げろ、1分半ならリカさんたちのところへ向かえ。はい、覚えました。
少々面倒と思いますが、あくまでも緊急事態用ですので、くれぐれもよろしくお願いいたします。
ええ、わかりました。危険な時の連絡は任せてください。
Dude, Irie is being put in a real position of danger. I'm definitely worried for Irie and Tomatake.
最後に、もう一つだけ暗記してください。とても嫌な暗号ですが、これも忘れないでください。この連絡に限り、短い1回は不要です。連絡方法は、3分以上呼び出し音を鳴らし続けること。電話をかけたまま受話器を外し、そのまま放置するのがいいでしょう。
その暗号の意味は？
連絡員に緊急事態。以後、連絡不能。
それは、私の身に危険が及んだ時という意味もあるんですね。
Hopefully we never have to see that signal.
はい。緊急時には、この家へ電話し、そのまま受話器を外し、安全な場所に身を隠してください。ただ、自らの危機を図るのは、とても難しいことです。
You might not be able to access a phone.
まだ大丈夫。多分大丈夫。などと思っているうちに、連絡の機会さえ逃してしまいかねません。少しでも嫌な予感がしたら、緊急時と判断していいでしょう。陰謀の度合いから考えて、敵は私たちを生かしはしません。
No, definitely not.
くれぐれもご用心を。
わかりました。その場合、あなたはどうするんですか？
その際は、状況によりますが、私もここを脱出します。あなたに危機が迫る以上、リカちゃんの身にも危険が迫っている可能性が高いですから、私はその崎邸を目指し、リカちゃんたちとの合流を目指します。あくまでもこれは、最悪の事態です。
Still good that we have these codes for the work, like all these scenarios. It's clever. I hope we never have to see the 3-minute one.
このような事態に陥ると決まったわけではありませんので、緊張することはありません。
Brother, if I'm Irie, I don't know how to explain the feeling I'd have in my stomach.
どうか気を楽に持たれてください。
ですが、油断せずにです。
そうです。
Irie nodded deeply. It's almost time. Something is about to happen. Sheesh. Alright, shit's about to go down. You don't have long before shit starts getting crazy. And like they said, it's gonna be rapid shifts, right? Things are gonna change quickly, right? And very extremely. So, we could be, like, chilling 1 second, and then suddenly the next scene, it's like, Rika's in danger, bro. Irie's dead. Tomatake's dead. Like, who knows?
質問のある人いる？
I have plenty of questions. This could easily be one of those well-planned pranks. What I heard is just that extraordinary. But right now, it's a bad idea to ask questions just out of curiosity. That would be a waste of time. Yuna's already explained everything about the events surrounding Rika-chan.
まあ、私も園崎家当主代行としていろいろと聞きたいことはあるよ。連続開始事件についてどうやら少なからぬ関係があるようだからね。でも今はそれはなしにする。しかし、うちに避難してきたのはいい判断だね。うちの地下なら核戦争だってしのげるよ。
Didn't you have a month's worth of food? I think you need a little more than that.
電気もある。電話もある。もちろん食料だってあるしね。山犬って連中がそんなにも厄介な相手なら、ますますこの村の中でリカちゃんたちをかくまえるのはうちしかありえないよ。
みんなを巻き込んでしまって申し訳ないと思いますです。
Rika-chan apologized from the bottom of her heart. Rika-chan has been dealing with this strange disease, this Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as all these suspicious Tokyo people, all by herself, until today. She's been trying not to get us involved, and that's why she's dealt with them all by herself. We can all imagine what she must have been feeling, so none of us can even think of anything to say. The silence went on for a while, but then Hanyu clapped Rika-chan on the back.
Rika は昨日から申し訳ないばっかり言い過ぎなのです。
Yeah, that's Hanyu's job.
もう一回言ったら、リカは毎日僕にシュークリームをおごる罰ゲームなのですよ。それに、みんなだって申し訳ないなんて思ってないですよ。
She only have the one outfit? And the other art styles? Because I think that was the same as her school outfit, right? Sorry. Serious scene. Kind of a... I mean, it's just a simple little thing, kind of like Rika's, just different color. Kind of like the parallel.
ねえ、ケイチ。
No. Hanyu suddenly addressed me. I could tell from her eyes that she was expecting something from me. Right, my role is to act as the flint for the other club members. It's my job to burn strong and bright red to get everyone excited. What have I been doing just sitting around?
そうだぜリカちゃん。ちょいとことがでかかったんで面食らっちまったが。なあみんな。どいつもこいつも内心は面白くなってきやがったとか思ってんだろ。さとこ。どうもこいつは俺たちに本気でやってもいいってことみたいだぞ。お前。だいぶ温存してるんだろ。シャレじゃ済まない秘蔵のトラップをだいぶ隠し持ってるんだろ。
Those hills are dangerous.
そいつを食らわせてやる。またとないチャンスじゃねえか。
部活メンバーに私がいたことに感謝なさいませですわね。相手が何様だか存じませんけど、本気でやっていいとなれば、たとえ部活メンバーが相手でも塩をためらってきた奇跡の大トラップの数々が惜しげもなく飛び出しますのよ。
I don't think I even want to know what kind of traps that Satoko was hiding from the club members.
そうだね。さとこちゃんのトラップはみーちゃんのお墨付きだもんね。たとえ相手が本物の軍隊でも、さとこちゃんのトラップはみんな蹴散らしちゃう。
と、さとこをよいしょしてるが、もちろんレナだって容赦ねえからな。レナは普段はおっとりしてるが、俺はこいつの本気の時を知ってるぜ。
Yeah.
レナは本当に戦うべきここ一番では誰にも屈しない強さを持ってる。
Get her into cute mode, she solos, I swear to you.
そいつはかなり半端ない。多分俺でも勝てないと思うぜ。
そんなことないよ。ケイチくんだってここ一番の時の爆発力と瞬発力はすごいよ。レナじゃ打ち破れない運命でも打ち破れる気がするもの。
I suppose we've seen that one before.
ケイチが赤く燃え上がる炎なら、レナは青く静かに燃え上がる炎という感じなのです。
We've seen this exact analogy before.
お、それいい例えだな。真っ赤に燃える男、前原圭一。青く燃える女、竜宮レナ。我が部にその人ありと天下に知らしめる。そしてその最強のメンバーを最強のリーダーが従える。だよなニオン。子にして最強、揃えば無敵。それが俺たちの部なんだよな。
He's doing his job, hyping everyone up. Riling them up.
いやはや不謹慎だと思って黙ってたけど、おじさんさ、本当はこう思ってたのさ。
She's low-key excited.
こいつは最高に面白くなってきたってね。
She's like, I thought it'd be a little insensitive, but bro, I am so hyped for this.
今は感謝してるよリカちゃん。これだけの獲物をよくぞ知らせてくれた。このひなみ沢で我が部に挨拶なしで上等を決めてくれようとはね。きっちりけじめを取らせてもらうよ。
Yeah, let him know. Next leader of the Sonozaki family. It had only been 5 minutes since Rika-chan apologized to everyone and brought the mood down, yet her morale was already at its peak again. We're up against such an absurd conspiracy, but if we're together, I think we can defeat it. This is the best feeling ever. Hanyu is the one who started all of this. She's quite the promising newcomer. She knew exactly whom among us to get motivated first. No, moreover, while even our senior members were hesitant about taking on such a huge opponent somewhere in their hearts, she alone remained unflinching and raised our spirits. She's likely to grow even more formidable in the future.
ありがとうみんな。信じてくれてありがとう。
Hanyu told you they'd always believe you.
信じてくれるとずっと言ってますし、信じて当然。
Now someone get Shion.
信じないやつなら仲間じゃないのです。だからお礼なんていらないのですよ、リカ。
ああ、そうだな。羽生の言う通りだ。お前、いい根性してるぞ。気に入った。
I rubbed Hanyu's head, but she laughed as if I was tickling her.
さて、そうとなりゃ作戦会議だ。状況をもう一度整理しよう。まずリカちゃんとサトコは病気欠席のふりをしてしばらくここに身を隠す。これは万が一に備えてだね。まさかここに2人が隠れてるなんて誰も知らないよ。
I will say it doesn't actually seem that unreasonable to guess that the Sonozaki family that they're friends with is hiding them, but you know.
留守番をしてくれてる赤坂って人に感謝だね。
But Akasaka is doing his best to make them not even suspect that they are hiding somewhere, because I think this is one of the first spots they think of is somewhere in the Sonozaki, residence, but.
でもよかったね。5年も昔にした約束を覚えてて助けに来てくれるなんて本当に素敵な人だね。
What a king.
ちょっと羨ましいかも。私の好みじゃありませんけど、リカにはちょっと嫉妬しましたよ。
Y'all need to chill.
赤坂は別にそういうわけではないのです。
That's a grown man with a wife, by the way.
しかも東京の警視庁の公安部の人で、それも秘密部門所属なんだろ。すげえ頼もしい人だよな。秘密部門ってのがしびれるぜ。
赤坂はきっととても強いと思いますです。
Definitely the strongest piece on the board right now. In terms of literal combat strength, that is. I think Irie and Tomatake's positions as insiders for the enemy makes them very strong pieces as well.
とても頼もしいのですよ。
ただ赤坂さんの役割はどちらかというと緊急時の防御役。むしろ重要なのは相手の尻尾をつかむ大任を帯びてる富武さんだよ。
That's basically exactly what I just said.
彼こそが真の攻撃役。しかも敵を鎮圧できる番犬部隊を呼ぶことができるのは富武さんだけ。つまり富武さんこそがこの戦いに勝利できるキーマンってことなんだよ。
We need him to live and to suss this, this out.
下手くそカメラマンの富武のおじさまが私たちの命運を握っている超重要人物とは不思議な感じ。
It's a little rude. Everyone teased her by saying they're going to tell Tomatake she called him that.
富武の頑張りを期待しないわけではありませんが、万が一に備え他の手も考えておいた方がいいと思いますです。
A backup plan can never hurt.
でも羽生、富武に頼る以外に何か打てる手などあるの？
いや、羽生の言うのも一理あるよ。何しろ敵から見ても富武さんはキーマン。自分たちを内定していると気づいたら暗殺することだってあるかもしれない。
I don't think there's any might about that.
何しろここは彼にとって敵地も同然なんだからね。富武さんだけに頼りきらず私たちに打てる手を探すのも大切だと思うよ。
そうですわよ。
A more risky plan, but one that could work.
トラップだってたった一つで綺麗に決めるのは難しいですもの。
You layer your defenses, they're more likely to work.
いくつも仕掛けてあらゆる可能性に対処して初めて完璧になるんですのよ。そうだね。攻撃の手を一つに限る必要なんてない。富武さんとは違う形で他の攻撃ができないか探してみるといいんじゃないかな。
Really though, I definitely want Tomatake to be successful and to not die.
でも東京についてわからない私たちがどんな手を？
富武さんの重要性の一つが番犬部隊を呼び寄せることだってんなら、俺たちにも彼らに連絡する方法を教えてもらいたいよな。
Yeah, good luck getting them to help you.
そうすれば万が一富武さんが敵にやられても 俺たちは勝利条件を失わずに済む。
そうだね。富武さんの最大の価値はそこにあるからね。同時にそこがこちらのアキレス腱でもある。
Yeah, right now, if Tomitake fails, everything comes crumbling down.
事情を話して富武さんに彼らとの連絡の取り方を教えてもらおう。ただ問題なのは富武さん自身が市内に身を隠しちゃってて、こっちから連絡を取る方法がないって点なんだよね。
でもいい手だと思いますです。富武と次に連絡を取ることができたら番犬への連絡の仕方を聞きましょうです。
Hopefully there is a next time.
まずこれが一案。他にはないでしょうか。
Before we knew it, Hanu was making sure we moved along with our proceedings. Rena noticed that too, giving a pleasant smile to the girl trying to be a part of our group.
今の手は富武さんに万一があった時のための保険だよな。また別の角度の攻撃を考えたいな。富武さんの調査に貢献できるような攻撃ってねえか。
面白いですわね。
That's an interesting idea.
何かのトラップを仕掛けて尻尾をつかみ、黒幕に言い逃れできない証拠を突きつける。最高のトラップシチュエーションでしたよ。奴らの狙いが僕なら
They probably have to use her as bait.
僕を何かのおとりにするのはどうですか。危険だけど高野たちは僕が目的なんだから食いつかざるを得ないのです。かなり危険な一手だね。でも確かに高野さんがリカちゃんを追っているという大きな証拠をつかめる手だよ。
わざと姿を見せて騒ぎを大きくして逃走戦にすれば、少しは面白い効果が期待できそうだね。そこで聡子の裏山が役に立つ。
あそこに逃げ込めば追っ手は大変なことになりますですよ。
だよな。
Yeah, I would never in my life approach Satiko's hills, bro.
へへ、こいつは最高の見物だぜ。
That's like genuinely stepping into Vietnam.
面白くなってきやがった。
でもやっぱりそれは最後の一手だと思うかな。
Yeah, anything that puts Rika directly in danger is like a no-go if we can avoid it.
裏山にこもれば籠城戦になって状況はだいぶ変わる。この手に訴えるのは本当に最後の最後だと思う。そうですわね。裏山のトラップは防御効果が非常に高いでしょうけども、あくまで防御ですわ。敵に対し攻撃するものとは違いますもの。
裏山籠城は追い詰められた最後の切り札になるだろうね。
Stall time for the Bloodhounds to arrive, presumably.
これは本当に最後の手段。ここが敵に襲われ、ここを捨てざるを得ない時だけのね。ちなみにうちの地下には隠しトンネルがあって山中の井戸に抜けられるようになってるんだよ。
Leads out into those hills, right?
へえ、すっげえな、ミオンの家。やっべえ、ますます面白くなってきたぜ。
That tunnel coming in clutch all of a sudden, potentially.
敵は謎の組織で、秘密作戦に秘密基地、秘密の地下道。おお、
Yeah, that literally does sound straight out of a manga.
これで燃えなきゃ男じゃねえぜ。
男でなくても燃えまくりなのですよ。さあ、これで2案出ましたです。僕たちはまだまだ思いつきますですよ。もう1案くらい言ってないですか。
We
そうだ
have
な。
more plans, god dang.
もう一案欲しいぜ。今の案もどっちかというと防御的な案だからな。もっともっと攻撃性の高い我が部にぴったりの案は出ないのかよ。なんていうのかな、相手にガツンと一撃が入って連中の陰謀が頓挫しちまうくらいのすげえやつだよ。
That's a difficult one to plan.
僕
Offensive
たちに
move.
そんな方法があるのでしょうか。きっとあるよ。レナたちはリカちゃんが思ってるほど無力じゃないし、切り札だってないわけじゃない。彼らにとって重要なリカちゃんというキーマンが一緒にいる。これが重要な切り札になるんだから。リカちゃんをおとりにするっていう意味じゃなくてね。
確かに女王感染者が私たちのところにいるのは彼らに対して大きなアドバンテージになるね。連中の目的は何？リカちゃんを殺して緊急マニュアルとやらに従って緊急措置の行使を余儀なくさせ、そうだね。
Right.
そうなのです。 リカは奴らにとって全てを吹き飛ばす爆弾みたいなものなのです。
それを爆発させて大騒ぎを起こし、それに乗じて何かを得するのが奴らの狙い。
Naturally.
それを爆発させないのが私たちの勝ちということになると、それはあまりいい状況ではありませんわね。確かにこちらはいつまでもずっと守り続けなくちゃならないけど、向こうはなりふり構わずリカちゃんを殺せば勝ちになる。
Defending a VIP is not particularly easy.
まるで片方にしかゴールがないサッカーだよ。
その片方にしかゴールがない異常なサッカーを告発して番犬部隊を呼び寄せるのがいわゆる富武作戦の要だね。奴らの陰謀を砕く私たちのゴールは何かない？あるはずだよ。こういう時は立場を逆にして考えると見えてくる。
She have something?
あれ
Oh, she got something.
その手があったか。
Mion started to grin in a weird way. Here she goes. The winds are blowing stronger on her side, and she's getting into better than top form. Mion is pretty smart. She's great at analyzing situations. That's why, when Rika-chan first told her everything, she immediately decided that there was no way for us to win and became depressed. However, while Mion's easily crushed, she's also able to exhibit incredible power when the wind's on her side. Yeah, that's true. She's definitely shown both sides, right? Like that. I mean, that's a great way to describe her. Frankly, I can't really add anything to that. We created that tailwind, and now her sail is receiving the push it needed.
リカちゃん、もう一度確認するね。その緊急マニュアルってのはリカちゃんが死ぬと村人が48時間以内に全員発狂するって言うから、そうなる前に。
はい、
Shit.
そうなのです。はあ？どうしてリカが死んだこともないのに48時間でそんなことになるとわかるのでしょうか？
That's something I've been saying.
確かにそうだね。おかしいよそれ。
They're just really confident of that because of Takano's grandfather's, like, studies.
なんで48時間で村人がみんな発狂するなんて決めつけられるんだろう。僕にはよくわからないのですが、高野が言うには他の国の例でよく似たケースがあり、入江も実はちんぷんかんぷんだと言ってましたです。まさか。なるほど。
They made that shit up.
私わかりましたわよ。
あ、俺も分かったぜ。そうかそうか、そうだよな。これは確かに盲点だったぜ。
二人とも何がわかったのですか？僕にはわからないのです。わかんない。レナにもわかんないよ。
I'm curious exactly what they mean.
あれあれ、レナとリカちゃんはわかんないの？最後までわかんない方は恥ずかしい罰ゲームってことにしようかね。
What, are they gonna pretend that Rika's dead?
羽生はどう？あんたならとっくにピンときてそうだね。
はい、わかってますですよ。だからこそリカは高野にとっても重要人物だったのです。はあ、これはリカとレナへのヒントなのですよ。私からもヒントですわよ。敵の狙いは派閥争いのためにひなみ沢で大騒ぎを起こすこと。
Right.
そしてそのための手段として緊急マニュアルを使おうとしているわけですわ。ということはこの緊急マニュアルこそ敵の陰謀のアキレス腱になるということですわ。
What, as in if they prove that the manual isn't needed? Like, that's kind of the way I'm seeing it right now.
わかんないのです。リカ、僕に今まで意地悪してごめんなさいと謝ったら答えを教えてあげますですよ。
Anyu's low-key evil, bruh.
まっぴらごめんよ。
She got so serious, she was like, no, that will not happen.
そのあうあう気が散るから黙らせて。
なんだなんだ、 鋭いレナまで気づかないのかよ。いいか、俺たちの攻撃が富武さん一人に委ねられていて、それがアキレス腱であるように、敵の攻撃も緊急マニュアル一つに委ねられているんだよ。ってことは緊急マニュアルの根底を打ち砕いてやればいい。
Okay, it sounds like I was more or less correct.
わかるか？緊急マニュアルの意味を失わせてやればいいんだよ。
緊急マニュアルの意味は何ですか？それはひなみ沢症候群の大騒ぎを最大のふりをして隠すためなのです。だから村人たちがおかしくなる48時間以内に村を丸ごと抹殺してしまおうとする。そしてそれが敵の狙いなのです。ということは、つまり48時間以内に緊急マニュアルを使わせなければいい？
Well, yes, but... They're really racking their brains.
僕を殺さなければその48時間は始まらないんだから、その48時間を逃げ切ればいい？
何よ、二人とももう答えを口にしてるじゃない。いい？じゃあ答えを教えてあげよう。みんないい？せーの。リカちゃんが48時間前に死んでればいい。
Okay, so yeah, basically what I was saying. Fake or death. We all said it in unison. Boy, we're good at this. We never mess it up. True.
わかったよ、わかった。僕もわかりましたです。
Ren and Rika-chan clapped their hands together. They finally figured it out. Why did it take so long for us to come up with this?
やっとみんな思いつきましたです。こんな案、1案目でさっくり出してほしいものなのですよ。さっきから後ろ向きな案ばっかりだったので、ひょっとして思いつかないのかと焦ってましたのです。
Bro, she seems so disappointed.
ほー、言ってくれるじゃない。羽生、あんたますます気に入ったよ。
Bro, she is talking big.
この功績を認め、あんたには後で我が部金星特別十字章を授与しよう。まあそれは後に置いといて、奴らのゴールの最大の拠り所である緊急マニュアル、これにはでっかいウィークポイントが隠されてる。それはひなみ沢症候群は女王感染者の死後48時間で村人が全員発狂するから、そうなる前に抹殺せよという。つまりリカちゃんが48時間前にすでに死んでいるのに村に何も起こらず平和だったら、このマニュアルの根本が崩れるってことなんだよ。
And we already know that's true based on Chapter 2. As I've been pointing out for so long, every time that 48 hours came up, I was like, what? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, shit. That's it, to say the least. Nobody really wants to do such a terrifying thing, but if they don't execute the manual, the villagers might go mad and spread to the surrounding communities. They're hesitant to execute it, but they want to keep the damage to a minimum, because you saw some of the soldiers, they truly believed that this had to be done. But what if they find Rika-chan's body 48 hours after her death? The major premise that the villagers will lose their minds within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death will collapse.
幸い、リカはここに隠れているのですから、リカが死んでしまったという嘘をつくのは可能なのです。
リカちゃんが世間に目撃されたのは昨日の学校が最後。
So just last long enough that 48 hours has gone off, and you can bait them into thinking like Takano was wrong.
だからそれから48時間だから、あさっての早朝くらいに死体が見つかったということになるととても好都合だね。
How are they gonna...
そうか。警察の大石さんの助けがあれば、リカちゃん死亡の偽装は可能なんだね。
Okay, I can see that.
その通りですわ。大石さんにうまくやってもらって、リカの死体が見つかり、それが死後48時間経過してるって嘘を発表してもらうんですの。
See, like, that gets them involved, but not overly involved.
まあ公式発表にするといろいろ余波がありそうだから、入江機関にだけ嘘を流せば十分だろう。しかも監督がこっちの味方なんだから、連中をコロッと騙すのは可能なはずだ。
これは
One hell of a gambit.
考えたわね。
緊急マニュアルの信憑性が失われれば、こんなひどい作戦が承認されることなんてありえない。つまり連中にとって最大の弱点は緊急マニュアルであり、そしてリカちゃん自身だったというわけなんだよ。
大石は協力するとまだ言ってくれたわけではありませんが。
And say he hasn't agreed to help yet, so that's so far the flaw in this plan. But if he does, I could see it working.
僕はきっと力を貸してくれると信じていますです。
He said, I know these things.
これは愉快なトラップになりましてよ。高野さんが慌てふためく姿が目に浮かぶようです
高野は私と聡子が風邪で寝込んで家にいると信じ込んでる。でも姿を見たわけじゃなく、きっとそこにいるだろうという想像でしかない。それが実は他にいて、そしてあさってに突然私の死体が見つかり、しかも48時間前には死んでいたなんてことになったら。
It could work.
なんだかすっごい痛快なことになりそうだね。
となれば黒幕たちはこの緊急マニュアル作戦が失敗したと判断して撤退するだろうね。ここで私たちの攻守が逆転する。そこまで至ればきっと敵の動揺の隙をついて富武さんが何かをつかむ。
そして陰謀を鎮圧するために富武が番犬のワンワンを呼び寄せて敵をやっつけてくれるのです。
The question is, will he actually be able to find like Nomura, or is this going to be like pushed off to later almost?
これが僕たちのゴールなのです。
よっしゃー、見えてきたじゃねえか、俺たちの勝ち方が。しかも最高に俺たちにぴったりの騙し方だぜ。気に入った気に入った、最高に気に入った。
We all encourage each other with a hip hip hooray. This is definitely getting really, really interesting. Still, what's key is that the claim of Rika-chan being dead for 48 hours is believable. For that, we'll need Oishi-san's help. And right as we thought about asking him, he arrived at the Sonozaki residence. How convenient. Oishi-san knows that Rika-chan is hiding here. He also knows that some members of the Mountain Dogs have infiltrated the police station. They've even wiretapped Rika-chan's home phone, so the safest way to contact her, he figured, is in person.
先ほど入江先生にお会いしましてね、赤坂さんはうまいことやってて無事ですと伝えてほしいと言われました。あの人は5年前とは比べ物にならないくらい成長してます。
Right now, he's the one I'm least worried about.
あの砦は彼なら守りを務められるでしょう。
Out of the, like, adult men, right? Like, I don't think they're gonna kill any of the children. There's no way. Oishi-san loosened his tie while drinking his barley tea. I bet he never thought he'd end up drinking a glass of barley tea at the home of his old enemy, the Sonozaki family.
それで大石、この48時間作戦なのですが、どう思いますですか？
ねえ、なかなか面白い作戦だと思います。敵に対する強力な揺さぶりになるでしょう。おそらく敵は動揺し、焦ってミスを犯すはずです。
And that'll be Tomotake's best chance to get some information that will help us.
それは富武さんにとって掴むべき尻尾となるに違いありません。いや、実にうまい作戦ですよ。3人集まればなんとかって言いますが、若い皆さんがこれだけ集まるといいアイデアも出てくるもんです。
Gotta put respect on their names. Oishi-san laughed in admiration and assured us that the operation would definitely make an impact. However, he hesitated a little too.
こいつは大勝負になります。勝っても負けても私はこの作戦の責任を取らされるでしょう。うまくごまかすつもりですが、下手をすりゃちょいと痛い目にも遭うでしょう。ちょいと覚悟が必要です。
In our 48-hour operation, Oishi-san ends up bearing most of the responsibility. And the police are a strict organization. There's no guarantee that they won't investigate. Oishi-san is planning to retire this year. He needs his pension in order to pay off his mortgage. He's at a very delicate point in his life. While this is a big deal for Rika-chan, it's a lot to ask of Oishi too. He has to risk throwing away everything for our sakes.
私もこの48時間作戦。しかし 私ってやつは。
No.
大石、難しければ無理にうなずかなくてもいいのですよ。僕たちは大石の犠牲を踏み台にして勝利を勝ち取りたいなんて思ってないのです。
Nobody knew what to say to him, but Hani broke the silence. She's full of energy, ow-ow-owing during our club, but at times like this, she also has the power to heal the hearts of those who are hesitating and growing weak. It's like being enveloped in a mysterious embrace. Yeah, I mean, she's been doing this for a while. If her appearance matched her level of maturity, Hani would probably look like a mother.
それに
It's because she also literally is a mother and like a god, like a guardian god, you know?
僕たちは最強の部活メンバーなのです。48時間作戦がダメならもっともっと効果的で面白い作戦をすぐに考えちゃいますのですね、ミオン。
ああ、そうだよ。大石さん、無理なら断ってくれて全然 OK。 むしろ私たちも大石さんの迷惑も考えず勝手に盛り上がっちゃって悪かったと思ってるもん。
そうですわね。困らせてごめんなさいですわ、大石さん。
Rena whispered to me while watching them talk.
羽生ちゃんって結構うまいね。
Yeah, no lie.
年下の子にこんなこと言われちゃったら一肌脱がずにはいられなくなっちゃうもん。
えって羽生が慰めてるのってそういう意味があるのかよ。
Yeah, probably.
みー、だって羽生は本当は僕よりずっとタヌキなのですよ。
She kind of is. It's kind of insane. She's evil, bro. As Oishi-san moaned and groaned, Hani looked over and grinned, wickedly, at us. I take it back. This girl, she really is sly. Hani's more dangerous than I thought. Next time we do a club activity, I'll really have to watch out.
ちょっと一晩だけ時間をください。署内で信頼できる人間に打ち明けて協力を求めてみます。
Good guy.
大丈夫。絶対に信頼できる人間です。私も引き受けたなら失敗しましたじゃすみません。なのでやる前に賞賛を図らせてください。
Oishi-san never makes promises unless he's sure he can keep them. That's why he speaks cautiously, but considering his position, it was certainly a decision that required courage.
大丈夫ですよ、大石。もし退職金がなくなっちゃってもきっとミオンが何とかしてくれるのです。
What? Low-key, I was actually wondering why we didn't just offer that, but... Bro, now she's being sly to Mion.
みー、部活メンバーに協力する以上、そうじゃないと大石がかわいそうなのです。みー。
Bro. Get put on the spot.
まあね、おじさんの家はこう見えてもお金持ちだからね。
We've got 2 sly foxes. Our club's gonna be the epitome of a free-for-all in the future. The meeting ends with that. Bro, that's evil. You know it. We'll find out if we can go ahead with the 48-hour operation or not by tomorrow, depending on Oishi-san's answer. We haven't heard from Toмотake-san yet, but I'm sure he started his investigation on Takano-san. The coach and Akasaka-san have to wait patiently, each surrounded by the enemy. They're both in very dangerous positions, so I'll just have to pray for their safety. And then there's Takano-san. I'm still having a hard time believing she's involved in such a vast conspiracy. If someone told me the whole thing was a lie, I might even believe them. That's why I want Toмотake-san to investigate. She's mysterious and a bit cold, but she can be fun to be around, too. Also, I've always thought of her as one of the villagers. It hurts more than a little to suspect one of your own. I can understand what Toмотake-san is going through. This doesn't have to be an investigation to confirm her guilt. Instead, I wanted to prove that she's not guilty. It's too painful for people to doubt one another. I mean, wouldn't that be swell?
もしもし。ああ、何度もお電話をさせてしまいすみませんでした。富田。
いえ、それより何か分かりましたか?
A background investigation usually takes a few months. It can't be rushed within a day or two, but Toмотake says that something huge had started to make its move after what Rika and the others told him, and it was definitely getting closer. But once it was close enough to see, it would be too late. That's why he was checking on their progress so frequently.
高野3佐については現在調査を続けています。アルファベットの客員に迎えられるときに別の部署ですでに身辺調査を行っていたらしく、その資料の引き渡しを要求しています。アルファベット後については今総員体制で当たらせているところです。もうしばらくお時間をください。
分かってます。ですが事態は切迫しつつあるように感じていますので、くれぐれも緊急にお願いいたします。
はい、もちろんです。それから富武任意の依頼とは別に本日付で入江機関への緊急内定が命じられました。
From who?
優先度最大。命令書は幕僚長命です。
幕僚長、私の調査依頼とは別に？
はい、あくまでも別件となっていますが、私の見たところこれは富武任意の調査に対するトップからの強力な後押しではないかと。
幕僚長が協力？
What does this mean? The only thing I can assume is that the top members of the JSGDF have realized the dangers of the conspiracy surrounding the Irie Institute. JGSDF, not... I think I said that wrong. Whatever. JGSDF. Like Rika-chan said, if this conspiracy's intent is to execute the emergency manual, then the opposing camp will try to stop that from happening. My request for an investigation is the first step in putting a stop to their plans. So if the masterminds were influencing the chief of staff, he'd probably try to shut my investigation down. But he's supporting it instead. Which probably means that the chief of staff isn't my enemy. That was the one who was, like, the whole time, like, trying to talk the prime minister out of activating the manual, right? In fact, he might belong to the opposing camp. Now, it's hard to say if he belongs to them or not. He might just be under order from the ones pulling the strings for the opposing camp. If that's true, then the enemy's already noticed something, and it's possible that they'll start exerting pressure soon enough. So how much can I find out before that happens? I don't know much about the top brass. Still, for the chief of staff to get involved, putting aside if Takano-san is guilty or not, I'm certain that something extremely big is starting to happen around the Irie Institute.
入江機関についての調査も急ピッチに進めています。まだ分析は終わっていませんが、入江機関内の予算の動きに不審があるようです。単なる書類のミスなのか、何かの工作なのかは現在腕利きに表せています。
口座に不審とは何です？
That's a good question.
はい。入江機関の運営資金用に分配口座があるのはご存知かと思います。そこの数字が微妙に合いません。プール金への流出、もしくは不明金の流入の可能性があるとのことです。また、領収書の日付にも不審な点があり、捏造の疑いが持たれています。
Mound dogs are quite good at that. Funds are usually supplied annually. For example, if a budget of 1 million yen is approved, 1 million is supplied in April, and the facility manages those funds. They can keep things running for 1 year. So depending on how they use the money, it's possible to have some left over at the end of the year. If they use only 900,000 yen, they'll have 100,000 left. Then for the following year, they'll be told that as they only needed 900,000 yen, 900,000 should be enough. Furthermore, there should be 100,000 yen left over, so they should only need 800,000 the following year. Therefore, they then only get 800,000 yen when April comes around, which is 200,000 yen less than the previous year. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've all heard about this. As some of you have already noticed, the more leftover money you have, the fewer funds you receive the next year. So in some cases, the funds are wasted in some way. Therefore, it's smart to use up your entire budget. But some people try to get by until the end of the year, and if there's 100,000 yen left, they try to make it look as though they've used up the money, even when it's, in fact, in a safe somewhere. They report that they used exactly 1 million yen, and they get another 1 million for the following year. Yet, there's still 100,000 yen sitting in a safe. This 100,000 yen is called a pooled fund, or a slush fund. If they keep running with only 900,000 yen per year, then 100,000 will be added to the slush fund in the safe annually. And only a handful of people will know about that money. This is how public funds get embezzled or turned into private money. As we previously mentioned, the Alphabet Project is using this exact trick, and certain masterminds are pulling in huge amounts of public funding. To avoid this kind of situation, there's an audit of accounts performed every year, and oversight to ensure no one's fattening their pockets or creating slush funds. By the way, it's been said that the reason why civil engineering projects tend to start up at the end of the year is so they won't have that 100,000 yen left, but it's not relevant right now. Interesting. They're like, well, we gotta use that money on something before our budget, gets renewed. The point is that they have to work hard to get the funds they want. Well, that's an example of having some money left, which is certainly not bad. However, it can also be possible that there isn't enough money. After all, they're only granted 1 year's worth of funds. They can't delve into a savings account like we do in our lives. That excess money just doesn't exist. Therefore, an estimate report should never show more expenditure than revenue. If that happens, then that means there's some extra money other than what was supplied. That's how slush funds are discovered. If they, like, actually spend it on something. Got it. Tomitake was told that it was still under investigation, but the Erie Institute's suspicious financial records could be either case. The former would be fine, it's quite common after all, but if it was the latter, there could be something quite nasty lying beneath the surface. In this case, what do they mean by the former and the latter? I think they mean, like, it can also be possible that there isn't enough money, like, based on what's being spent, maybe, is what they mean? Like, they're spending more than they make, or, like, than their budget somehow? More expenditure than revenue? I think that's what they're saying. In other words, it was quite possible that funding was coming into the Erie Institute from someone other than the formal sponsors. To be more exact, there's a chance someone was interfering with the Institute by supplying funds. Tomitake was having his men look into the possibility of Takano and the Mountain Dogs rebelling against Tokyo. Although it's certainly possible for Takano to do so because of her personal investment in their research project, it was hard to believe that the Mountain Dogs could betray their employers out of sympathy. For the dogs to take part in Takano's conspiracy, a huge amount of money would have to be involved, and the discrepancy that Tomitake's men had identified could be a sign of such.
もしもし、失礼。今、一件報告。富武には小泉先生をご存知ですね。
Right.
旧小泉派のトップです。近年お亡くなりになって派閥は瓦解したそうですが、そのトップと高野三佐の個人的信仰についてはご存知でしたか？
ええ、一応は。
では、小泉先生と小高野先生に個人的な信仰があったことはご存知ですか？
Ah, that money. Yeah, that makes sense.
え？いや、なるほど。小泉先生が高野三佐を可愛がっていた理由がようやくわかりました。
これは興味深い内容です。実は小泉先生の死後、彼の隠し口座の清算が行われたらしいのですが、その際、金庫番の弁護士を通さず、小泉先生がご自身で下ろされた額があることが判明したんだそうです。
The money that was handed to Takano.
時期は入江機関の設立がアルファベットで承認される半年前です。
それは入江機関設立の根回しに小泉先生が使ったのでは？
いえ、その根回しの金は弁護士が管理を任されていました。ですからその支出ではないと思われます。腹心の金庫番を素通しして支払うというのはよほどの個人的支出です。
So could that involve the relationship between Koizumi Sensei and Takano-san?
では高野三佐に対し小泉先生が個人的に資金を提供したということでしょうか？
I'm always worried we're just going to hear Takano be like, you learn too much, and then Tomitake just dies, you know?
はい、こちらでもそう分析しており、現在裏付けを進めています。小泉先生による機関設立の根回しとは別に。
ということはつまり高野三佐は造反工作を行いうる現金を多額に持っている可能性があるということですか？
高野三佐は機関設立にあたり各方面への調整にあたりましたが、それは全て表ルートの接触で裏ルートからの接触ではありませんでした。ですので設立工作にあたり、その提供を受けた資金を使用していないなら、それは丸々残っている可能性があります。
That's interesting.
話が前後しますが、その提供を受けたと思われる額はいくらですか
？10億。
Goodness gracious!
そんなに？
I'm very close to Takano-san, but I had no idea she was so rich. Actually, she's rather tight with her money. She never acted as if she had 1 billion yen just sitting around. But then, that money isn't just money to her. It's a form of support from her dear grandfather's friend, so she'd have to save it for when she needed it the most. If the new board of directors had even a little interest in her research, she would have used the money on them, but they simply laughed at her. So Takano-san gave up on bribing them, and said she decided to use it now, because her research project was going to be terminated anyway. With 1 billion yen, it might be possible to bribe the Mountain Dogs. If she has sponsors, it'll be even easier. Her grandfather couldn't complete his life's work, but she's planning a magnificent conclusion for it. Shit. Those can't be her true intentions. Someone has to be deceiving her. Takano-san, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't notice your sorrow, even though I've been right beside you. I really worried that he was just going to straight up die that scene. I'm not going to lie. I just really felt like that was going to happen. But not yet. Okay, so this was an interesting subchapter. We got a lot of planning, is I think the best way to put it. We came up with a lot of alternate possibilities for what we could do, right? Some alternate plans, such as obviously the 48-hour operation, right? This idea of pretending Rika's dead so that the whole idea of the manuals kind of falls apart, which causes chaos in those that are trying to organize this whole thing, right? Which makes sense to me, but this relies on Oishi's cooperation as well as Kumagai, which is interesting. I mentioned last episode that if you ask me right now, there is not a named character with sprites less relevant than Kumagai. And so I wonder if after all of this, he's going to somehow be a snake, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think he would be, or else he wouldn't have gotten sniped, right? Like, if he was truly a mountain dog, they would have known not to kill him, right? Just as an example. So, I don't know. Maybe not. But I'm just wondering if this is going to be where Kumagai gets like a big role, right? Or if he's going to be forever cursed to relevancy. I don't know. So that's one interesting thing I'm thinking about. Because like I don't think there's any way Oishi's going to turn this down. It's not impossible, right? But I don't think he'll do it. I don't think there's a shot Oishi's going to be like, you know what? No. I'm not going to help with this whole, like, series of murders and put someone who's potentially involved in killing this entire village. You know what? They can do it for all I care. I don't think he has that in him, right? Even if it could affect him a lot, right? By getting involved, right? What else did they plan? They also had the plan of using Rika as bait, potentially hiding in the hills. There's some basic stuff, but really it was the 48-hour operation that was the big one. Really, though, I think the other two scenes are arguably bigger. No, probably not, actually. So first of all, you have the scene with Irie and Akasaka, and we see, actually, Irie and Takano's scene. Wow, I completely forgot about that for a second. And we see Irie really start to learn more about Takano's backstory, and it becomes really clear that she absolutely has the motivation for this, with the whole, like, I'd rather pull the plug thing, right? Like, on my family, my project, right? Which is interesting. It convinces Irie, and he tells Akasaka as much. And they start talking, and they get this idea, Akasaka tells him about something he's used before, about a way to communicate with him without talking over the phone, because that would be wiretapped and bugged, right? Rather, the way you communicate is just by calling and leaving the ringer on, right? Or just like letting it wait to connect, and he'll leave it ringing. And based on how long you wait to hang up the phone, right, and end the ringing is how long, or like that's the message you're sending. So he can send, without words, a message saying, you need to run, like, you need to go to the Sonozakis, right? I'm in danger, no more contact from me, right? Among potentially other things, but those are the most important ones. And I'm curious what exactly is going to happen with that, right? Takano's made her move on Rika, right? Like investigating the house and beginning with the wiretapping, all of this stuff, right? So we're gonna see like things are starting to happen. It's already starting to play out, which is interesting. But the final scene, because I kind of went out of order because I'm a goofball, of this chapter was definitely interesting. It was going into Tomotake's investigation, where he's not dead yet, into Takano, and it's basically like suggesting that they're starting to see something, right? The chief of staff, I think it was, has also ordered an investigation into the Irie Institute, completely independent of Tomotake's, which might suggest a potential ally. might suggest, like, if two parties are interested in this, then it's going to become a top priority, right? There might be more evidence, but one of the things they look into are some of the financial records, where they realize it seems that there is more money going out than more money coming in. And that's because of the amount of money that Takano has essentially in cash, right? It doesn't have to be a slush fund in this case. Takano just has 1 billion yen in cash, right? Which we know she got handed this mountain of money by Koizumi. Like, we saw this, right? And so she's using that to bribe the mountain dogs now, right? She didn't really know what to do with it. She was going to use it for bribery and then kind of realized she couldn't, because it was just that pointless. They acknowledged her that little, that there was no point in even attempting to bribe them. And so she's instead gone to the mountain dogs, and that's kind of the possibility that they're investigating. So it seems like they're starting to get on our trail a little bit. They might have, financial records that might make them sus, and then combined with some of the other stuff, I don't know. The Bloodhounds might be on her trail, which is going to be interesting. So, I mean, let's just go ahead and continue and see how the next subchapter plays out. What's the next subchapter? Subchapter 9. See how subchapter 9 plays out. See if the 48-hour operation will commence. The preparation for tomorrow's festival is moving right along at the Furude Shrine. Vans and pickup trucks are bringing in tents and equipment, and the village youth group and some middle-aged men are unloading them.
Rika-chama, だいぶ具合が悪いらしいね。
Bro sounds distraught.
大丈夫かいの？今日も学校休んだっちゅう聞いたんね。長引かっといいね。ああ、入江先生。リカちゃまの具合はどうですんね。
はい、ちょっとたちの悪い風邪だったようですが、峠は越していると思います。ただ、風邪は治り際が肝心です。
I will say, Irie, I don't think knows about the 48-hour operation, which could cause problems, right? Make it clear that they're faking.
本人たちにも今日は治ったとはしゃがず、布団の中でおとなしくしているように注意してきたところです。
ああ、そうかそうか。さとこちゃんも一緒に風邪をひいてるんか。二人で仲良く風邪だもんで、ついつい遊んじゃうんだろうのう。風邪まで一緒とは、リカちゃまとさとこちゃんは本当に仲良しだね。ああ、ちょうどいいところに。入江の先生がね、リカちゃまたち峠は越したって言うてんね。
へえ、そうかいそうかい。それはよかった。それで明日の炎演舞なんだけど、さすがに無理がねえ。
本人はやると言って聞かないんです。皆さんがやってくれと頼めば、多分喜んでやってしまうでしょう。ただ医者の立場としては、たとえ今日熱が下がっていても、明日は大役をお休みさせてあげたいところです。
This is a problem. Like, he doesn't really know about the 48-hour operation, and so he's kind of spreading rumors that are gonna make this difficult. I don't know how you get over that.
困ったね。ああ、おりょうさん。リカちゃまの具合ね、よくはなってきたけど、まだまだ安静なんだってよ。
はあ、そんな仕方ねえな。無理にやらせて。祭りの日に倒れられた日にゃ、またお社様のたたりだなんて言われちまうんよ。
Well, can't deny her intelligence at some points.
いや、村のみんなも心配してるよ。また5年目のたたりもあるんじゃないかって言ってね。で、北条家のさとこちゃんとリカちゃんもだろ。物騒な想像してる連中もいるらしいんだよ。
アホらしい。リカちゃまはお社様の生まれ変わりよ。そのリカちゃまがたたりに会うときや、村が滅ぶときや。
Well, that's what we're trying to disprove.
演技でもねえこと言うんでね。
いやはや、まったくだよな。
入江先生、二人を見舞うことはできんかいね。
しばらく遠慮してあげてください。 治りかけで遊びたい盛りなんです。外部との接触があると興奮して、また床を抜け出そうとしてしまいますから。
そうかそうか。それなら無理でけんな。入江先生、あの二人を頼むな。
Might have fooled Oreo.
リカちゃまだけじゃね。さとこちゃんも頼むな。
Really? That's surprising. Oreo-san always acts as if she doesn't even see Satoko-chan. But she just asked me to take care of Satoko-chan too.
もちろん、リカさんも、もちろんさとこちゃんも、絶対に元気にしてみせますよ。
In some way, she's grown.
お任せください。
もし間違いがあったら、またお社様のたたりなんて言われちまう。ナイリエ先生、昭和も50年にもなって、人類が月にまで行っちまうような時代にもなって。
思いますね。
ダム戦争の頃は、確かにうちらは、それを煽ったし、利用もした。
It's fascinating to see Oreo basically admit that, like, they were, like, just taking those stories and rolling with them.
でもな、ダム戦争は、とっくに終わっとるん。いつまでもたたられてばっかりでは、いつまでたっても、
さとこちゃんが死ぬと、ダム戦争のたたりだと言われるからですか？
ダム戦争は、村の子が風邪ひいたら、心配するのが年寄りの仕事だっちゅうだけやんね。
Yeah, so it is. I already know what Oreo-san wants to say. I want her to actually say it, but if I made her, she might get angry. This is more than enough. When she talks about the dam conflict, she doesn't just mean the war they waged against the construction itself. She's also including how the Hojo family was ostracized after it was over. She's saying that the dam conflict is over, including everything that happened as a result of it, and that's why she told me to take care of Satoko-chan.
さとこちゃんもお見舞いの気持ちを汲み取ってくれると思いますよ。
Yeah, she's ready to move on at this point. Like, after the fourth incident, like, her kids, I think, really made it clear to her, or her grandkids, rather.
あんないたずらぼんずに、年寄りの心なんざわらわら。
Bro, kind of right. Especially from Oreo. If you tell her Oreo is, like, hoping you recover, she's gonna be like, what did you say? Like, Oreo-san left, laughing. I wasn't the only one watching her leave. Kimiyoshi-san and some other elders did the same. They all understand what Oreo-san wanted to say. The damn conflict is over now.
あの元気なさとこちゃんにも熱を出させるんだから、たちの悪い風だね。入江先生、二人をよろしく頼んます。面会謝絶だからしゃあないけど、二人に年寄りがみんな心配してるから、はよ元気になると伝えてください。
ええ、二人ともきっと喜ぶと思います。
I vowed to myself. Takano-san is more than likely planning something for tomorrow, taking advantage of people's belief in the curse. I can't let that happen. The curse of Yashiro-sama will end before it can happen for a fifth time. I'm sure of that. I hope so. Oh, we going to Oishi? Loki, this could be like... Okay. Oishi couldn't accomplish the 48-hour operation alone. I was going to say it could be Shion. Do you need help from someone else? Oishi called up both Kumagai and the old man from forensics and told them everything.
重ねて申し上げますが、こいつはやばい橋になります。融資ならいいですがね、懲戒だったら退職金も吹っ飛びます。
なんだ大石、お前やばい作戦の前にはいつも隣の雀荘に部下を集めてそう脅してるそうじゃないか。
Seems like he's giving them a legitimate chance to back out.
いつもと変わらんのう。
そうっすよ大石さん。いつものようにもっと元気に退職金が欲しいやつは10数える間に出てってくださいってやってくださいよ。
Dude, I forgot about him doing that. Like, you have till the count of 10 to leave this operation, right? He did that in chapter 2, right? That was hard. And
そうじゃないと調子狂うっす。
いや、本当にヤバい話なんですよ、クマちゃん。その覚悟は本当にあるんですか？
試しに10数えてみればいいじゃないですか。なら今日は俺が数えるっす。退職金が惜しいやつは10数える間に退出してください。1、2、3。
ああ、わかりました、わかりました。
Bro, is Kuma guy the goat? No, that was pretty funny.
クマちゃんの覚悟はよーくわかりました。いや、しかし本当にいいんですね。
ねえ、俺あの日赤坂さんの武勇伝を聞いてるうちに熱くなってきたんす。
Bro was waiting for this.
やはり刑事になったからには巨悪と戦いたい。
So he's not gonna let a town of thousands die.
それに俺もやがては赤坂さんみたいに武勇伝を誇れる男になりたいんですよ。やばい橋上等じゃないっすか。それに大石さんの提案する作戦で俺たち一度も失敗したことないです。
Famous wording before one fails.
だから俺その大石さんがいけると思って誘った作戦ならビビりませんよ。
若いというのはいいの。こいつな、あの日以来赤坂君にだいぶ感化されよっての。
I was gonna say, it definitely seemed that way. He's got a little more pep in his step.
秘密捜査や秘密事件に関わりたいと息巻いとったんじゃ。
Might have a contact.
いや若いっていいな。それでじいさまはどうします？
わしも乗るぞい。というかそこまで言われたら会社の研修がそいつらをしょっぴけるかどうかを左右することにもなるからの。
I don't think they have a chance without him.
今日まで散々不養生を重ねてきた。そうそう、この老いぼれが長生きすることもないだろう。
So this is his last shot to do something big like this, I guess.
なら男に生まれたからには最後くらいでかい花を咲かせたいもんじゃい。
やれやれ、じいさまもクマちゃんもとにかく怖いもの知らずだな。だからドラが3つめくれてても強気でリーチ入っちゃうんだよな。
何言ってんすか大石さん。男なら降りられない時がある。どうせ切るならど真ん中ってのは大石さんの口癖っすよ。
Using his own quotes back at him.
違いない違いない。
わかりました。お二人の首私が預からせてもらいます。
そうと決まればわしの方も少々準備がいる。今のメンツと機材じゃ薬物系まで調べるのは難しいからな。急いで知り合いの鑑識の中から手の空いた連中を呼びつけるか。大石、全部終わった後はちょいとでかくおごってもらうぞい。
You gonna find someone in a burn barrel?
そこは任せてください。ですが打ち明ける相手にはくれぐれも注意してくださいよ。署内にスパイ混じってるそうですから。
わかっとる。わしも伊達に人は見とらん。任せとけ。
よーし、燃えてきたっす。刑事魂本開っすよ。
Man, Kuma guy is hyped, bro. Akasaka's like literally that dude's like role model. It had taken Oishi all night to come to a decision, but those two had decided immediately. He couldn't help but question himself.
では私はこのままちょいと用事があるんで出かけます。クマちゃんはじいさまを送ってあげてください。今日は非番なのにすいませんでしたね。
何、構わん。久々に男の血がうずいてきよった。これほど腕の鳴る大舞台、わしの人生でもこの年になって初めてじゃわい。
A forensic investigator showing up as often as he has and not being named is kind of tragic.
ビビるどころか、ここは楽しませてもらうぞい。
He didn't even need sprites, but they could have given him a name.
ありがとうございます。じいさま、クマちゃん。
Uishi thanked them after seeing them off, although they couldn't hear. Is he gonna bump? Like, surely you bump into Shion somewhere, right? Uishi stopped by a flower shop. He bought a bouquet of balloon flowers. Usually the purple ones are the most popular, and Uishi was fond of that color too. But today he didn't buy purple flowers, but got unusual white balloon flowers instead. With a bouquet in hand, he headed to the cemetery across from the flower shop. Oh, never mind. He's heading to the old man's grave. Construction foreman. Damn. The date was June 18th. The real anniversary would be tomorrow, but as Oishi had to work on Watanagashi every year, he usually commemorated it on the previous day instead. It was the day before the anniversary of the death of the old man. The one Oishi considered a best friend, a brother, and father.
毎年毎年、私は今年こそはおやっさんの右腕を見つけ出すと誓ってますが、
This is the year.
さっぱり見つかってません。
Oishi spoke to the grave. He laid the bouquet of white balloon flowers down on top of it.
ですが、ようやくおやっさんの死の真相に近づく機会を得ました。ただね、それが笑っちゃうんですよ。園崎家は関係ないって言うんです。私は毎年ここにお寮のばあさんを連れてきて土下座させてやるって誓ってきたのに、それが全くの大外れだったって言うんですよ。私はすっかり参ってしまいましてね。またおやっさんにげんこつをもらっちまいます。勝手に当たり牌を誤解してベタ折りしまくった挙句にドカンと痛い目に遭う。
Even a mahjong reference, even now.
決めつけないできっちり手を進めてりゃ、でっかい手がちゃんとできてたかもしれないのにです。私は全然進歩してません。
It's gotta be so devastating.
麻雀も相変わらずですよ。こんな一度思い込んだら疑うことも知らない頭の固いやつは多分バカって言われるんだろうなと思います。
Oishi already had a vague idea, but the way Irie had phrased it, he could already guess. There was no dark secret behind the old man's dismemberment murder. The events that followed were separate incidents. That particular murder was an individual incident, and it had nothing to do with anything else. Since the main culprit was the only one who wasn't caught, Oishi needed someone to blame, and the mysterious Sonozaki family was the perfect target. The drama of revenge that Oishi believed in never existed.
私は今やばい橋を渡ろうとしてます。リスクの割に大した見返りはありません。せいぜい私というバカの思い込みを解いてくれるだろう真実ってやつを教えてもらえるだけです。ですがなんだかやっと私は自分ってやつを許してやれそうな気がします。
Oishi bowed deeply to the grave. And then he heard footsteps behind him. Had to be someone else who knew the old man. That person can't come on the day of Watanagashi every year either, so they come on the day before, just like Oishi does. They always bring blue hydrangeas. Purple balloon flowers and those blue flowers don't go well together. That's the reason why Oishi always picks white ones. Usually the hydrangeas are already there by the time he arrives, but as Oishi had a secret meeting with Kumagai early in the morning, he came straight to the graveyard afterward and arrived before this person did. Visiting a grave isn't a race. It's a spiritual matter. Oishi was curious about the other person who brings flowers every year, so he looked up.
これはこれは。
Wow. I was gonna say, surely we run into Shion eventually. And it kind of made sense with his talk of the Sonozakis. It kind of made sense that, they'd show up here. It's kind of shocking that they've been giving them flowers this whole time, apparently.
皆さんもどなたかのお墓参りですかな?
Oishi stated the obvious, but from one glance he could guess everything. Upon seeing the hydrangeas in her arms, it all made sense.
おやおや、あんた、勤務中じゃないのかい? 悪いお人だね、まったく。
The Kane Sonozaki laughed as she handed a bouquet of hydrangeas to her daughter, Shion. Shion, not knowing what to do, was caught between her mother and Oishi.
ほら、いつまでもお墓の前で突っ立ってんじゃないの。
She should get out the damn way.
そこをどき。
Oishi moved over as told and spoke.
まさか、あんたが毎年おやっさんにアジサイを?
綺麗だろう。うちの庭のやつなのさ。やっぱり6月はアジサイさね。あんたの気境も珍しいね。白いのもあるのかい。それも涼しそうで良さげだよ。
ああ、大石のおじさま。 お花いけますんでお邪魔します。
Shio knelt down in front of the grave and got the flowers ready. She put the hydrangeas in the vase alongside the balloon flowers. The flowers looked beautiful in the vase together, reminding their onlookers that summer was about to start.
空前にしちゃいい取り合わせじゃないかい。
That's not much of a coincidence.
白に青によく引き立て合ってるよ。
毎年私が来るとアジサイがありましたからね。青い花じゃ相性が悪いと思いまして。
なんだ、なら私たち相性はバッチリじゃないかい。
そうですね。
どうしたんです？おじ、レントゲンに妙なもんでも映ってたんですか？なんか今日は嫌に神妙で気持ち悪いですね。
Oh, do you think that might be it? Since you've been good to us, I'll bring some hydrangeas to your grave too. Don't worry.
あと、うちの組の店にツケが残ってるだろう。そいつの請求書を備えに来てやるよ。
やれやれ、親子揃って口の減らない一家です。あいにくまだ当分お迎えは来ないみたいです。定年までもうラストスパートですが、まだまだ行きますよ。
なら結構、沖宮の一市民としては公僕の頼もしい一言で安心だね。
The conversation should have been coded in social courtesies, yet something felt a little off about it.
しかし一つ教えちゃくれませんかね。死守同盟と現場監督のおやすさんは犬猿の仲だったはずでしょう。その二人がどうして花を備えてくれるんです？
そりゃ犬、猿さね。私たちは敵同士。
そう、こんにゃろうはとにかくムカつくじじいでしたからね。噛みついてやったし、溝落ちに肘をくれてやったし、あと車のボディを10円玉で削ってやったり。
So why show this kind of respect? Shion, the statute of limitations isn't up yet. Shion stuck out her tongue and hid behind her mother in embarrassment.
それだけ仲の悪かったシオンさんまでがどんな経緯でここへ墓参りに来てるんですか？
てか、ダム戦争はもう終わりましたし、まあ敵とはいえ、いろいろシャレにならないこともしましたしね。
なんだい、納得いかないのかい？
Like atonement.
終わった戦争さね。ラグビーだって終わったらノーサイド、敵味方なしなんだろう。そういうことさ。
Akane said it as though it was a normal thing, but Oishi just couldn't understand. First of all, they hated each other. They hated each other. They spat at each other. How could they even feel like bringing flowers to his gravesite? However, Akane said that it was normal. Their moral standards weren't matching up.
私にゃあんたの方が理解できないね。私の中ではダム戦争は終わったことになってんだけど、あんたの頭の中ではまだ続いてるってのかい？
It's not over to him, yeah. I think he's finally starting to realize that, you know?
まさかちゃんと終わってますよ。あの騒々しいスピーカーが未だ頭の中から鳴りやまないなんて冗談じゃないです。
なら園崎家が墓参りしてもおかしいことはないだろう。ほら、どきなどきな。私もお供えを持ってきたんだから。
Akane took out a small package from her bag and put it down in front of the grave.
その包み毎年見かけてましたが、中身は何なんです？
鬼ババ特製のおはぎです。酒飲みは甘いのは苦手だろうからって砂糖抜きだそうですが。
お寮のばあさんがダム監督の命日のためにおはぎを握ったとおっしゃるんですか？
毎年握って備えてるよ。
Damn, bro. Every preconception he's had is just being shattered.
あんた、毎年見てるって今言ったでしょうが。
Oishi was stunned. Rika was the biggest hardliner in the Onigafuchi Guardians, no question about that. Oishi had believed for a long time that she was the mastermind behind the old man's murder. Because that he just couldn't believe that she'd been making ohagi every year for his anniversary.
そんな顔しなさんな。もうさ、そういうのはおしまいにしようじゃないか。
そういうのとは何のことですかな？
園崎家がダムの監督の墓前に花を供えちゃいけないとか、そういうのさ。もう昭和も60年になろってんだ。
Still got a bit, but...
下手すりゃ数年もしないうちに元号も変わるかもしれない。そんな時代にまであんたは終わっちまった戦争をずるずる引きずりたいってのかい？
ご冗談を。 もうあんな戦争はごめんです。平和が一番ですよ。
国にも悪いところがあった。反省が必要だね。でも私たちにも悪いところがあった。だから私たちは反省するよ。
Yeah, and so I said it was like atonement.
そしてそれはそれでおしまいになったなら、あとはいつまでもグダグダ言ってても仕方ないだろ。古い時代を片付けて新しい時代を作るのが若者の仕事さね。
Need the new wind.
不幸な事件があってこの御人は死んじまったけど、もし生きてたなら私は一緒に酒を飲んで全部水に流したいと思ったさ。でも死んじまった。だからこの御人とはもう仲直りできない。悲しいことさ。
それが死別というもんですからね。
Yeah.
でもあんたは生きているじゃないかい。
I hope you get what she's implying, man.
そうですね。私は生きてます。
Seems that way.
あんたらも生きてます。
ならあんたともいつか仲良くできる日も来るかもしれないね。
さーてどうでしょうね。
こいつを住職さんに。その後は表に車を回してきておくれ。
Akane took out an envelope from her pocket and gave it to Shion. Shion took the envelope, bowed to Oishi, and then ran off.
ダム戦争の時は小生意気なお嬢さんだと思ってましたが、
It's because you were correct.
いつの間にか成長されたもんです。
ダム戦争から何年経ってると思ってんだい？いつまでも戦争状態じゃ心も体も持たないよ。それだけの時間が経ってるんだ。
Yeah. Really trying to drill it into his head.
それだけの時間が経ったんですね。時間は若者ほど濃密で、年寄りほど希薄になる。
変わらないのは年寄りだけさ。でも時代と若者は絶えず成長してる。そしてぼんやりしてる間に私たちを追い抜いていっちまうのさ。で私たちは隠居して若者を見守るのさ。おつなもんだろ。
おつなもんですな。あの獅子骨の鬼姫園崎茜にいつの間にか説教をされるようになったんですから。
嫌だね、そんな通りな。まだ覚えてるのかい？今じゃ獅子骨のレディーで通ってるんだよ。
She said, I'm a lady now, bro.
そいつは内緒にしてくれるとありがたいね。
ダム戦争も終わったんですしね。
そうさ、もう終わったことなのさ。
The two of them watched Shion and the priest exchange words in front of the main temple building. Both were silent, but the air between them was comforting. There was no breeze, and a cabbage-white butterfly flittered around them.
勤務中だろうけどさ、どうだい一つひんやり冷酒でも行かないかい？
今日は遠慮しましょう。私も車ですし、あなたも車じゃないんですか？
No drinking and driving.
そりゃ残念だね。またの機会にしようかい。
Bro, he's so dead, bro. He is so fucking dead. There's no way.
そうですな。またの機会にしましょう。
Something that had been sitting inside Oishi for a long time had started to dissipate. Something that had coagulated was melting away.
そろそろ戻ります。あなたもお嬢さんを待たせているでしょう。
そうさね。
Bro, please
お
tell
開きにし
Shion.
よう。
Please tell Shion to go to the main house.
あんたとはいろいろあった気がするけどさ、これで一度パーッとチャラにしちゃいたいね。
そのあたりの生産会はまた後日に改めてやりましょう。いずれきっと。
Akane turned around with a big smile on her face, but all of a sudden it changed into an impish grin.
それでね、大石の旦那、私たちのわだかまりがパーッとなくなったところでさ昨日反則切符もらっちゃったんだけど、むしゃくしゃしてパーッと破り捨てちゃってさ。
いや、
これもパーッとなかったことにできないかね。
ああ、そいつは最寄りの警察署へどうぞ。私に声をかけてくれりゃ順番待ちを優遇するくらいはしますよ。
That's so funny. He got so pissed he ripped it in half, bro. That sounds like a Sonozaki.
サービスの悪い人だよ。
Their laughter echoed under the blue sky. Bro, do not tell me that's gonna be that better not be our only Shion appearance. That better not be our only Shion appearance, bro. I'm genuinely gonna be so pissed. Oh, we're jumping straight into something. Okay. Call from Nomura-san to Takano. At the moment, I'm talking to a woman over the phone.
その後のお加減はいかがですか？
ええ、明日が祭りになりますわ。
そうですか。それは良かったです。
明日の夜、富武兄は哀れな事故に、すべて廃棄したはずの H173 が投与された痕跡を残し、どういう形であれ、哀れな最後を遂げるでしょ
う。Please live for once.
それはとても楽しそうな幕開けです。こちらではすでに議事録の捏造が終了しています。入江ニサが研究継続を求めて、他国に研究を売り渡そうとして独走し始める痕跡です。
富武殺しはそれに組み込まれる。
そうです。理事会に対し、入江機関への疑問を抱かせる最初の布石になります。
But they're already suspicious of it.
そのあたりの工作はすべてこちらが受け持ちますので、どうかお任せください。
それからその例の件ですが、
もしもの時。
いえ、その富武兄が買収に応じた場合です。
富武兄の買収は作戦には含まれていないのではありませんでしたか？
いえ、だって彼は理事会の監査役です。
Seems like she kind of wants to spare him.
もしこっちの味方になってくれれば、いろいろ利用できることも多いかと。
こちらの分析では、今回の作戦に富武兄が寝返ってくれても、リスクの割に得るものはありません。作戦に不安要素をわざわざ加味する必要はないのではありませんか？
おっしゃる通りですわね。失礼しました。何かに使えるかと思ったもので提案しただけです。当初の予定通りに行きます。
それがよろしいでしょう。それではまた連絡します。
I suppose that's why she was so glad that he refused anyways, because she had to kill him either way, so might as well, like, stay true to who he is.
失礼します。
For a while, I kept holding the telephone receiver, lost in thought. Then I put it down and dialed a number that I'd become very familiar with.
はい、エコノミーホテル沖宮でございます。
406号室、富武をお願いします。高野とお伝えください。
はい、今お取り次ぎしますので、少々お待ちください。
He ain't there. The telephone operator put me on hold, leaving behind only electronic music. I waited for about a minute and the operator came back on again.
申し訳ございません。406号室のお客様は、ただいま外出中でございます。お電話があった旨ご伝言いたしましょうか。
もう何度も伝言を頼んでるから結構です。富武さんはいつ外出したかわかりますか？いつ頃戻るかわかりますか？
申し訳ございません。それにつきましてはお答えできかねます。
Unlucky.
わかりました。またかけます。
I put down the phone before the operator finished speaking. This is the third time I've tried calling him. I left a message telling him to call me back, but he hasn't. Why? Is he out taking photographs by himself? Or is he waiting for me behind the shrine where we usually meet? Bro, she wants to meet with him again. Or talk to him at least one last time. That's kind of sad that there's still that, like, that part of her that, like, kind of wants to be with him. Who would think I would actually come all the way here expecting him to be waiting for me? I'm even surprised myself. People are in the middle of setting up tomorrow's festival. Tents are being put up for food stalls and preparations for various events are taking place. It's almost too noisy for me, what with people shouting as they work, plus the noise for the batteries from the batteries for the stalls. Soon, I reached the back of the shrine before realizing it. This is probably the best view in the whole village. This is where Jiro-san and I usually meet. Just maybe he's waiting for me here? Of course, that's just wishful thinking. God will never grant my wishes. He only has a bit of fun by testing me. I look down at the village below, letting the breeze blow through my hair. He usually follows me around while he stays in Hinamizawa. He persistently asks if I want to go out to eat, go for a walk, or take some photographs with him. But he hasn't done any of that this visit. His behavior towards me has changed. Maybe it's because you heard about the horrible impression I left with the new board of directors. Oh, no. That's what she thinks. Maybe he thinks I'm a mad scientist because of that incident. I feel that he's gradually losing interest in me. But I had my own complaints, too. I don't want him around. He's so persistent. But when I need him to listen to me, I can't get a hold of him. Damn. So she wanted to rely on him, but couldn't. But I did get through to him. What would I even talk about? What could I talk to him about? Right after talking to someone about the plan to assassinate him. Why should he even answer my call? I'm simply running wildly, and when I reach the point of no return, I'll want to be forgiven. And I want him to do that for me. Just because he always does whatever I want him to do, and he shows up whenever I need him. Who would forgive someone like me? Someone who has nowhere to go but hell. Would he forgive me? Out of sympathy? No way. While he'll be surprised, he'll do his job and arrest me. I'm a member of the SDF, after all, so what I'm doing is committing treason. Commuting treason. Unfortunately, she's like 100% correct that that's his plan right now. But, well, I don't know. Who knows if he'll be able to go through with it. He's going through with the investigation, but it's hard to say if he'll be able to fully go through with everything. I've been thinking about him a lot for the past few days. Just now, I realized something. He's not attractive at all as a man. He's no sense of humor or good taste. He has nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, he has a belly. Oh, come on, bro! But there's nothing appealing about him. He doesn't care about my schedule. He's persistent, and when I treat him nicely because I'm in a good mood, he becomes even more persistent. There really is absolutely nothing good about him. Despite his age, he tells me things like how the last time he held a woman's hand was when he did folk dancing at some summer camp. Furthermore, he says those things to make me laugh. He's hopeless. But more than anything, I can't stand when he completely ignores my feelings. I want to be alone sometimes. I don't want to do anything sometimes. Yet he drags me out, completely ignoring how I feel. That's why, even when I'm exhausted or I don't feel like doing anything, I end up going with him, which makes me laugh. I always thought that just wore me out, yet I want him to drag me around. I'll probably never feel this way again, and yet he's not here. Do I really believe I don't want to spend time with him? Maybe I've just grown used to his abundant affection. When he took me out on a day I didn't want to do anything, I was in a bad mood at first, but after a while, I started to feel better and found myself having a lot of fun. If he was with me now, would he take me out to photograph birds like always? Would he happily explain it with his know-how, even though I didn't ask? That'd be very boring and troublesome, but that's what I honestly want right now. Do I see my grandpa in him? I loved my grandpa. He gave me a purpose to live. Needed him. I loved Uncle Koizumi. He helped me with my dream. Needed him. After both of them died, maybe I just sought their aspects in him. Am I starving for a protector? Maybe I'm so traumatized by my parents' accident that I need to have someone nearby to watch over me all the time. Maybe I'm still immature. My inner child is throwing a fit because she can't put together a toy, saying that if it's going to be broken anyway, she's going to break it herself. It won't be just my problem. It'll bring about a huge, irreversible tragedy. That's the only way to prove the truth of my grandfather's work. That belief allowed me to prepare up to this point. And in just a few days, the top members of the government will be scrutinizing my grandfather's article, and terrified by the worst-case scenario he predicted, they'll regret canceling our research and neglecting countermeasures as they pass their final resolution. That's when my grandfather's article will become truth, his great work uplifted, and his name carved into the pages of history. And then he will become a god, an eternal existence, and I will reveal the god worshipped as Yashiro-sama to be the Hinamizawa syndrome, casting them down to earth. I'm going to complete the 5th curse of Oyashiro-sama with Jiro-san's death, as well as my own. I'll become the one who curses, not the one who is cursed. I'll be in the position to test, instead of being tested. I will ascend to godhood. I'm going to make the curse a reality, and I'm going to kick the god of this place off her throne. And then grandfather and I will be together forever. Gods don't get tested. Fate doesn't test gods. No grief will separate us. I'll be with my grandpa forever. After that, we're going to work on our research together in that study, filled with the smell of formalin. Damn, man, these Takano scenes have just been so good. This whole chapter, every scene with Takano, I feel like is just so good. I'm really questioning how he feels, or how she feels about Toмотake, right? Not really wanting to kill him, trying somewhat to save him, trying to reach out to him and talk to him. Like, she feels like she needs him. And for once, she just wants to pointlessly wander. Damn, man. And then seeing her so motivated. A scene from happier days. Grandpa's at his desk, writing down something. I'm in a good mood, lying on my stomach on the carpet right behind him, while flapping my legs and humming a tune. I help him with his research by organizing his books as if I were playing with blocks. To return to those times is my only wish. Of course, if I could go back that far, I'd want my parents to be alive too. If I could play with my grandpa's books, while listening to my mother cooking in the kitchen and my father flipping through his newspaper, that would complete my happy world. It would be my ideal childhood. But that world doesn't have a door to the outside world, so I can't go over to my friend's house. Because if I did go to my friend's house, there wouldn't be anybody there when I returned. Nobody. Because they'd all have died in a train accident. So I don't want an outside world. I want to stay in my house with my parents and my grandfather. God damn, man. I am a doctor, after all. I can analyze myself. I know that what I'm wishing for is proof of my immaturity. But if I know that much, why do I still long for a parental figure in Jiro-san? Even as I plan an operation which includes his death, I'm still trying to hang on to him. If I'm gonna betray people so I can become a god, then I should remain a villain until my final moments. But if I'd rather be a lonely little girl, then I should remain modest and humble until my final moments. So maybe this is what really makes her, like... This thought process might be why she becomes so villainous, right? She thinks that's just the role she has to play. To, like, grow up and take that role of a god. Either way, if it's my way of life, nobody can criticize me for it. Because if I believe it's right, then all I can do is go on without listening to such criticism. But I still can't decide. So I want somebody to criticize me. Nobody's ever criticized my way of life. That's why I want to hear someone do it. I want someone to tell me my way of life is wrong. Oh my god, we're going to be able to talk no jutsu here, aren't we? I want Jiro-san to tell me I've done such a stupid thing, and I want him to slap me. Such masochistic desires. Speak a great deal as to how I'm rejecting my present self. Am I really still longing for a parent? I'm too old to call myself immature. Even if I do, nobody else will. No matter how mature I am inside, people will treat me as a grown person. They'll say I possess an adult's responsibility and proper judgment, that they've brought me this far already. I'll be judged before the devil. Will I still plead not to judge my immature self as a grown-up? Am I going to act that pathetically, even in front of the devil? I'm already going to hell, yet I can't completely become a devil. I hate the idea of hell, yet I refuse to try and repent. My mind can only float in a lake of blood, drifting as I drown. If only Jiro-san was here. My mind would clear up as I played along with his insensitive chatter. Why isn't he around when I need him the most? This is the last chance I'll have to spend time with him. I hate how immature I am, becoming so insecure just because he isn't around. I found myself before the offertory box. I came here when the Irie Clinic's construction had ended and the research at the Irie Institute was about to begin. I remember how bravely I challenged the god of this place. I was full of hope and ambition. After going through many hardships, I finally came this far. I even vowed I would become a god. I did so in front of the god of this place. I can vaguely recall my grandfather telling me a story similar to that. That's right, it was the story of the Tower of Babel. When there was only one language in this world, all people lived in one place with one will. In a display of their authority, they started to build a tower that would reach heaven. God got angry because these people had forgotten how to show respect to him. He believed all of man gathered to commit such an affront because they all shared one language and one will. So the communion was shattered. People were thrown into disorder. They were given many different languages so they wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. As they couldn't communicate with each other, many left. The tower which challenged heaven fell to ruin. Something like that, anyway. I'm not sure what the lesson is, but this is what my grandfather explained to me. Building a tower that reaches up to heaven is the greatest challenge for humans, but it is also a challenge to God. To challenge God was truly sinful, but as humans we couldn't help but test that untrodden peak. It's not easy to build a tower that's high enough to reach heaven. While they're building the tower, the people fall into disharmony and lose the mutual understanding they once started with. United wills thrown into disarray. This applies not to just a group of people, but can be said about one person as well. No matter how solid their will, the closer they come to heaven, the more limits God imposes on man. So even iron wills are sure to waver at some point. It is just too arrogant for humans to think that they can always carry out their original intentions. That must have been what my grandfather was thinking, deep down. I'm sure he lost hope many times since nobody even recognized the value of his research. Yet he believed in himself, and he believed that someday his work would be appreciated. Maybe that was his wish, rather than reaching heaven. Grandfather realized he wouldn't be able to complete his research, and maybe he was trying to find out where he could compromise. Humans can't build a tower that reaches heaven, but the story of the Tower of Babel is still around. It didn't reach heaven, but we still tell the story of the tower that challenged God. According to the story, the tower was left behind with nobody to work on it. The incomplete tower stayed in that place for a long time, never achieving its goal. But if somebody were to see it, they would realize how great it was that someone accepted that challenge and praised their name. I took over the tower from my grandfather and tried to make it reach heaven, but I ended up succumbing to the same fate. And if it's going to be destroyed anyway, I will try to destroy it myself. What am I doing anyway? If I had tried to continue grandfather's research, his work on Hinamizawa syndrome would have remained forever. Even if it was an empty tower that nobody ever visited, if somebody did come by, they would praise whoever attempted that challenge. They would have praised my grandfather. But I took over his work, and I built the tower even closer to heaven, which made God angry. And the tower is now going to be destroyed. The tower will become a pile of rubble. When the Irie Institute is shut down, all of its records will be destroyed. My grandfather's wish for his work to be appreciated by someone will never be granted. I tried to make my grandfather an eternal existence. Yet I ended up making that an impossibility. How can I call myself Mio Takano? Instead of inheriting the 1, 2, 3 from my grandfather and continuing the count to 3, 4, I reduced it all to 0. If it wasn't for me, my grandfather's work would have remained an empty tower, would have stayed in this world forever. But I ruined it. I did that. I can feel myself sweating. Sweat reminds me that I've done something inexorable. When did I make a mistake? Where did I go wrong? It wasn't when I came here. It was before that. I started to walk down the wrong path long before that. If I put myself in my grandfather's spot, I know. My grandfather was working on a great challenge. He built a mighty tower, and was supposed to continue to stand there and wait for someone to appreciate it. Grandfather definitely said he wanted his work to be valued by someone, even after his death. But I misunderstood. Somewhere along the way, I made a wrong turn. I misinterpreted grandfather's wish, and I ruined it. I ruined everything. I tried to make him an eternal existence, yet I destroyed him. Grandfather built an eternal tower, yet I raised it. Where did I make a mistake? What went wrong? It's obvious! My grandfather counted to 3, and with that, it was complete. I simply tried to do more with addition, and everything collapsed, and now all of it is ruined. I shouldn't have tried to count to 4. I shouldn't have done anything. Besides, Grandfather didn't even ask me to continue his research. A little girl shouldn't play in this dark study. Go outside and play with your friends. I remember my grandfather telling me things like that. But I refused and stayed in the study so I could help him. And eventually, he stopped telling me to play outside and just enjoyed having my company while he worked. But when we first met, he used to say things like that. Then what? Living with Grandpa was the first mistake I made? Then what? When I escaped the orphanage, I shouldn't have called Grandpa. I shouldn't have found a 10-yen coin. I shouldn't have asked Grandpa to help me. Ah, now I remember. I know where I belong. Bang, 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 bang. Bro, what? The noise of something metal striking something else is getting closer. It's getting closer and closer. I'm not allowed to fall asleep. I wasn't asleep. I just had my eyes closed. That's all. Sorry. X, damn you, X. X, come on, XX, damn it. XX. Bro. There's something about this CG. It just is really resonating with me. About this being the way she views that flashback. Don't kick, don't kick! I'm afraid of the metal sound. Please don't kick it. I'm not being kicked, but the noise is kicking me. So please don't kick the metal fence, please! My body is getting cracked. I think my body is getting cracked. All the dirty, itchy, and painful things soak into those cracks, and the filth and prickling feel horrible. It's soaking into my chest, gathering together. I desperately try to resist so that it won't touch my heart. But the dirtiness and itching draw together more and more. My whole chest is soaked, and soon enough my face will be swallowed. Even drowning in this dirtiness and itching, I try desperately to hold my breath so that at least my heart won't be soaked with it. X, damn it. X. X. I can't hold my breath any longer. I drown in an ocean of muck. And yet, as I'm taking on the muck, my heart desperately struggles not to be tainted by it, to rise above it until my heart, too, sinks into the sea of grime. Only creatures that have lived on land will gasp and suffer the pain of drowning as they long to return to dry land. Creatures that have always lived in the ocean never drown. Grandpa won't come help me. That is the best thing for me and him both. I am X. See? When I stop struggling, there is no more noise. I don't have to hear that scary metal noise. Is it a roar or a yell? I needed to borrow strength to scream in order to come back to the present world. My body's all sweaty, feels dirty, itchy, and painful. It reminds me of that day. I can feel welts coming on as the sweat crawls down my skin. No, it's just a delusion. It can't be itchy, because all of that is long over. I take a bath every day. I scrub my body until it turns raw and red. So not even the slightest drop of that horrible filth could possibly remain. I can't help it. I remember the filth. I only get rid of it by scratching my arm so hard it leaves marks. I can't get rid of the itching. I can't get rid of the filth. Of course I can't. I am a filthy existence. Grandpa should never have saved someone like me. God damn, dude. Seeing Takano's mindset it's horrible. Meeting me made him unhappy. I shouldn't have existed. I shouldn't have been born. I should have stayed inside that metal fence and spent my whole life there. I need to go back inside it. I should have never left. That place is where I belong. Corner me with that horrible metal noise. crush me with that filth, itchiness, and pain, and then kill me, so that I'll never meet Grandpa. Dude. Tell me she's about to see Hanyu. Is that your wish? Yes. Much like those left behind at the top of Babel's crumbling tower, or Icarus, unable to reach heaven only to fall. That is my final wish. Bring me back inside that metal fence, and give me back the fate that's suitable for my filthy existence. The wish of a liar will never come true. But I'm not a liar. You've spoken your true wish once. You have to realize that's your greatest wish, and I cannot grant that wish just yet. Are you saying that's the punishment we sinful humans face for challenging God? You should already know. The strength of your desire is what creates the future. You lack that strength. Ugh. Are you saying I haven't tainted myself enough? Well, even the gates of hell remain shut for someone not fully committed like me.
Rika さん、さとこちゃん。
Dude. What a fucking scene. I don't know. I just love Takano's character so much, right? Like, and seeing her really struggle like that is, I don't know. It's just kind of like it's fantastic to me, right? Seeing her think back to those memories, and she's even reaching the point where she was like, if I could have one wish, it's to leave me in that fence, never meet Grandpa, right? Like, never have gone through any of the things I got to, like, or went through, like, after that. Like, that's where I went wrong, right? It's like she's just so obviously very, very deeply affected by everything that's happened to her. I don't know. Like, there's a part of me that wants to believe that there's a good person within her, right? That could be theoretically saved. Like, I don't think that... I don't know. Like, I don't necessarily think it's gonna happen, right? At this point, saving Takano would be kind of hard, but, like, I mean, even she says it. She wants someone to reprimand her way of life, right? Tell her that what she's doing is wrong. Like, I think they might be building to that, genuinely, right? That might be where they're going. Just would be so fascinating if that's how, like, things changed, right? Is instead of brute forcing their way and stopping Takano, they somehow, like, reach to Takano, right? I don't necessarily know if that's the ending I want. I don't know. But I could see it, right? And if that happened, if it was well written, of course. And I think they're doing so much setting it up that if they did it, I think it'd be decently well written, at least, right? If they kind of redeem her, have her stop this plot somehow, right? I think it could fit, right? But I could definitely see them not going that direction at the same time, you know? So I'm definitely intrigued to see where they go with it, but man, I didn't really talk that much during that scene, but that scene was just kind of a journey, right? Like, what a fucking scene. Takano's scenes are just so good, right? Like, as we learn more about her personally. She's such a great character, man. Alright, let's move on to Irie's scene for now. We can maybe talk a little more about the Takano scene later.
容体はいかがですか？私です。入江です。
As Akasaka-san warned me, I have to be careful. Akasaka-san opened the door silently.
お疲れ様です。外は賑やかですね。
We haven't even informed them of the plan.
明日のお祭りの準備で大にぎわいです。これは模擬店部会さんからお見舞いにと持たされたかき氷です。せっかくなので いただきましょう。
これはありがたい。いただきましょう。
Akasaka-san is wearing a t-shirt, but he's still drenched in sweat. All the windows have been shut, and he can't even open the curtains, so it's very hot inside. But even accounting for that, he's still sweating like mad.
すごい汗ですね。確かにこの暑さでは無理もありません。
いえ、トレーニングを少ししていただけです。
Of course he was.
ドタバタするわけにはいきませんので、もちろん、有事があるなしにかかわらず、体は常に臨戦態勢にしておかなければ。
適度な運動は気分転換にもいいですからね。このようなところでずっと緊張を強いられていては、精神的にも参ってしまうでしょうに。
いえ、慣れてますから。でも、先生の差し入れはとても助かります。
Akasaka-san smiled like a happy child as he ate the strawberry-flavored shaved ice. Can you blame him?
何か動きはありますか？富武さんから連絡は？
いえ、まだ何も動きはありません。あ、高野さんが富武さんと連絡がつかないと言っていました。
身の安全のために宿を変えているはずでしたね。勘つかれたのでしょうか？
いえ、そういう不信感を持ってはいないようです。私も写真撮影に飛び回っているのではないかとフォローしています。
That's pretty believable.
怪しまれるのも時間の問題ですね。風向きはどちらにせよ、近いうちに強い風が吹きそうです。入江先生、くれぐれもご用心を。
ええ、もちろんですよ。ああ、そうだ。先ほど大石さんにお会いしまして、こんな話が進んでいるので伝えてほしいと頼まれました。
I explained the 48-hour operation to Akasaka-san. Akasaka-san seemed impressed with the notion, especially because I told him it came from the girls. The Keiichi disrespect.
うまい手ですね。連中に相当の揺さぶりをかけられるでしょう。そのうろたえぶりから富武さんが敵の尻尾をつかめる可能性は十分にあると思います。
Find who panics.
で、その作戦の指導は？
Tomorrow.
それは今夜、大石さんと皆さんが打ち合わせして決めるようですが、やはり時間はかけられないということで、早ければ明日の早朝には決行するそうです。
そうですね。長い時間臨戦態勢でいるのはかなりの消耗を強いられます。打てる手があるなら早いうちの方がいい。
赤坂さんがひなみ沢に滞在できる休暇の限界もありますしね。いつまでなんですか？
家内には一応日曜日の深夜には帰ると言いましたが、事情が変わればやむを得ません。幸恵も警視の妻です。分かってくれると思います。
ここでは奥さんに電話をすることもできませんね。それは辛い役を押し付けてしまったものです。
大丈夫です。新婚時代じゃあるまいし、毎晩電話しなきゃ見下り班ってわけじゃありません。
Although he says that, it's easy to tell that Akasaka-san wants to hear the sound of her voice.
赤坂さんの方では何か変化はありましたか？何か必要なものがあれば持ってきますので。
必要なものは特にありません。変化は難しいところです。何しろ祭りの準備でこれだけの出入りがありますからね。その中に不審な気配が混じり込んでいてもとても私には分かりません。むしろ逆にこの人混みの中にここを監視する敵も混じり込んでいると思って警戒するくらいがちょうどいいでしょう。
そうですね。そうそう、山犬ですが、やはり赤坂さんがおっしゃったように動き出しているようです。お好みさんに予定を聞いたところ、5年目のたたりに便乗した愉快犯がリカちゃんを狙う可能性を考慮して祭りの前後に警護体制のレベルを上げたというのです。
Who would do that?
うん、現在の状況と一致しますね。まるで明日の祭りに合わせて表も裏も全ての準備が同時に進んでいる気がします。
Festivals where things are gonna get real interesting.
明日はいろいろな意味で祭りになるとおっしゃるわけですね。
Oh, that's one way to put it. If the 48-hour operation gets underway tomorrow morning, it'll be quite the turbulent day. Yes, everything will change. Starting tomorrow, June 19th, 1983. A tempestuous day that divides a peaceful world from a tragic one. The fate of the world will change on that day. I finished my secret meeting with Akasaka-san and left while calling up to the second floor window, pretending to address the girls. When some villagers saw me do that, they asked how they were doing. They asked me about both girls, which made me very happy. What Oreo-san said yesterday has already spread among the villagers. It seems it really was as simple as Oreo saying something. In other words, the curse of a Yashiro-sama may have already lifted, even before tomorrow's festival. If nothing happens tomorrow, then this village is finally free from the curse and the ghost of the dam conflict. As we prepare for the upcoming battle, I realize the extent of the responsibility we've taken on, but at the same time, that gives me strength. Knowing how important your job is. After greeting officials under the main tent, I ran into Takano-san as I headed back to the clinic. It's unusual for her to be here alone. If Tomotaki-san was with her, I could understand, but she'd never come here by herself. For a moment, I thought maybe she suspected a connection between me and Akasaka-san, but it doesn't seem that way. I'm relieved.
珍しいですね。こんなところでどうされたのですか？
いいえ、別に。
That's one way to put it.
ちょっとした気まぐれの散歩ですわ。
Yeah, she's a lot on her mind.
そうですか。今日は気持ちいい風が吹きますからね。散歩も気持ちがいいと思いますよ。
二郎さんもそんな風に誘われて一人で散歩に行っているのかしら。
God damn, bro. Those words had a strange nuance to them. Takano-san normally only spends time with Tomotaki-san out of politeness. At least, that's how she's been acting. So when I heard her say that, I was a little surprised.
そうかもしれません。彼は東京の人ですからね。ひなみ沢の自然や空気はとても貴重なものだとわかるのでしょう。
所長、二郎さん、どこに行かれてるかご存知ありません？
いえ、存じませんが。はて。
昨夜の会合にも欠席してますわね。他のスタッフが進行してくれたからいいですけど。本来なら二郎さんの役目じゃないんですかしら。職務怠慢でしてよ。
This is going in the wrong direction. I have to change the subject.
まあ、彼もたまには羽を伸ばしたいと思うこともあるんじゃないでしょうか。
Bro, you're not the person I want when it comes to lying.
彼にもあるんですよ。一人になりたい時が。あなたと同じにね。
そうですわね。
Bro is not helping the case.
私ったら。
God, she looks so damn depressed. I think that went well. She didn't ask about Tomotaki-san after that. Well, it's more like you cleared things up on your end, probably, but... Bro. I'm only imagining, yeah. He probably just put, the amount of thoughts he probably just had running through her head because of that statement. God. When I look around, I can imagine how lavish the festival is going to be tomorrow. Watanagashi is the biggest festival of the year around here. It's grown in scale ever since the dam conflict ended, and this year, the village festival is hitting a peak. I'm sure villagers of all ages will be enjoying themselves tomorrow. Takano-san and I overlooked that heartwarming scene.
明日は楽しいお祭りになるでしょうね。
Takano is going through one of the least fun days of her life tomorrow. Well, I mean, I don't know. She's going through something really big tomorrow, bare minimum.
ええ、楽しい祭りになりますわね。
The conversation was very ironic, but we both meant something different as we spoke.
祭りの幕開けが楽しみですね。
ええ、楽しい祭りの幕開けですわ。
I noticed an indescribably bitter smile on her face.
明日は晴れるといいですね。せっかくここまで準備して、雨で中止なんて気の毒です。
ここまで大々的に準備した盛大なお祭りですもの。雨天ごときで中止になるわけありませんわ。
Okay. This has got to be new, right? I don't think we've heard this. There's been a lot of new music.
そうですね。
It definitely means a little more than you like it seems on the surface from Takano.
明日はどんな天気になろうとも必ず祭りになりますね。
Things are hitting the fan tomorrow.
ええ、盛大なお祭りになりますわよ。きっと。
Oishi-san had agreed to participate. In other words, he had given us the green light.
やるね。さぞや話をまとめるのは難しかったでしょう。
いや、それがね。
Let's say it took him all of 5 seconds to convince his people.
私が呆れるくらいあっさり皆さん船に乗ってくれちゃいまして。いやー、若さっていいなあ。私一人だけがうじうじとみっともないったらありゃしないです。もう後には引けません。この大石クラウド。切るならど真ん中。最後まで突っ張りますよ。
Alright, Orishi, bro, come on. Oishi Kuraudo. Oishi-san was always a man with great presence. He seemed pretty reliable when he's that determined. This will work. This operation will be a success. The enemy's unthinkably strong, but we're going on the offensive first. It's like in sumo, right? No matter how huge the opponent may be, there's a chance the entire match can be settled in an instant, with a quick shift in stance during the opening rush.
ね、リカ、味方が多いというのはこんなにも心強いことなのです。
もうあんたに口を挟む気はないわ。
Bro, she gave up.
ほんの数日前まで私は運命に屈しかけていたというのに、それから数日を経ただけでここまで変わるなんて、これは本当に運命をひっくり返せるかもしれない。
リカ、そんな弱い気持ちではダメなのです。
Let her know.
そうね。
It's not just possible, it will happen.
ひっくり返せるかも、ひっくり返す。
There we go.
勝つ。私たちは運命を打ち破る。
となれば、次に重要なのはトラップのタイミングですわね。
タイミングも何もねえだろ。即時発動だろ。今夜にはリカちゃんが姿を消してから48時間が成立する。待てば待つほど相手を利するんだから、すぐに仕掛けるべきだと思うぜ。
Don't be hasty.
そうだね。慎重さは今回に限り相手を利するだけというのはどうか。
I mean, like, it needs to be quick, but don't be overly hasty.
守りは慎重であるべきだけど、攻めは大胆であるべきだと思う。圭一とレナの太鼓判がもらえればとても心強いのです。どうですか、みんな。
私は依存ないわ。もう覚悟は決まってる。いつだって OK よ。
木はすでに熟してる。どう見るさとこ。
急ぐのはもちろんですけど、今すぐというのは早すぎますわ。
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
相手の隙をつくなら、もう少し冷静に引き金を絞るべきでございましたよ。
I do wonder how, like at the ritual dance, like if they did it there, how crazy would that be?
奇襲なら夜だろ。今を除いて最高のタイミングがあるのかよ。
まあ落ち着きな。サトコの言うのも一理あるし、奇襲の定番は夜襲。でもね、ほら、こうして深夜でも血気盛んでしょ。夜襲が効果的だったのは電気がなかった時代の話だよ。近代戦では深夜は奇襲になり得ない。もっと最適な時間帯がある。
奇襲により適した時間帯があるのですか。はわわわ。
わかったわ。幼稚の反対。朝がけね。
ほほう、難しい言葉をご存知ですね。
Yeah, because she's actually like way older than even you are.
確かに人間、どの時間に一番電話がもらいたくないかと言ったら、深夜よりは明け方です。何しろ寝ぼけているところでは正常な判断ができませんからね。
We saw that in the response to the disaster.
夜明け前の奇襲。いいタイミングだと思う。
私もそれが一番効果的だと思う。高野さんの性格から考えて、5年目のたたりを装う形で何かのアクションを起こす可能性は極めて大だと思う。なら 今夜はそれの前夜にあたる。
前夜ほど流行る心を抑え十分な睡眠をとろうと思うのが人というものなのです。見えてきましたわね、最高のトラップタイミングが。
夜明けの奇襲か。なんだよそれ。
That does sound kind of tough. We ride at dawn, gentlemen.
男として生まれたからには一度はやってみたいシチュエーション。燃えてきた。
前原さんもうちの連中と同じですね。
Bro, he would fit right in, wouldn't he?
おや？ということは、男で燃え上がっていないのは私だけってことですかね。
In this room, bare minimum, yes. Well, I guess that doesn't say much. I don't know that I'd say like Irie is psyched, but...
やれやれ。よーし！
Lock in, Oishi, okay.
ならいいですね。明日の早朝に48時間作戦を発動します。これで敵がどう動くかです。相手を撹乱し、その出方に合わせて攻撃する。これは遊撃作戦ですよ。
よーし、部長園崎美音の名において48時間作戦の発動を命ず。
That's what we were waiting for.
決行は明朝4時。
4 a.m.
一気に慌ただしくなる可能性が高い。総員は何があっても即応できるよう心身のコンディションを最高で保つこと。そして忘れるな、ひなみ沢の後輩はこの一戦にあり、敵の陰謀を許せば村が滅ぶかもしれないんだよ。
This is what we want to see out of Mion, that leadership. I love it.
けなこと我が部の目が黒いうちには許すかってんだ。
さあ、相手がどう出るか、鬼が出るか大蛇が出るか。みー、ニャーニャーが出てくるかもなのです。
Wouldn't that be swell?
そうだったら可愛いですわね。それはないです。絶対に大きな動きが起こります。
Alright, bro, it was a joke.
例えるならこれは微震、大きな津波が押し寄せる前の予兆のよう。
Yep.
そうだね、レナもその微震を感じてるよ。さあ、その津波を起こしてやろう。飲み込まれるのは村か連中か。
俺たちはその波で波乗りとしゃれ込んでやるぜ。
Alright. This 48-hour operation will be a shock to the enemy. They'll panic, their pace will be off, and they're guaranteed to slip up somehow. We don't know how they're going to slip up, but just knowing that they will and preparing ourselves to act gives us the full advantage. We're surrounding our enemies on this huge game board that is Hinamizawa. This game, this festival, will start with our siege. Come on, we're ready. We're ready for June 19th, 1983. Let's do it. Hey, Rika. Have this many emotions ever gathered on this day? Actually, there were always this many emotions in this world. There were always countless numbers of them gathered on this forgotten June 19th. We just never realized it, because we always looked at the world subjectively. There's so many people in this world, and each of them has very important emotions. Those countless feelings are collecting together and giving shape to this world, this fragment. With this many emotions, what kind of world will we see? What kind of fragment will we be granted? Who will win, Takano or us? The time to find out is now. Let's open it. Let's open the door to June 19th of 1983. Here we go. It's about to be time. Arguably, I should end the episode here, but guess what? I'm not going to. So, this is probably the best stopping point, like, I would get, you know, right before things really hit the fan, but, I don't care. So let's talk about Sub-Chapter 9, which was an interesting one. A few interesting things happened that I feel like are going to be pretty easy to kind of forget, like, with everything, right? So, I mean, like, one of the big ones, I mean, like, okay, so this is when they, I think they might have formulated the 48-hour operation in the prior subchapter. But some of the things I know happened in this subchapter, right, was this whole scene at the graveyard with Oishi, right, like, deciding on whether or not they would take up the operation, right, like getting him subordinate, seeing if they would get involved or not, right, which they quickly did, and, I mean, that was basically that, right, they all agreed. And so before this all happens, since he knows he's going to be busy tomorrow, he decides to go to the grave of the foreman one last time, and I think it was honestly like it was a great scene, right? Seeing him finally start to lose that hatred of the Sonozakis, because they're there giving flowers every year, multiple years in a row, right? They regret how things played out. They're saying the damn war's over. Like, we don't have to continue this. And finally he starts to relent, right? And I think it was great to see Oishi, who's been so laser focused on them for what we know is 5 real years of his life, and then 7 chapters. You know, we've seen him so like confident that it's the Sonozakis and how much he hates them, right? And to finally see like some sense of like normalcy between the two parties it's just kind of great. We also get to see like Akane and Shion in the scene. We don't see much of Akane throughout the game, so it's nice to see any more of her, right? Learn a little more about who she is. We see Shion, and she has like, I mean, she's just kind of makes a peaceful appearance. I've said it a million times. That better not be it for her. She better show up, right? Somehow she better get involved in this. It would be so insane if she was like one of the only characters that just randomly wasn't involved in chapter 8, right? I don't know. I'm surely she gets involved, but also like she better, you know? She better. After that we get the scene, like a fantastic scene with Takano, right? Of Takano, like she just goes out kind of on a walk, right? She tries to reach Toмотake and she can't, right? He's not at the hotel, right? And so she's like, maybe I'll find him at the spot we usually meet. Maybe he'll just be there, right? Which would certainly be convenient, right? But it kind of shows how bad she feels like she needs him, right? She's going through a lot in this moment. She hasn't fully sealed her resolve even the day before, right? She's saying things like, I wish someone would admonish my way of life. I'm so immature, right? Her explanation was like, it's like a child with a broken toy, right? Or a toy that can't be fixed, and they decide they're going to be the one that breaks the toy, right? If it's going to be broken, right? Like, that's how she's commenting on her own like immaturity in her head, right? And then she talks about how much like she always like never like always like disliked Toмотake being so pushy, and she's like, there's nothing attractive about him, but yet I need him so bad right now and he's not here, like the time that I truly need him, right? It's honestly kind of depressing, right? Seeing her kind of realize this, and Toмотake is just not there, right? Not that I think him being there would really fix the situation, but like, damn. And then beyond that, she starts to get flashbacks to her past, right? And she believes genuinely that she should have just died in that orphanage, right? After her escape attempt, right? She shouldn't have called her grandfather. She should have just died. God, man. Takano is to me, such a well-written character. And I don't know. Like, at first I kind of talked about the idea that, like, in Chapter 7, she seemed like just comically evil. In it for the love of the game, right? But I really like that that's not the direction they went, honestly, right? Not that, like, it's not to say that, again, that you can excuse the things she does in those chapters. But also, I'm just going to say it, technically speaking, Chapter 8 Takano is not guilty of those things yet, right? So I could see all of this sympathizing with her and understanding her backstory be an attempt to allow her to, like, kind of overcome everything, right? Or to, like, like, or to kind of overcome how distraught and traumatized she is. And not to say that there will be no repercussions for her, right? She's done some, even still, she's done some bad things, right? Like with the, like, ordering the murder of the Furude couple, right? She's certainly not, like, innocent, right? But I don't know, like, I like that they went this way where you can at least picture the possibility of her being redeemed, and you can understand why she's taken the actions that she has, right? You can understand what's led her to this point, right? And I just love when like that is how a villain is. Like, that's my favorite type of villain. And so I love that Takano has kind of gone that direction. So beyond that, we get some basic stuff like Irie talking to Akasaka, and they kind of start to, like, he tells them about the, like, Akasaka about the 48-hour plan or operation, and that's most of that scene, frankly. Then Irie talks to Takano, and I feel like he low-key rubs salt in the wound when Takano's asking where Tomotage is. And Irie, like, sees things spiraling, and he's like, I bet he just wants to be alone. I can't see this helping Takano's mind state, right? Like, I don't know. Like, given her situation, I feel like she's going to take that the wrong way, you know? And then we just have Oishi agreeing to the 48-hour operation, and we're officially commencing it at dawn, 4 a.m. tomorrow. And that's where we're about to pick up from, because we're not ending the episode here. We are not ending the episode here, so let's go ahead and continue to subchapter 10. Let's do this. This might be a long one, so there's a non-zero. Surely it's not so long that I have to split this video in half, right, or into two, based on how long recent episodes have been, right? Surely not. It was past midnight and almost dawn. A very quiet time of the night where staying up late and getting up early melded together. That exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okanogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries. They really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly, the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately.
毎度おこの偽造園でございます。はい。
Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against the desk, but he was too panicked to care. Takano dashed into the underground security room in a hurry.
お休みのところ申し訳ございません。サンさん。
コーヒーは後よ。状況を。本当なの？
はい。午前4時15分。沖宮署内で身元不明死体が R であるということが確認されたという情報が入りました。
Here it goes.
そんなわけないでしょ。だって R は風邪で寝込んでいるんでしょ。それはあんたたちが監視してたんでしょ。
そのサンさ、話に続きがありまして、沖宮署の諜報員によると死後48時間が経過しているとか。
How are we going to react to this information? Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier. Takano just couldn't understand.
そんなことありえない。だって。じゃあ村人はどうして平然としてるの？早ければ36時間の段階で、つまり夕べの時点で。
しかし諜報員によると、これはかなり確実性の高い情報とのことで、村への進行上の影響を危惧して、現在署内に強い箝口令が敷かれているということです。
確実性が高いって言うなら、あんたたちが見張ってたあの家のフルでリカは誰なのよ。
サンサー、監視体制は完璧です。フルでリカは間違いなく現在監視体制が敷かれて以来、彼女が外出したことはただの一度もありません。
You verified once that she's in there?
中にいたことも入江署長が確認なさっています。
Okay, with that information, I hope Irie is somewhere safe.
絶対にありえません。
ならどういうことよ。警察が死体はリカで48時間前に死んだって言ってるのよ。それがデマだっていうの？デマ？そうよ、勘違いかもしれない。だって私の作戦なら今日の夜私は岐阜県警内の工作員を使って同じ手法で偽装死を装うつもりだったんじゃない？
They got beat to the punch, but maybe that means they're not gonna fall for the bait.
これは偽装よ。いやデマよ。何かの勘違いに違いない。
Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he'd been wrong. What about everyone who believed in his words? What would they think?
失礼します。東京の野村様よりお電話です。
Oh lord. Word's gone out.
どこで鍵つけてるのよ、あの女は。私が電話をしている間に大至急沖宮署の死体を調べさせなさい。
現在は非常に困難です。協力員が明朝に出勤すれば沖宮署へアプローチをかけさせ確実に状況を確認できます。
その早朝というのは何時？午前5時？6時？大至急よ。急がせなさい。おはようございます。高野です。
Got all pleasant on the phone, huh? All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, which served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okinomiya.
ああ、沖宮署の方が分かり次第、俺とサンサに連絡しろ。それより R 宅の監視体制だが、 R の在宅確認をなぜ怠った？
風邪だったということで受話器を取らなかったものと思いました。その後入江署長が訪問し在宅を確認したため、それをもって在宅確認としておりました。
Bro, Irie is so fucked if he's not in hiding. It's so obvious that he's betrayed them, right?
Amazing. R 宅に少なくとも誰かがいるのは間違いないんだな。
はい、それは間違いなく。隊長、R 宅に突入してはまだギリギリ可能な時間帯です。
そいつはサンサの許可がなけりゃできん。サンサも沖宮署の件が判明するまで突入許可は出すまい。突入命令に備えて R 宅監視を増員、8人体制に増やせ。
Bro. Akasaka, bro. Lock in.
隊長、今日は境内で祭りがある日です。監視はできるでしょうが、突入はおそらく本日深夜まで不可能です。
うまいタイミングだ。うますぎる。うますぎるんじゃねえのか、こいつは。
Definitely. Okanoki's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okanogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike.
そういや富武に先日の診療所での会合に欠席したってな。
Brother is fucked.
でしたでしょうか。
サンサ、俺に奴がどこに行ったか知らないかとか聞いたよな。
まさか富武兄が
ウグイスで富武の寝床を確認しろ。
Brother's been gone.
こいつは一杯食わされたかもしらんぞ。
さて、もう後戻りはできんぞい。
It's been done.
さて、これで大山明堂して何が出るっすかね。
Kumagai was trembling with excitement.
クマちゃん、私は通信センターの方へここは絶対に死守してください。
なっせ、死んでも誰も通さないです。
後のわしの役目はかかってくる電話をごまかすことだの。わしもわしの持ち場へ戻るぞい。熊谷、ここは頼むぞ。
任してください。
Is bro about to get genuinely murked so that they can see the body? Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communication center. Like, didn't this song play like right as they were dying? Bro, I feel like someone here is fucked. Oishi was on his way back to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. During business hours, each section answers its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the communication center answers them instead.
どうですかこちらは。
はい。ついさっき外線経由が鑑識課の直通番号に1本。
相手は
県警本部大高警部です。
おお、大高くんか。へえ。
Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy, and he had started to move just as they planned. Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oishi had never liked Otaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi, who believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department.
通話が終わったようです。
じい様に聞いてみよう。ピッポッパッと。もしもし、おーっと、大丈夫。いかがでした
青にさいが生きがりおってからに鼻であしらってやったわ。やっこさん、お高に来とる。
bro, rage baiting at the prime age of like 75.
所長の出勤を待って、朝一でこっちに直接踏み込んでくるぞ。
What a master.
相変わらずことを派手にしたがる性分だな。てめえの体一つで喧嘩もできないんですかね。
Is the guy who led the charge in chapter 6? I think it was.
わしもますますに面白くなってきたぜ。今の電話で眠気が飛んだわ。やはりいる。お前の言う怪しげな連中がゾロゾロと這い出してくるのを感じるぜ。
Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons, over here. Come further in. Bro, Tomitake might be fucked.
もしもし、富武です。
Uh-oh. Yeah, you answering a phone call is not good right now, bro. Tomatake's in trouble. Irie is in trouble, in my opinion, if they connect the dots. Right? The police office could be in trouble. It's a bold plan. We're gonna see how this goes.
おはようございます。富武に早朝にすみません。山犬に動きがありましたのでご連絡します。つい先ほど山犬の全隊員に非常招集がかけられました。目的は不明です。
そうですか。動きがありましたか。
Tomitake turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he answered.
それからそちらの警察内で妙な情報が流れています。まだ裏付けが取れませんが、女王感染者であるフルデリカの死体が発見されたというのです。
詳しい話を。
収容されていた身元不明死体の身元がフルデリカだったというものです。死後48時間を経過しているとか。
Surely Tagnos can be like, wait a second.
緊急マニュアル第34号の発令基準を超えた事態ですが、そちらでは何か情報が入っていません。
いえ、私は沖宮にいますので分かりませんが、それはありえないでしょう。多分女王感染者の死亡は何かの誤報だと思います。
Come on, bro.
こちらも誤報を疑っていますが、分析では情報の精度は極めて高く、ほぼ間違いないとのことです。
Think about this logically.
未確認ですが、鑑識課職員複数が証言していると。
しかし
Bro Tomitake realized something. He realized that the Okonomiya police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomitake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is the signal for an explosion. They must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it, within 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there's no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the mountain dogs have been called in.
もしもし、富武に。
はい。どうやら現状を考えると、入江機関に不穏な動きがないと断言することは難しいようです。一切に入江機関を緊急査察されるよう進言をお願いします。また、最悪の事態に備え、番犬部隊への予備命令も進言します。
了解しました。9時になればもっとまとまった連絡が入ってくると思います。
Okay, they're ready to deploy. Shit might get real.
山犬造反となればそちらも危険です。十分ご注意を。
もちろん用心してます。
では、次の定期連絡は9時に。
It was 6 a.m. Tomitake would get another call in 3 hours.
ウグイス1より前へ。富武は406号室だ。屋外監視問題ないか。
ウグイス4野外監視問題なし。
ウグイス5フロア問題なし。 ウグイス3。室内は無音。多分、就寝してます。
There was a do not disturb sign on Tomatake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This is a great chance for the Nightingales.
リカ、生かして捕らえろ。サンサのオーダーだぞ。始めろ。
They tried to break into Tomatake's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. He ain't in this room. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishings were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomatake couldn't be found. They built up the suspense like we didn't know that he was elsewhere, right? But then there's still that small part of you that's like, he isn't actually there, right? He's not about to get, like, actually fucked.
どうしたウグイス3、応答しろ。
そう、もぬけの殻です。
It was still early in the morning, but the room was empty.
どういうことでしょう。富武には野鳥撮影と散策の趣味がありました。まさか早朝からどこかへ出かけているのでは。
Nah, you've been duped.
いや、違う。こいつは多分やられたぞ。
He definitely did. The do not disturb sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there since at least the day before. Knowing that Tomatake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then.
多分、奴は襲撃を予見して宿を変えたんだ。そうか。それでしばらく姿を現さなかったのか。サンサに緊急連絡。畜生、こっちの作戦が漏れているぞ。
Okanoki realized that he hadn't been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed, and without the basis of the final operation was shaky. Okanogi felt that the Major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomatake suspected us and went into hiding, then after, caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails.
全てができすぎだぜ。くそ。向こうの計略に綺麗に決まっちまったみたいだぞ。
Yeah, more or less. Okanogi tried to calm himself. If he's going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomatake was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation, so he must be waiting somewhere for a report from that department. Tomatake was probably at a new hotel, probably somewhere in Okinomiya.
東京班のカラスに連絡を取れ。おそらく調査部が定期連絡してる相手がいるはずだ。その相手の番号を調べさせろ。そいつが獅子骨市内の番号だったらビンゴだ。
He's still in trouble, man. Okanogi was confident about his hunch, but if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okinomiya police station wasn't R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomatake and then check the body at the station. That was all.
隊長、カラスに連絡が取れました。通話内容は確認不能ですが、電話番号だけなら何とかできると。ただし時間が欲しいそうです。
どの程度？
ほんの数時間ほどだそうです。
ほんのときたもんか。せかしゃしねえが、可能な限り急げと伝えろ。
It was a little past 6 a.m. Oh no. It's gonna be close. It was already light outside, but still too early for the cicadas to start their morning chorus. They'd endured the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okanogi just hoped that the Major didn't throw a fit.
隊長、カラスより連絡です。電話番号は調査中。なお調査部は9時を定時連絡時刻に定めているようです。
あと3時間か。
He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okanogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer.
それから調査部長の岡一佐が番犬に対し予備命令を発令しました。任務は示されていないとのことです。
ってことは、引っ込みがつくような招集ってわけだな。大事でなけりゃ訓練ってことにしてごまかそうってらしい。大丈夫だ。まだ時間があるってことだ。
続報です。調査部長が幕僚長の自宅へ電話しています。内容は不明。
大丈夫だ。大丈夫。まだギリギリ大丈夫だ。
The Bloodhound standby orders meant they saw a very high chance of the Irie Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they've realized that some kind of trouble is afoot. Okanogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. In order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. While the head of the research division had called the chief of staff, this is a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SDF, or people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they want to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okanogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomitake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the chief of staff himself, might come on the phone. And the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. If Tomitake didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately. But they wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to R, then, although it would corner them, they still had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okanogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. He didn't want to admit it, but the enemy's surprise attack had succeeded.
隊長
やかましいんで落ち着けや。連中はまだ確信してない。疑っちゃいるがバレちゃいない。まだギリギリ大丈夫なんだ。とにかく先に情報を得た方が勝つ。
It all comes down to that 9 o'clock phone call, huh?
連中が尻尾をつかむか、俺たちが尻尾をつかむか。確かに初戦の奇襲で徹底的にやられたが、まだ全滅じゃない。だから白旗を上げるんじゃねえ。とにかく待つんだ。カラスが富武の潜伏先を暴く。警察の協力員が R の死亡の真偽を暴く。とにかく今は待つんだ。耐えるんだ。
失礼します。高野三佐からです。相当ご立腹の様子です。
Dude, I bet.
くそ。伏してチャンスを待とうって時に、俺はお姫様のおもりか。あ、もしもし、おこのぎです。
Yeah, sounds pretty clear to me that, it seems to me like they really listen to Nomura.
まあ、そう焦らずに。まだそう決まったわけじゃありませんね。まずは落ち着いてコーヒーでも。
Okanogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a long battle. Okanogi's instincts told him so. That's what he's been waiting for.
お疲れさんです。今のは誰からですか？
今度はうちの花垂れ所長じゃわ。だんだんと手強くなってきたぞい。だがわしの敵じゃないな。事務や風情が技術屋に勝てると思ったか。しかし所長が今日所長会のゴルフでよかったわい。直接来られたらちと面倒だったぞ。
ゴルフ場から電話とは仕事してんだかしてないんだか。大高くんめ、所長と一緒に乗り込みたかったろうに。今頃悔しがってるぞ。
Might make our job easier.
間接攻撃でダメなら次は直接攻撃ですかね。乗り込んできますか、大高のやつ。
所長が捕まらないんじゃ自分で乗り込むしかないと踏むでしょう。ああ、もうじか8時半か。
Oh, good lord.
下の窓口が開く頃だ。
Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men already realized they were grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy.
大高君の性分だと多分堂々と胸を張って正面からやってくるでしょう。
Probably.
自分だけが正義だと思ってるやつにあり。
わしはここで電話を耐える。お前らはそいつを頼むぞ。
よし、お出迎えで行きましょうかね。クマちゃんはここを頼みます。
The lobby of the Okinomiya police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby, bro. This place sounds like fucking scuffed as hell. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters of the police station, but there were a few sitting on a sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. Only he was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Bro. Wouldn't that be just so swell, man? Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rika Furude's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They're only able to shake up the enemy now, while Rika Furude's death is still in the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomitake could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Rika Furude's death was exposed before Tomitake had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rika Furude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, and nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Inamizawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public, but people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Oh man, that's kind of an awesome, like, that's a cool callback, like, to the construction foreman who taught him, like, you know, your job is to catch those people with the rice, but, like, come on, man, like, you have to do what's right. Like, they're just trying to fight to survive, you know? That's awesome. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had two of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority, like he always did.
Yo! Ohayou gozaimasu, Otaka-kun.
これはおはようございます、大石さん。それから私のことは君と呼ばないでください。
It's definitely that dude.
もうあなたに君で呼ばれるような立場ではありません。
He's gonna say the same shit.
まあまあ、そんなこと言わずに、大高くん。同じ宅で麻雀を打ってよしみじゃないですか?
Otaka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but I wish he once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride.
あなたとゆっくり休校を温めたいところですが、今日は急ぎの用事がありますので、失礼させていただき。
まあまあ、そう言わずに、交流剣道大会で少女の筆行委託を忘れちまったと。あんたが私に泣きついてきたんで、こっそりステージ裏で書いてあげたから、無事表彰式ができたんじゃないの。
Bro's just trying to chop it up with his old pal.
その件については感謝していますが、今は関係ないことです。
ありゃ、感謝してくれてましたの？な、そりゃ失礼。そういう話はとんと聞いたことがなかったもので、県警では私が書きたいとわがまま言ったから筆行委託を断ってわざわざ書かせてやったんだって話で通ってましたよ。
Bro's targeting his pride.
症状の字があまりにうまくないのでどういうことなんだと本部長に聞かれて以来のあなたの言い訳のはずですが。
Get his ass.
さあ、どうなんでしょうね。誰かが誤解してるんじゃないですか。私はそんなこと言ってませんよ。
県警本部はあなたの島だろうが、あいにくここは沖宮署でね。あんたの思い通りにはそうそうならんってこってす。
ほう、それはどういう意味ですか、大石さん。
あんたがここへ何しに来たかは知らんが、あんたの島はゴグラだ。沖宮じゃない。おとなしく引き上げてもらいましょう。
何の権限があってだね。
そちらこそ何の権限があってですかな。
県警本部で現在捜査中のある秘匿捜査事件についてだ。その件に関連があると思われる身元不明死体がこちらにあると聞いてね。
なら電話でお問い合わせを。
Okinomiya isn't a rich neighborhood. This isn't a place where someone in a custom-made suit should be.
なるほど。どうやら鑑識課の連中とつるんでいるようですね。所長から検視報告をすべて県警本部に引き渡すよう命令が来ているはずです。
その件については鑑識から所長に説明が入っているはずです。まだ検視中でね。ちょいとうちのミスで身元が特定されたような情報が内部に流れちまったようですが、ですので報告書を出すにはちょいとお時間をいただかないとならないわけです。
ならその検視に我々も立ち会わせてもらおう。
Nope.
嫌です。
はあ？私は県警本部の秘匿事件担当として。
それが本当なら私はあんたの刑事魂を疑わない。刑事魂は高潔だ。
Back to hurting his pride, by the way.
そりゃお給料がもらえなかったらこんな商売誰だってやりゃしないです。ですがね、それだけじゃ測れない魂がなきゃ、あんたにその魂があるってんなら私はここを譲りますよ。
The look in Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Otaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing.
ならそこを譲ってもらいましょう。私も刑事魂でここに来ています。そこをどいてください。
なら私をその刑事魂で押してどかしてみなさい。
He said we can run the ones.
これ
なんですって。
あんたの刑事魂が私の刑事魂に負けないくらいに重いものなら、
Yo!
私なんか簡単にどかせちゃうはずですよ。
Bro's putting it all on the line.
試してみなさい。
Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance records were enough to earn trust. He's been working hard under that belief. But Oishi doesn't acknowledge that, and he doesn't even respect him. He's a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride, as uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why did people trust in someone like Oishi? Why do people respect someone like him? Why do people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka?
どきたまえ。今すぐどかなければ捜査妨害で君を告発することもできるんだぞ。
ほう、そりゃどんな捜査ですかな。話してくれりゃ協力もしますよ。
だから君もわからない人だな。秘匿捜査だから君ごとき田舎署の刑事には話せんのだ。
なるほど。全部話せないなら一部でもいい。
He's gonna ask him something wild.
あんたはその仕事に何を背負ってますか？
背負う？何を言ってるんだ？
私はね、背負ってますよ。私の後ろには村の住民の命運2000人分があります。あんたを通せば2000人、いや、その親戚やご家族も含めればもっと大勢の人が悲しむことになる。
That's the pride he has.
あんた、分かってますよね。
何の話かさっぱりだ。
腹を割ってやる。あんたの飼い主は恐ろしいことを企んでいる。あんたはそこまで想像がついちゃいないだろうが、何千人もの人が不幸になる恐ろしい陰謀を企んでるんだ。そいつがくじかれる瀬戸際だってんで、多分就寝中だったあんたを叩き起こしてすぐに調べろと命じたんだ。いくらの小遣いで頼まれてるかは知らんが、それがあんたの刑事魂より重いってんなら。
Oishi stopped talking there, but his eyes continued to speak after that.
何を言っているのかさっぱりわからないですよ。とにかくそこを通してください。
Otaka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He'd been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling the request to confirm Rika Furude's body as a favor from someone in the information network he assumed he built himself. Of course, the part about it being a classified investigation was a lie. But when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But, Oishi didn't salute him at all.
話になりません。このことは後日、必ず所長に抗議させていただきます。
おう、またんかい。話はまだ終わってません。
Bro said, oh shit, I'm not done yet. As Otaka tried to walk by, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong. The infamous Oishi shoulder grab.
ありゃ、大して力を入れてるつもりはないんですがね。
No way we're getting Oishi aura farming in the big 25, bro. It's not 2026
あんた
yet.
に真の刑事魂があったら、こんなのには屈しない。あんたの揺るぎない正義が、私なんかあっさり打ち倒して踏み越えていくでしょう。だが、あんたはこの程度の腕も剥がせない。なんでかわかりますか？離せ！てめえには刑事魂がないからだよ！
God damn, Oishi! Get his ass! Oishi let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters.
これは捜査妨害だ。
Hell yeah, it is.
公務執行妨害。いや、傷害の現行犯だぞ。
Hell yeah, it is.
緊急対応しろ。
Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman, and obviously there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all.
どうしましたか、大石さん。
Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled.
いえ、県警の青二歳が筋の通らんことを言い出したもので、ちょいと先輩として指導したまでです。
Get his ass. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen at the Okonomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger.
なるほど。あなたの言い分は分かりました。私も子供の使いでここに来ているわけじゃない。
いい根性です。胸を貸しますよ。かかってこい、青二歳が。お前は
Holy rage bait.
そんなもんか。くそー。お前の刑事魂はそんなもんか。俺はひなみ沢2000人を背負ってる。諸葛管内2000人の命を預かってる。ならば2000人を押し退ける気迫で今回や。
Damn, Oishi. Bro, there might be no one more dedicated than him. That's an exaggeration, but he is locked the fuck in. Bro knows what rests on his shoulders. It's like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumbled against him. Oishi stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the earth. By the 3rd time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Bro, it was actual rage bait.
わかりました。ならばお教えしましょう。私が担当している事件は、あなたもご存知の S 号絡みです。
Oh, he thought that was gonna work.
その経由で、とある方面から真偽を確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
Thank God they...
回りくどい言い方じゃわかりませんな。
Thank God he kind of had that scene with the Sonozakis that might clear things up, or he might have fallen for that.
もうちょいわかるようにお願いします。
何しろ疑われているのは南沢地区では新工場のマスコットともいえる少女の死なのです。それが事実かどうかすぐに確かめなければなりません。
だから電話で説明したでしょ。現在調査中。まだまだお時間がかかります。
いや、言いたくなかったんですが、この依頼はもう隠すのはやめましょう。
say it was like from Oreo or something.
あなたの大の苦手の園崎議員からです。
Oh, I bet.
はあ、紋付き袴の怖い人ね。確かに苦手ですね。
Bro thought that was gonna phase him.
あの人に凄まれたら、私も道理を引っ込めて無理を通すしかありません。
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。園崎議員から大至急本当にフルで理科の死体なのかどうか確かめてほしいと依頼されたのです。
What are the odds he's already run this by the Sonozakis and can be like, psych, you thought?
住民の依頼ですからね。住民のための警察です。引き受けるのは当然ですよ。何しろフルで理科はひなみ沢ではただの少女じゃない。特別な意味を持つし、その少女の死体が出たなんて話が未確認情報でも流れればそうでしょう。
あんた、そういうのは一般の方の耳に入らないところで言った方がいいですよ。
I thought this was classified.
ここロビーですから。
That's crazy.
これは失礼。
Otaka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people were even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly.
フルでのリカちゃまが亡くなったってのは本当なのか？
ご安心を奥さん。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。それを確認するために県警から参上しました。
そうです。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。現在それを確認中なのでお待ちをと申し上げているだけなのです。
その確認に立ち会わせろと言っているのです。いいんですか？私は園崎議員の依頼でここに来ているんです。その私にここまでの邪魔をしてくれたというなら、それは全て議員に話します。困ったことになるのは大石さん。あらそろそろ降参した方がいいんじゃありませんか？
What's going to be the counter to this? Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Otaka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Okinomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be. Oh, there we go! We have the Sonozakis with us!
サブローさん、そんなこと頼んだのかい？
そこの県警さん。
Oh shit, he's right there!
それ、園崎議員さんが本当に頼んだんですかいの？
ええ、そうです。
Holy rage bait! He got your bitch ass!
私が議員から直接依頼されたのです。どうです？大石さん。さすがに降参では。
God, that last connection clutched up. People continue to whisper. Representative Sonozaki's a big name around here, Otaka thought. Even gangsters give way if someone mentions his name here in Okinomiya.
さあ、議員が怖かったらそこを開けてもらいましょうか、大石さん。
ああ、反則切符の再交付は8番の窓口でご相談を。
はあ？私がいつ反則切符など。
Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. Oh my god, bro cooked! He cooked! In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. Bro's about to fucking shit his pants. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought. Bro.
なあ、お前さん。本当に園崎議員に直接依頼されたんだね。秘書とかそういうのじゃなく。
そうですとも。
Well, isn't that interesting?
こう見えても園崎議員とは懇意な関係でしてね。直接お電話をいただくこともあるのです。
Holy lies! I love how they're playing the fucking the Rika music, for yeah, fucking babies walk Rika. The elderly man continued to listen with a puzzled expression.
お前誰じゃい？
あ？名乗るほどではありません。県警本部に勤める一警官に過ぎませんよ。
あまりにもできすぎたシチュエーションです。笑うしかないですな。
なんだ、やっぱりこれは笑ってもいいところなのか？
Yo, you got a caught it laughing at your ass.
それは私も気づかなかったわ。
Otaka couldn't understand why Oishi and this lady were laughing.
どうしたんですか？ 今日はご一緒でお越しになって。
いや、それがね、例の切符なんだけどさ、左折禁止の看板が茂った葉っぱで見えなかったんだよ。その出口に白バイが待ってるってのはちょいとやり口が汚いんじゃないかいって言ったらさ
Shit, with the way you clutched up, you're off the hook, if you ask me.
三郎さんがそれは抗議した方がいいって言ってこうしてついてきてくれたわけなんだよ。
ああ、行動の樹木は市役所の管轄ですからね。よくそういうのうちに来るんですが、なんともしがたいんですよね。
それを知りながら出口で待ち伏せとるっちゅうが、こうして抗議に来たんじゃ。
わかりました。そいつは市役所と交通課に私の方から行ってきますんで、今日は一つ穏便に済ませちゃもらえませんかね。
Bro, this is crazy.
あんたがそう言うなら今日は引き上げるとしよう。
When Otaka realized they were Oishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up.
でも違反切符はちゃんと支払うんですよ。規則です。
カチンとくるお人だね。
カチンとくるお人でしょう。お茶目な一面もたまにあるんですがね。
私は今そこの大石刑事と重要な話をしている最中なんです。
Fred doesn't even realize it's over for him.
さあ、お二人とも用が済んだらお帰りを。そして良い一日を、奥さん。
Grab.
ああ、良い一日をね。県警の旦那も。
Grab. The two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder, and the elderly man grabbed his left.
県警の旦那。私は生まれてこの方。何かわかるかい？
は？
一つは椎茸。
Valid.
生まれた時からこいつだけは苦手でね。
I mean, I feel like I could rock with him, but
食うのもダメだし、出汁を取ったのもダメさ。もう一つは嘘。食わされるのもダメだし、出汁に使われるのも気に入らない。ここまでコケにされちゃいけないね。獅子骨の鬼姫、園崎茜。
oh, we're using the nickname that was not supposed to be used anymore. I thought she was a lady.
売られた喧嘩は値引かないのだけが自慢さ。
But yeah, they're picking a fight, bro.
園崎家のあんたが言うな。あと鬼姫って部分を一市民に置き換えれば完璧です。
は？
The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on.
ご説明します。
Here we go.
こちらは園崎茜さん、獅子骨市婦人権友会の副会長さんです。
Not someone you want to fuck with.
こちらは園崎三郎さん、県剣道連盟の名誉理事さんです。それより前に肩書きがありますね。獅子骨肉選出の県議園崎先生です。
Got your eyes.
いやー、お二人とも県警剣道部師範代の大高君に稽古をつけるために本日はお越しくださったんですよね。朝から本当に申し訳ございません。
What beautiful timing.
さあ先生方を道場にお通ししてください。
銀ちゃん。
なんじゃい、お前さんとは恋の仲じゃな。今日はとことん付き合ってもらうぞ。
He's gonna get his ass beat.
私も久々に燃えてきた。
Bro, Kane has been waiting to beat someone's ass again. She wanted to go back to being the demon princess, bro. She hated being a lady. The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Otaka laughed along with them. Bro, god damn. Bro, getting his shit milli rocked on. I'd say poor guy, but common Otaka L. Common Otaka L. Where are we going to next? It's gotta be Tomatake, right? I mean, we have...
確かですわよね。
Close enough.
確かに昨日の時点で入江所長は女王感染者が在宅しているのを確認したんですわよね。
calling Irie. Irie, you gotta go.
在宅を確認なんてひどい。夏風邪をひいたというので様子を見に行ったんです。ですからリカさんの死体が見つかるなんてありえるわけがないじゃないですか。
そうですわよ。ありえるわけがないんですわ。でもそれを確認しないと信じてしまってその誤解する人もいますので。
誰が何の誤解をするんですか？
そのフルでリカが死んだなどと村に知れたら大変な騒ぎになりますし。
If Irie had any doubts left, he has none now. Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomitake-san. Takano-san's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off, and that's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there were a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. My hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika-chan at home. That will put me in a very dangerous position. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver.
さんさ、電話に出ません。不在のようです。
監視班は何と言ってるの？
いえ、監視体制に入った17日以降、外出の形跡はなく。
ねえ、入江所長。ということは、まだ中にリカちゃんたちはいるということですわよね。
ええ、そういうことだと思いますが。どうでしょう。
Bro is fucked, isn't he? Oh no.
もうだいぶ治りかけて元気になってますからね。うまく抜け出して遊びに行ってるのかもしれません。ほら、今日は綿流しのお祭りじゃありませんか。リカさんの家の近くには確か模擬店部会の水場が設けられていたはずです。人の出入りも多いですから、監視の方が見逃してしまった可能性も。
どうなの？そんなことはありえるの？
入江所長が出られた後には必ずシールしています。まさか窓から出たのでもない限りありえないでしょ。
山犬はあくまでも R は家を出ていないと、そういうのよね。
そうです。間違いありません。 R は R 宅内です。そして17日以降一度たりとも外出していません。絶対に在宅しています。
それを確認したのが入江所長だけで、山犬の誰一人確認していないのにそうだと言える。
Dude, Irie is so fucked. One of the mountain dogs looked at me. I swallowed and then nodded to him.
ならどうして沖宮署で R の死体が出てきたりするの？
ですからそれは誤報の可能性も。その後の情報では身元不明死体の検視はまだ終わっておらず、フルで理科であるというのは何者かの憶測に過ぎない可能性が高いと。
もうその話は聞き飽きたわ。その怪情報が流れて東京にまで伝わってからもう何時間が経過してると思ってるの？このままでは東京に。
Takano-san realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though.
さんさ、東京の野村様よりお電話です。
Irie, get your ass out of here. But that's important. You already heard the name.
だからしばらく待てと言ってるのに。
Takano-san usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touched her skin. She's clearly not doing well.
高野さんはお忙しいようですね。私が出ましょう。野村さんですか？初めてお電話いただく方ですね。
いえ、サンサー邸ですので。
The mountain dogs looked alternately between Takano-san's and my faces.
入江所長、今ちょっと立て込んでおりますの。大変申し訳ございませんけど。
Oh,
所長室にお戻り。
そうですか。
The best thing for the situation.
そうですね。入江機関の運営はあなたに任せています。私が口を出すことではありませんね。
誰か所長室までお送りして。
早く。
She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly.
もしもし高野です。お待たせして申し訳ございません。
何度もお電話して申し訳ございません。いかがですか？沖宮署の情報については確認できましたか？
Nothing. No, she held out.
申し訳ございません。今急ぐように指示をしているところです。すでに内部協力員を沖宮署に向かわせましたので、その連絡を待つだけなのですが。
そうですか。ではもうじきですね。では何時頃までにこちらにご連絡をいただけますか？
もちろん分かり次第すぐにご連絡申し上げます。ただそれがいつになるかはお約束が難しいのですが、大至急、急がせておりますので。
She's acting like a motherfucker, bro.
サンサ、飛行機に乗ったことは終わりですか？
もちろんですわ。
飛行機が離陸するために加速するとき、この時に大きな出力を得るためエンジントラブルを起こすことがあるのだそうです。その時まだ大して速度が出ていないならブレーキをかけ離陸を断念するそうですが、もしすでに十分な速度が出ていた場合はブレーキはかえって危険なためそのまま離陸をしてしまうのだそうです。4発の旅客機ならうち1つのエンジンが壊れていても飛行は可能ですから、それはもちろんこの度の作戦も同じです。エンジンは1つではありませんから、十分な速度が出ていれば離陸に踏み切るでしょう。後のことはどうとでもなります。ですがこの度の作戦という飛行機はまだ十分な速度どころかこれから離陸しようという段階です。お分かりですね。
The first step of the operation was Tomotake's assassination. It hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct.
もしあなたが乗った旅客機が離陸前からエンジンが故障していると分かったらどうしますか？
Abandoned ship.
降りるでしょう。同じことです。離陸前からエンジンに故障が見つかったため乗客であるクライアントたちが飛行機を降りたがっています。
If they were already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake.
それが本当に故障なのか、今点検させているところなのです。
あなたは管制塔の管制官、私は彼らをなだめる添乗員。離陸の見込みの薄くなる飛行機から降りたいと言い出すクライアントたち、そんな彼らを懸命になだめているところです。これ以上事態の改善が遅れるとこの飛行プラン自体がなかったことになります。
Which of course is not something Takano wants.
高野さんさ、
Oh.
それはつまりあなたの祖父の論文が読まいごとの打分俗文であったと烙印を押されることですよ。
God damn.
一人の少女が死ぬと村人が全員錯乱する。バカみたい。何を根拠にそんな読まいごとを。
She's getting laughed at again. Oh my
こ
god.
の分厚い研究結果は全てそんな空想論文だ。なんて。
Bro. She might lose her fucking mind. She's gonna lose her mind.
高野ひふみと高野美代って何なのかしら。
But I do wonder if this is.
おかしいおかしいおかしい。
Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white.
となってしまいます。お分かりですか？これはあなたとあなたの尊敬してやまないおじいちゃんの名誉を守るためでもあるんですよ。
So in Nomura's eyes, there's no option but to take off that plane, even with the faulty engines. They gotta get something going.
お気遣いをありがとうございます。
安心してください。私はあなたの唯一の味方です。あなたにとって一番幸せに報われる結末になるよう最後までお手伝いします。ですのでどうか私の顔も立てて沖宮署の動向を確かめてください。私も努力してますけど機嫌を損ねるクライアントの皆さんのお相手は楽ではないもので。
ご迷惑をおかけしますわ。もうしばらくだけご猶予を。はい、失礼いたします。
She got pissed. Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first, and then hung up herself.
おこのぎから連絡はまだないの？電話して。
三佐、つい10分前に電話したばかりです。情報が入ればすぐに連絡してくることになっています。少しお休みになられては。
Good luck convincing her of that.
先ほどのコーヒーも。
Unimember tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent.
何よ。ボケっとしている暇があったら誰かモップでも持ってきなさい。10分前に電話してても構わない。もう一度かけて催促して。
Bro, she is panicking so fucking bad.
沖宮署の死体がフルで理科ではないという裏付けと行方不明の富武の確保よ。
Takano's starting to realize something. By now, she could sense that there was something behind Tomatake's disappearance. Tomatake must know something about what's happening at the Okinomiya police station. He might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan, and he was trying to mess with Takano. So Tomatake was clearly behind all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night, if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave, and she couldn't trust Irie. Because there were too many people around for the festival, the mountain dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that'd do, but she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty, and that Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There's only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Irie was the most suspicious person around. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Irie needs to get the fuck into hiding. Tomatake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Irie betrayed her and was in contact with Tomatake?
入江所長に監視をつけなさい。
まさか所長の在宅確認が。どうして所長が。
富武はいつの段階でかわからないけれど、そして宿を脱出し R も秘密裏に安全なところへ避難させた。
I mean, solid instincts, but...
私たちはまんまと騙されて空き家を見張り続けてたのよ。
空き家ということはありえません。人影が確かに。
それが R だという保証。 R じゃない。監視する山犬を騙すために誰かがあそこに身代わりとして留守をしている。そうよ、そうに違いないわ。
She's 100% right.
おこのぎに R 宅への強行突入を命じなさい。
Oh, you're picking a fight with Akasaka?
誰がいるんだか知らないけど、そいつは富武や理科に通じている。そいつを締め上げるのよ。
Bro, he's gonna put the heat on you. And I don't mean temperature. I mean this kind of heat. Or this kind.
R 宅への突入は本日は不可能です。R 宅前は水場になっており、祭りの関係者が常にごった返しています。今日の祭りが終わる深夜までは不可能です。それを何とかするのが山犬でしょうが。なんとかしなさい、なんとか。なんで私が言うことじゃ聞いてくれないの？私の言うことは聞けないっていうの？私の上の保護者の言うことじゃなきゃ聞けないっていうの？
Damn. The Unimembers could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped.
はい。サンサ、カラスが東京調査部の定期連絡先の電話番号特定に成功したとのことです。電話番号は獅子骨しない。山犬が住所の特定作業に入りました。
富武だ。間違いない。
Uh-oh. Oh, don't let Tomatake go like this.
ひばり、腕利きを集めろ。
Skylark? Bro, Chip Skylark? From Fairly Odd Parents?
奴は用心してるぞ。抜かるんじゃねえ。白崎はバックアップしろ。
了解。ひばり湾より全範囲へ突入先が特定され次第全員登場しろ。
くそ、電話会社の協力員はまだか。
調べさせてます。5分です。
It was 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone City he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. They would have to depend on luck.
バカ野郎、5分じゃねえ、50秒だ。何やってやがんだ。端末に番号を打つだけだろうが。
来ました。住所は市内平坂1丁目のホテルモデラート。交換機を経由しているため部屋番号は不明。
聞こえたな、ひばり。
了解。出動。
Luckily, Hirasaka Block 1 was close enough. Okanogi had been right. Toмотаке was hiding nearby. The garage doors of Okanogi Gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry.
やらー、今度はこっちの番だ。
Bro, this is where it gets rough, because if he can get that call in, like, they just win, right? But if he gets captured, I don't know.
まさか調査部に俺の子飼いが混じってるとは思わなかったろうよ。こっちが今度は貴様を奇襲してやるぜ。
Hotel Moderato. Despite its name, it had a cheap, stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town, the perfect place for someone to lay low in. It might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Toмотаке was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It had only a bed and a phone. But that phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer, but he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of emergency. Toмотаке never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Toмотaке waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At the time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Toмотaке got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with a master key. Toмотaке opened the curtains a little. He saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, they'd finally found where he was. Toмотaке could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices too. This cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Toмотaке could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with him. All he could do was hide. Under the bed? Or in the bathroom? At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor, after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. He'd be expecting that, however. Yet this was right on city grounds. He was confident in his legs. It wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Toмотaké soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. He jumped from the window. Of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. Toмотaké shot off right from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out the second-floor window. Toмотaké was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency, just like this one. We heard this song either? I don't know. Might have. There's just been so much new music.
ひばり10よりひばり1標的発見追跡中応援求む
ひばり1より白鷺標的は裏通りを西に向かい逃走制圧しろ
白鷺了解白鷺234そっちへ行くぞ来たぞ
Bro, he needs some kind of bailout.
やつだ
3 members of the mountain dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomotake's way. They prepared to stop him, but Toмотaké kept running at full speed. Bro was not stopping, he's just going. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock them down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Toмотaké jumped over them. Oh, he hit that Saquon hurdle? Hello? He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't hurdles. Tomotake's heel struck one of the dogs. 2 flanking Toмотaké thought they'd seized hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed one of the 2 of their heads and smashed them against each other. Damn! Okay, Tomotake's nice with it. Toмотaké knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run.
標的西側阻止線を突破追跡中バカ野郎何やってんだ白鷺10車両で回り込め2つ先のブロックを左折で9時方向に奴を捉える
Bro,
大丈夫か
given they got cars and shit, he needs something.
くそ逃がすなの野郎くそ話が止まらねえ
This is an interesting place to end up in. Tomitake saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. It couldn't stop in time and it hit the wall. As soon as it stopped, several mountain dogs jumped out of the van. Tomitake saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 could stop him. Why do trains sound their horns at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. God damn, okay. He yelled at them like the horn on a train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so that they didn't get hurt.
こっちはこれだけ人数がいるんだ。体重だけ見たって奴の5倍だぞ。それで押しかけてもなお。
ありえない。ありえねえ。絶対ここで止めろ。かかれ
！Tomitake didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin, bro. Is bro the freight train? Come on. Don't tell me he got captured. That music stopping does not give me hope.
富武の確保に成功しました。
Fuck.
本当あっさりだったわね。いろいろと聞きたいことがあるわ。殺しちゃダメよ。こっちへ連行して。どうせ殺すけど。彼には似合いの死がすでに用意してあるんだからね。
The phone continued to ring inside of Tomitake's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomitake was dragged through the back door of the Irie Institute wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomitake didn't even move, as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van. Irie saw Tomitake from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there.
これは何事ですか、高野さん。
I hope you need to call Akasaka, like, now. Like, just, is that, like, I mean, it sounded like the ringtone was, like, for Tomitake's empty hotel room. Fuck, man. He needs to call Tomitake, or not Tomitake, Akasaka, and just, like, leave that off the ringer. The Mountain Dog silently glared at Irie. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room.
二郎さんの姿が見えないと思ったら、なんと、末期発症をしていたのですわ。不審に思い、山犬たちに探させていて正解でした。
末期発症？富武さんがですか？
Of course, Tomitake didn't reply. Irie decided not to say any more.
そうですか。それはとても不幸なことです。すぐに治療薬を投与してください。
もちろんですわ。投与の間に合う段階だといいのですが。
He was getting captured next. Irie already knew. The Mountain Dogs had tracked him down. Irie wasn't sure if Tomitake was able to arrange something with Tokyo. He wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess that Tomitake didn't have time. If the Bloodhounds were called in, the Mountain Dogs would catch that information. And if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomitake was captured, and they brought him back to the Institute. The Minted hadn't gotten that far, and they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomitake wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What were they going to do to Tomitake? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture a confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. He realized that he had to do something in Tomitake's place. The main reason why Irie had to rescue Tomitake was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Irie to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. Irie could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but he could only call them through Takano, rather. Therefore, Tomitake was the key. Unless Irie rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But Irie wasn't like the Mountain Dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way Irie could rescue Tomitake from such a high-security area. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in Irie's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomitake from that high-security basement was Irie. So, even if it was impossible, Irie had to do it. Irie bunched up his hands in a fist and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. Irie, did you forget? Irie remembered what Akasaka had told him.
自らの危機を図るのはとても難しいことです。まだ大丈夫。多分大丈夫。少しでも嫌な予感がしたら緊急時と判断していいでしょう。陰謀の度合いから考えて敵は 私たちを生かしはしません。くれぐれもご用心を。
Irie felt the cold sweat pooling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had a security access card, true, but that didn't mean he had to rescue Tomitake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Yeah, you need Akasaka now. Also, Tomitake was in their hands, which meant that the mountain dogs had realized they were under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of Irie too. Once they broke into Rika's house, Irie's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. Irie had realized that. He was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomitake. Dude, that's gonna lead them right to him. Fuck. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomitake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as the 5th year's curse. So there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with a security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. Irie had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of Irie, they would check the house, and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. Irie didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. Irie picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. Irie thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. He never knew this day would come so suddenly. He noticed the framed picture of his parents on his desk. Irie had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No, he would return. He would return and continue the fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility.
必ず戻ってくるよ、父さん、母さん。
Irie said his final goodbye and left the director's office.
サンサ、所長室の内線から外線へ通話中です。電話番号は R 宅です。
え、どういうことそれは？盗聴できるの？
もちろんです。ここでもモニターできます。
One of the members flipped a switch. There was the sound of a ringtone.
一体このタイミングで入江所長は何をあの家に電話しようというの？
やはり R は在宅していて、富武を捕らえたことを連絡しようとしているのでは。
ありえないことじゃないわ。聞かれてるとも知らずに。
Oh, he knows. What was Irie going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation. And there was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. No answer. Nobody was home.
所長も根気がありますね。必ずいるはずだという強い確信があるのでしょうか。
サンサ、裏口のモニターカメラに所長の姿が。
The black and white quad display monitor showed Irie running out the back door.
どういうこと？じゃあ誰が所長室から電話をしているの
？Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. It couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on.
罠よ。奴は私たちが監視しているのを知ってて、わざと空電話をかけて油断させた。
Yeah.
入江は裏切り者の仲間よ。
Correct.
捕らえて。
一回保安室。入江所長を制圧せよ。標的は裏口から職員駐車場へ。
The two mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room was located next to the back door, so Irie was still within reach. Irie had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone, but when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on the desk in the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. Oh my god. It was only at this point that he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot, but Irie wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akasaka. It was a typical mistake any normal person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he had to do was turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally the engine started. Irie still thought that he was alright. Even if one of them questioned, all he would have to do was to say that he was going out to get something. When he released the handbrake with his sweaty left hand, he saw two of the mountain dogs dashing out the back door. As the two of them looked around, Irie's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Irie's car, and the two of them started running towards it. The two of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return a dropped pen. It's time to do something big, man. You gotta get the hell out of here. Irie's body was soaked with sweat. He's gonna fumble. Oh, shit! Before the two of them could jump on the car, Irie stomped on the gas pedal and the car took off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started to chase after Irie.
保安より本部、所長は車両で逃走中。強制停車させますか？
さんさ高野よ。おそらく行き先は古出神社ね。神社に行かれたら今日は人だらけ。多少の怪我も構わない。行かせてはダメ。強引に停車させなさい。
保安了解。これより強制停車に移る。念のためバックアップを送れ。どうぞ。
I was gonna say, without Irie, they might be properly fucked, because they need that card.
本部了解。ウグイスをバックアップに送る。だがバックアップは待つな。直ちに制圧せよ。
The mountain dogs had Irie's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on a gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Irie could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As the fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn, and that mistake made him even more confused and panicked.
所長、そんな運転じゃ危ねえぞ。一発で免停だぜ。
Although the two guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Irie is going to get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to.
追跡中の保安車両へ。こちら大鳥1。
隊長だ。こちら保安車両。現在追跡中。現在地は5丁目付近林道。詳細な位置は不明。
本部要請につき、バックアップに向かってる。到達予定は15分後。こっちは当てにするな。俺だって間に合うわけねえと思ってんだ。
Okanogi grumbled. He had to leave Okonomiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess, but because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The mountain dogs who were with Okanogi smiled bitterly.
追跡の方角は
最悪の場合、町の方へ抜けます。
そいつは許すな。山狩りはしてやる。足を破壊しろ。そこに人目は？武装は？
両脇は深い森林です。人目はなし。武装は保安車両常備の短期間銃が1。
The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed into the back. He lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off, and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended a shoulder stock and set it in place, the weapon looked far more vicious.
保安常備は MP5 だな。A5 か SD3 か
The man in the back looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long.
SD3 です。サイレンサー付き。
発砲を許可する。フルバーストでタイヤを破壊しろ。
保安車両了解。
Yikes.
攻撃する。
The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back window and leaned out of the car. His sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Irie's vehicle. It was a straight road. Irie's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. The pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Irie's car as possible, but they were afraid they might get caught if it overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get.
3カウントで発砲する。3、2、1。
The sound the machine gun made was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on Irie's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Dude, unless someone saves Irie, I don't know what we're supposed to do from here. Because one tire collapsed all of a sudden, Irie lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Irie's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid down the slope into the forest. The sound of trees breaking and the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but the plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there.
攻撃成功。標的車両は斜面を転落。死亡の可能性もあり、これより徒歩で追跡。
大鳥湾了解。ウグイスが周囲を探し回ってるぞ。運が良ければ合流するだろう。こっちは相変わらず間に合わん。お前らが頼りだ。頼むぞ。
了解。更新を終わる。行くぞ。
The mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Fuck, dude. Tomatake captured. Irie about to be captured. Yeah, we're fucked. Akasaka had received the phone signal from Irie. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Irie was in some kind of an emergency, and that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone itself was the signal. She assumed someone staying at the hotel would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map he'd kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes, just in case the shortest was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that was a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob.
さんさ、R 宅の監視班からです。R 宅から不審な男が飛び出しました。
男？何者？どうでもいいわ。追って捕らえて。
監視班了解。追跡開始。
Yeah, I mean, that's the obvious order. But there's so much desperation in her voice. Although, I don't know, right now it looks like things are swinging in their favor, if you ask me.
制圧する。
It was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces on the villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. He could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed in the opposite direction, away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. Is he gonna accidentally find Irie by running off this way? Because he took the wrong turn. Bro's built different. The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. Bro's like Usain Bolt. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HQ, told them that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he'd had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it should be possible for him. Usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time. But Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Irie's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozaki residence. As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. But before Akasaka even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He'd calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. Dude, I was like, don't tell me he fucked up, bro. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. Please don't tell me he fumbled, bro. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Irie up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. His seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and that the door didn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope, near a different forest road. Irie endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. He couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomitake. Not only that, nobody would ever know that Tomitake was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Irie knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist them and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Irie realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He'd only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode, and his brain was lacking in oxygen. Dude, there's no way he can get away. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyper-arousal. He understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Irie still tried to run as fast as he could.
保安より本部、発見した。負傷している模様。制圧する。
Irie heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought. What can I do? I have to run. I have to. There's no escape, man.
進むと見せかけ、引いては粘る。
Bro, what the fuck is happening? Okay, it looks like this is Shion's entrance into this. It looks like she's just gonna... I'm guessing she's gonna stumble onto this.
シオンさん、さっきから歌ってるその歌は何ですか?
Bro, why do they keep playing this music? Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays.
すみません。音楽には疎いもんで。
There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasai slowed
どうした
down.
の？やっちゃったですね。ってあれ監督じゃない？
Their car stopped. The sound of the brakes startled Irie, and he fell on his behind. Irie was obviously the one who had been in the accident.
ハロー監督。まさかあれ監督の車ですか？
シオンさん。
大丈夫ですか、入江先生。
Fuck no.
すぐ医者へ行かれた方がいい。
Haha, funny.
監督を診療所に連れてって監督が自分で診察するわけです
No.
ね。
Bottom 5 place in the world to be right now.
さあ、立てますか。
No.
診療所までお連れしましょう。
診療所は困ります。その先家に行かな。
監督ちょっとどういうことよ。まずいんじゃない？
Get in the whip. Kasai looked at Irie's car, then looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion.
シオンさん、訳ありのようです。
どうしたの？
Serious kind.
入江先生の車に弾痕が。しかも拳銃とは思えません。
マジ？そっち持って。ひとまず本家に連れて行こう。
The two of them loaded Irie into the backseat, got in the car, and left in a hurry.
監
Clutch.
督に話を聞かないと状況がわかんないですね。
Thank God, Shion appeared at the best possible fucking time, man.
診療所は困る。どういうことだろう。
診療所の何者かに追われたと見るのが今は妥当でしょうが、ただ相当のヤバいことに巻き込まれたのは間違いないようです。
Yeah, that's putting it lightly.
あれどこ行くの？
Shion was confused as to why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn.
敵は先生のタイヤを狙ってました。生かして捕らえるつもりです。私たちのすぐ近くに追っ手が迫っていたかもしれません。
ってことは追ってきてる？
It very well might be.
後方に遮影なし、上空に機影なし。この地形じゃ密着尾行以外は不可能でしょ。
念のためです。もう一度だけ左折したら本家へ直行します。申し訳ありませんが、シオンさんは後方監視をお願いします。
了解です。
保安より本部、標的は民間車両に拾われた模様。車両ナンバーと車種を送る。
本部了解。捜索中のウグイスは民間車両に標的を変更。至急捜索せよ。入江所長は極力接触民間人も制圧せよ。ただし生死は問わない。
大丈夫なの？すぐに見つかるの？
ご安心を。所長の白衣には発信機が、ウグイスの応援車両には測定器が積まれていますので、三角測定法で位置を検知できます。
Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be? Irie was lying in the back seat, wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were.
ウグイス3、標的車両を発見。水車小屋の前を小道に入った。
There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it.
サンサ
あらあら、袋のネズミね。
こちら大鳥1、ウグイス、まだ突入するな。もうじき大鳥が合流する。
They're gonna have to call in the Sonozakis, bro.
合流してから一度に突入するぞ。
They're gonna probably take the escape tunnel.
ウグイス1了解。
クラギ、ウグイスにさっさと突入させないと 相手に無駄な時間を与えるわよ。
感度あるし。
Yo.
誰も私の言うことなんか聞かないんだから。
Bro, that's crazy. He said, bad connection. The Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from the various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the Irie Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a Gasso house, a Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. With bundles of wire snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was in a basement, it had all the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor curiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Rena stayed in the room to observe the monitor.
みーちゃん、なんだろう。車が入ってきたよ。
これは笠井さんの車だね。多分シオンでしょ。今日の祭りに合わせて遊びに来たってことだろうね。
Nope.
たくなんでこんな日に。空気の読めないやつ。
Their granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door, and if Mion didn't answer it, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasei's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it.
あれみーちゃん、あれ監督だよ。
They saw Shion and Kasei holding Irie on the monitor. Obviously something serious had happened.
行ってみよう。レナにケイちゃん、一緒に来て。サトコたちはここでモニターの監視。リカちゃんは表に出ちゃダメだよ。羽生はそれでも出てかないようリカちゃんの監視。
That's your job. Make sure she doesn't move, bro.
お任せですわ。なのです。みー、ひどいのです。
Maybe Okanogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Takano had ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okanogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to the mountain dogs parked by the windmill. Okanogi and Phoenix One had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor, and if Mion hadn't gone out, Irie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Irie was their only hope of rescuing Toмотake. As a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly.
おねえ、もう神社の方かな。シオン、お姉たちどっから来てんですか。さては地下にいましたね。
Yeah, and get the hell in there.
あそこで遊んでるって鬼ババに言いつけますよ。んなことはどうでもいい。監督は監督。
まさかやられたのか。
ってことはお姉たちも訳ありのようですね。
Yes, get the fuck to the basement.
何が起こってるんです？
しーちゃん、話すからよく聞いて。
Why are we having this conversation in the open? Get to the basement.
実はね。
監督、何があったんですか。
すみません。富武さんが山犬に捕まりました。診療所の地下区画に私は逃げるときに奴らに追われて事故を起こしてしまい。
Irie explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question.
追われてる。
Yes.
尾行はなかったよ。
とにかく中へ。良くない雲行きです。
Thank you, Kasei. They heard the sound of a car approaching, and it wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of the day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think that.
つけられてんじゃん、シオンのバカ。つけられてないもん、お姉のバカ。
Kasei picked up both sisters and ran through the gate.
地下へ急ぎましょう。あそこなら安全です。
みおんさん、変な車がいっぱい来ますわよ。
分かってる。地下に戻って。扉を閉めるよ。リカちゃんは？
羽生さんと一緒に隠し部屋に入りましたわ。
ウグイス6標的を発見。 R の友人数人も一緒です。
間違いないわ。そうよね、ジローさん。
Toмотake was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs to connect them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked Tomotake's side with the toe of her shoe. The mountain dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the mountain dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. He went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down, one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his leg. The next moment, he was flying through the air. Satoko's traps bought them some time. As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized then that there was a rope wrapped around his leg. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it, and it wouldn't come off easily. Satoko had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. No, the hell she wouldn't. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dogs couldn't do anything, although they did see them. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. He unlocked the door quickly, putting on the deadbolt for good measure.
これ大丈夫かな？破られないかな？かな？
Probably.
テレビには5台、6台、いえ、もっと映ってたかもしれませんわ。
I might need to get to the hills.
全部ワゴン車で、中には変な男たちがいっぱい。
簡単には破られないでしょうが、荒ごとに慣れている連中です。
Yeah, you might need to call, like, the main Sonozaki family. We might need, like, the whole gang.
過信しない方がいいでしょう。
The entire gang. Before he could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't at all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side.
私の失態ですみません。
監督は何も失敗してないですよ。とにかく、奥へ行こう。
そうだな。監視カメラの様子で敵の人数を探ろうぜ。
ああ、はいはい。私はのけ者で事情もわからずいきなりクライマックスですよ。は
Bro,
い。
that's what I'm saying. You know, if y'all hadn't left her out of this, we'd probably be fine, low-key.
ああ、もう。あんたには5分時間ができたら全部説明するから。
ウグイス1より大鳥1。標的は防空壕のようなところへ逃げ込んだ。扉は鋼鉄製。突破できない。
大鳥1了解。この園崎家ってやつはとんでもない金持ちだな。敷地が広すぎて包囲は不可能だ。包囲は断念。俺たちも突入に加わるぞ。ウグイスはその辺の倒木を探せ。大筒にして扉をぶち破る。
What the hell?
大鳥7より大鳥1。インドア用のプラ爆があります。準備しますか。
Plastic explosives are explosives for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the types specially made to break down doors. Okanogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This was a small village. If there was an explosion, everybody would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job. Dude, I still need to know what happened to Akasaka.
さすがに爆破は無理だな。ああ？いや待て。今何時だ？
もうじき10時です。
使えるぞ。大鳥7、やるぞ。新艦を準備しろ。
は？隊長、どうして10時だと爆破が可能なんですか？
Okanogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. Everyone gathered in the secret room.
みんな、大丈夫なのですか？はわお、監視カメラを見てましたのです。敵は多分30人くらいいますのです。
そんなにかよ。やってくれるぜ。
No, it's
ちょっ
not.
とスイッチをいじるよ。連中立ち往生してるよ。
Bro, they're about to set up C4, bro. When Mion touched the switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do.
向こうはどう打って出るでしょう。こっちを袋のネズミと思ってますもの。多分大勢で体当たりでもして無理やり破る気ですわ。
Yeah, we might need to take that secret tunnel.
なんだこいつら。丸太なんか持ってきて。
どうやらあれで扉を打ち破ろうとしているようです。
今、サトコが袋のネズミだと言いました。なら、相手が扉を開けようと苦闘している間に、ここを脱出するべきだと思います。
同感です。それに富武さんも助け出さないと。
そうだね。いくらここの壁が厚くても、敵に見つかったら価値はないと思う。
Big trouble is the understatement of the century, really.
レナも脱出する時だと思うな。
おねえ、この状況ならもうとっくに警察に電話できる段階じゃありません？だね。一番最初の市民の権利を忘れてたよ。仮に警察のスパイに電話を聞かれたとしても、もうこの段階ではバレバレだしね。
I mean, yeah,
大井
kind
さん
of.
が駆けつけてくれるはずさ。
What's he gonna do in a 1v30? Mio picked up the phone. Why hadn't she thought about this earlier?
あれ？
どうした？
Phone lines have all been disconnected. Mio panicked as she tried to listen for a dial tone.
電話がなんで？うんともすんとも言わない。
ケーブルが切られたかもしれません。
Suddenly, everything went dark.
なんだろう？停電？
Kasai lit a cigarette lighter, and Mio turned her emergency flashlight on.
地下の弱点を突かれたね。でもこれだけ暗ければ敵だって簡単には。
わかんないけど、多分暗闇でも見える機械とかあるんじゃない？
Yeah, or they might just have flashlights.
持ってそうよね、あの連中。
ミオさん、どうして敵は電気を切断しましたの？
Because they think it's an advantage for them.
ただの嫌がらせ？
嫌がらせ以上の意味があるとすれば、ここのセキュリティを殺すこと？
あいつら扉を撫でてましたの。諦めたんじゃない。あっという間に壊す方法を持ってて、それを気づかれないためにカメラを壊そうと。それで電気を切ったんじゃ。
Yeah, so get the fuck out of there.
まさか爆破する気？
ってことは扉は一瞬で破られて、ここにもう砦の価値はねえってことじゃねえのか？
みーちゃん、今すぐにここを脱出しよう。さっき言ってた核シードの脱出口を教えて。こっちです、みんな。
Mio was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives, but she didn't think that they would use them in Hinamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive?
荒っぽい連中なんだろう。多少の危険は顧みないのかもしれないぜ。
確かにこんな事態ですが、山犬は非常に慎重な奴らです。こんな真っ昼間に爆弾なんて。高野さんならともかく、あのお好みさんが許可するはずがない。
Well, buddy, guess what he's allowing?
それでもぶち抜こうってのかい。いい度胸だよ。
ルナはわかんないんだけど、音がしない鉄砲があるように、音がしない爆弾ってあるの？
ないです。どんな爆弾もみんな似たような音がします。
そうか、わかりましたわ。監督は綿流しの本部役員ですわよね。今日のお祭り、雨天延期の判断は？
確か今日の10時に決まって。
So they're gonna be making some loud noises.
まさか運動会と同じで。
木を隠すには森ってことね。
Rika knew Okanogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika never expected Okanogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dogs had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonator switch. All the wires were linked to it.
もうじき10時です。
今朝連中に先生を撃たれた時はよ。だが今は今日で助かったぜって思ってるぜ。
It made this part easier. Okanogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. On the morning of a village event, they use fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at schools. Since Watangashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 a.m. Fireworks, of course, made loud, explosive noises. Since Hinamizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was an advantage for the mountain dogs. A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise, and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Oh, brother. Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well. We know this one well.
こいつを降りろってのか
Yep.
どこまで続いてるんだ
Don't slip.
だいぶ降りると途中に横穴があるの。そこを抜ければ山中の古井戸に抜けられるようになってる。
ってことはそれについて一番詳しいお姉がお先にどうぞ。
私がトップ？
Bro.
他の誰がトップなんです？しんがりは私と葛西が務めます。
I mean, it makes sense. Like, this isn't even just Shion's teasing for once.
早く行って。
Eerily reminiscent of Chapter 2/5, of course. Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear, but Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they'd have to do was go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here, finally, was a chance for Shion to atone.
Mion-san.
Bro, if Shion fucking dies...
武器庫の鍵を今は開けるべき時です。
Mion silently threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel.
みんな聞いて。横穴まではだいたい30メートルちょっと。落ちたら底なしだよ。しかも真っ暗なんだからね。慎重に降りて。待機してる人はちゃんとはしごを照らしてあげること。一度にせいぜい1人か2人しか降りられないね。私が先陣を切る。照らしてて。
ミオンさん、気をつけて。照らす人も落ちないように。
If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It was extremely dangerous to go down this well with just the little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible to go down the ladder with the weak light from the flashlights. The lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. That's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet, she thought? She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. There you go, Mion.
Okay! いいよ! Rikaちゃんから降りてきて!
Mion lit up the way from below.
よっしゃ、次はリカちゃんだ。その次が監督で、次が羽生、佐藤な。どんどん降りろよ。
Alright, let's do this. He really wanted to say that he would go last, but Rena gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Iri. I was going to say, he's one of the most important people they have right now. Without him, they couldn't rescue Tomatake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Rika.
気をつけてください。照らしています。
わかってる。みんなも急いで。あ、
Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short, and her left foot slipped.
大丈夫。
For imagine she just slipped and died, and that was just the end of everything.
いつまで経っても成長できない人生なんてごめんよ。私は昭和58年6月を超える。そしてね、もっともっと身長が伸びるのよ。
Yes, you will. I have faith.
胸だってもっと大きくなる。
I guess they will. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they will.
いつまでもこんな子供の体なんて絶対にごめんなんだから。
I don't know why that's what we're focusing on, but yes, I guess you're right. Though she'd been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below her lit the way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down.
僕はもう大丈夫です。次、降りてきて。さあ、次は監督なのです。
大人ならキリキリ放り遊ばせ。
Yeah, don't keep us waiting, please.
わかりました。先に行きます。
Even though you're injured and, like, you know, just got into a car crash. We need your physical ability. The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Satoko's trap and stopped the rest of the men.
ウグイス7よりウグイス1へワイヤー感応のトラップを発見。突入は慎重を要す。
ウグイス1了解。大鳥1トラップの痕跡少なからず通電を検討されては。
バカ野郎、そんなことしたら連中が逃げやすくなっちまうじゃねえか。向こうはこの暗闇で逃げるのもままならねえはずだ。
I mean, that's true. He's not wrong.
俺たちに有利なフィールドを最大限に使うんだ。この暗闇で追い詰めて捕らえる。これほどのでかい号だ。別に出口がきっとある。
He's smart enough to recognize that.
連中は隠れたりしないぞ。必ずそこから逃れようとするはずだ。突入班に火器と防弾盾、スタングレネードを与えろ。
God damn.
その座聞けっていや、ヤクザの大御所だ。密輸拳銃くらいの反撃は想定しろよ。ってことは、そのワイヤートラップもクライモア程度には注意しろってことだ。
That might be it for you if you don't.
全身に1000個も鉛玉食らいたくなかったらな。全身バラバラになるぞ。
了解。
Satoko's traps are effective only because they were professionals. Satoko had assumed any professionals would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. Oh, it was a ruse. And Satoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them.
よっしゃ、次はレナだ。
ケイチ君も急いでね。
ケイちゃん、どんな感じですか？
ああ、今レナが降りてる。割とキリキリ降りられるみたいだぞ。
What? Why would Shion be down there? I'm confused.
はいはい、焦って落ちないようにね。
But
その井戸、歴代園崎家に逆らった連中の死体を捨てるのに使ったって噂もある底なしの井戸だそうですから。
I thought Shion and Kasai were the rear guard. Why is apparently Keiichi up there still?
シオン、お前なんだよ、その持ってるの。
Shion returned with a big machine gun in her hands. That's tough. But what the heck? Keiichi thought. It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real. But it seemed like a natural fit for this surreal world lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt like the odd one out here, since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that. That's because Shion is tough.
シオン、その役は俺がやる。
Get the fuck down the ladder.
だから次はシオンが降りろ。
ケイちゃんの男のプライド、サンキューです。でも、ケイちゃんにカラシニコフの説明をするより、ケイちゃんの番になったらキリキリ降りてくれる方がロスタイムは少ないです。
Let him know, Shion. Thanks for the manly offer.
気にしないで、いい女は死なないから。
I hope so, bro. As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's looked turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness, even though they couldn't. So it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies.
Shion, お前が先に降りろ。
Keiichi, get down the fucking ladder!
シオンさ
んで、ケイちゃんに譲って私だけ生き残ったら、私はお姉に一生恨まれますって。私の思い人はもういないけど、お姉にはいるもん。
は？お前、この忙しい時に何の？
Look, bro, I swear Mion has a chance. It's definitely not going to be Rena in an epilogue. Definitely not.
死ぬ気はないけど、シオンに伝えて。私たち、また次の時も双子がいいね。行け！
Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move on. He didn't understand why Shion said to tell Shion, but she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, if something terrible really happened, Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. So fucking help me, if Shion dies in the last fucking chapter, I'm gonna tweak. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine gun sounded at the same time. The clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do is those violent flashes of light burn the series of images into my eyes. They shed tears over my intolerable powerlessness, and climbed down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top, too.
ウグイス1、攻撃を受けた。敵は隠し部屋奥の大空洞内で阻止線を展開。マズルフラッシュは2、おそらく AK だ。
集団がうまいぞ、プロだ。大鳥1、指示を行う。
そう来なくっちゃな。相手はプロだぞ。キリングハウスの卒業生以外は突入するな。ウグイス1、2、大鳥7、8、突入準備。
They're so fucking dead, dude.
火器はいくつある？
MP5 が4、各種グレネード多数。防弾盾は突撃銃には信用できない。
入ってすぐ脇に発光した懐中電灯が落ちている。おそらく向こうは暗視装備がないものと推定。
ウグイス1だ。突入は俺たちでやる。合図と同時にスタングレネードを放り込み、突入3回。
While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine.
シオンさん、もう十分です。言ってください。
私が抜けたら、葛西が弾倉を変えている間に誰が弾幕張るんです？ツーマンステルが基本でしょ。
There was a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last two can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below.
シオンのバカ！早く降りて！
Everyone knows it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming.
俺とミオンはここでシオンを待つ。レナはみんなを連れて裏山に逃げてくれ。
わかった。
I could accept Kasai sacrificing himself.
誰が欠けても嫌。
I don't want it to happen, but
これが最後の世界なのよ。ここで一つ後悔が残ったから、もう一度やり直そうというのはもうない。私は嫌よ。シオンが死んだり、葛西が死んだりする未来はごめんよ。
there's just no way you're getting the perfect world, unfortunately.
もうやり直せないって知ってるから。嫌よ、いやいや、絶対嫌。だからシオン、早く降りてきて。
As they looked up to the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Dude. You're... And they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. When everything stopped, after a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked.
ウグイス1より大鳥1、銃眼を制圧。
Dude, you're fucking lying. No way. Oh my goodness. Please tell me there's no way they bullshitted their way out of this. That voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless, some started to cry, some let out a wordless scream. Looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Rie grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back. They could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel.
了解。試みる。聞こえるか？返事をしなくてもいい。聞け。
A guy shouted from the top of the well.
女王感染者、フルデリカと診療所長、入江京介を引き渡せ。君たちは誤解している。我々は特別な風土病を撲滅するためにやってきた。今回の件は、所長がある陰謀に加担している可能性があるためだ。
Yeah, okay, bro.
君たちには何の関係もない。おとなしく、両名を引き渡せ。
Dude, actually, fuck off. I hope all of you get wiped. All of you. I hope you all die. They'd already turned all the flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. And because of the darkness, nobody knew how to stop her from screaming. Nobody knew to stop her from screaming.
この少女のことが、それが問題ならば安心。生きている。気絶してるだけだ。
生きてるってよ、みーちゃん。
There's hope, bro. Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she could know Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve the situation.
こっちの男も同じだ。生きてる。だが、両名の引き渡しを無駄に拒むなら、この二人を交渉に使わねばならないぞ。
God damn.
何をする気？
Kill them. As Mion looked up to the top of the well in the dark, it suddenly became very bright, and she saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. They had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive.
Shion!
Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive. At least, for the moment.
はったりだ。落とすわけね。
No, they will. They absolutely will.
何を根拠に言ってんの？人質ってのはね、2人以上いる時に限りいくらでも殺せるんだよ。上にはシオンとカサイさんがいる。奴はシオンを突き落として、もう一度こっちに同じ選択を迫れるんだよ。はったりなんかで言ってるんじゃないんだよ。
Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he just did. Yeah, no shit, bro.
考える時間が必要なら与える。ただし、60秒経過したら最初の人質を突き落とす。よく考えて素早く決断しろ。
どうしよう。
You put Mion in an impossible situation. Mion was half crazed with fear and panic.
敵の狙いは私です。リカさんはすでに脱出に成功したということにして、私だけが行きましょう。それで多分許してもらえるはずです。
That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rena quietly spoke up.
ダメ。シーちゃんたちがレナたちの逃げ出す時間を稼いでくれたんだもん。
They knew what they were in for, unfortunately.
監督が言ったら何のためにシーちゃんたちが頑張ってくれたかわかんなくなっちゃう。
じゃあ何？
You gotta fucking leave him.
シオンに死ねって言うの？レナ、あんたシオンが死んでもいいって言うの？あんたね、シオンは！
やめてくださいまし、ミオンさん。私だって胸が張り裂けそうなんですのよ。だってシオンさんは私のねえねえなのに。
Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light they could sort of see one another. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion and Satoko continued to cry. Rena bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Yurie simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless.
どうすればいいの？羽生。
Gotta get out, bro.
どうすればいいのかわからない。
僕にもどうすればいいかわかりませんです。
That's Rika's not gonna react well to that.
あんた神様でしょ。なんとかしてよ。なんとかしてよ。地通力とかで敵をやっつけてシオンを助けてよ。奇跡でも起こらなきゃ救えない。なら起こしてよ。神様のあなたが起こしてよ。
Slap. They heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. I was gonna say, that's definitely about to happen.
リカ、
聞きなさい。羽生、
Change the fit up real quick.
私たちは共にあまたの世界を渡り、ある時はあなたが教えられ、いくつもの大切なことを学び、ようやくこの世界で最も大切なことを学び取りました。
There's no victory without sacrifice.
私たちが求めてやまず、そしてようやく得たもの、それが何かわかりますか？
It was how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds and how they can make a miracle happen.
奇跡の起こし方。リカ、あなたはもう知っているはずです。私よりも先に知ったはずです。あなたが本当に大事にしたいこの最後の世界で知りつつ、そのやり方を試さないのですか？
To make a miracle happen? I don't really know what the game plan is. Rika's mouth hung open. That's right, she thought. I had forgotten again how to make a miracle happen.
みんなは逃げてください。
Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said.
入江、みんなを頼みますです。高野は入江も僕も殺すでしょうが、だから多分しばらくは殺されないでしょう。
That's extremely bold. I can't deny that it might be the best plan if you're trying to save Shion and Kasai. But damn.
冗談じゃねえ。でも必ず殺されるってことじゃねえか。
僕が出て行かなければ今すぐシーたちは殺されます。なら僕が捕まっても僕が殺されるまでの時間はきっと反撃のチャンスにもなりますです。
That gives us the rest of the day.
リカちゃん、考えてみたらとっても簡単なことだったのです。
As she spoke, Rika stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. The beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation.
だって僕たちは絶対に勝てるって僕もみんなも、そして神様までも信じてるから。
I hope so,
こん
man.
なのピンチでも何でもないのです。ニパー。
Rika's smile told them that she trusted them 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That was why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion and Kasai's lives, then it was nothing.
今上がります。シーを引っ込めるのですよ。
The mountain dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well.
僕の仲間に指一本触れてみろ。舌を噛んで死んでやりますです。高野は自分の手で僕を殺したがってますから、お前たちは困ったことになりますですよ。
Hey, I mean, she's not wrong. She's using that fact to her advantage.
分かった。上がってこい。
僕の仲間をこのまま見逃すのです。どうせお前たちの計画でやがては全員死ぬのです。
その条件は飲めない。命は保証するが拘束する。
じゃあお気の毒さようなら。舌を噛むよりここで手を離した方が早いわね。この底は深いわよ。私の死体が出てこないと、それもまたお前たちが計画に困るんじゃない？
She knows this all too well. Using all of her chips for her favor. As long as they captured Rika, the mountain dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Yeah, that's actual God. Hanyu spoke.
この私が取引に応じると言っている。ぐずぐず言わずに言う通りにせよ。ゲロー。フルでリカは上がる。
それに対し求めた小さな約束を履行せよ。
Or you all get smited.
天は自ら与えぬ者に与えることはない。人の身に過ぎた考えは不要。
Hanyu is pissed. Bro, I honestly never thought we'd see this side of Hanyu.
身に過ぎた偽りの罪に身の程を知れ。
Nightingale 1, the member who'd been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He'd been in such an advantageous position, but somehow it didn't seem that way anymore? And that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans can only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible to negotiate with a being greater than all humans.
待て、隊長に相談する。そのままで待て。ウグイスワンより大鳥ワン。
He had been very threatening until just a minute previous, but he had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras.
必ずすぐ助け出すからね。
Just gotta believe. We can do it. Rena muttered as she tried to hold back her tears.
貴様らの条件を飲もう。この場は見逃す。フルでリカは上がれ。タカのサンサがお前に用があると言っている。
What, how the hell she knew everything?
では行ってきますですよ。
It's the white background and black text is... It's such a bold choice, like they were saying, that kind of divine aura, like she had a divine revelation.
ニパー。
I mean, she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. I wonder if this is her moment where she really shows it, if that makes sense.
探しましたんで、リカさん、あなたは大事な身なんですから、急に姿を消されちゃたまりませんね。こいつはルール違反です。では、リカさんは診療所に来てもらいましょう。お前たちは行け。
The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. They're about to break the rules, too.
約束を破る気ね。
約束？そりゃ何の話ですんね。おほった、すったら本当に舌を噛まれちゃかないませんわ。おい。
As Rika tried to run, Okanogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika, she just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that will mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dogs covered her mouth. The dog with the syringe drew closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind and her mouth was covered. There's no way for her to fight. I believe. Even if I'm asleep. I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up. And that the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. What, did Akasaka show up? The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okanogi, could understand the sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. Hell yeah! I made it! His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. Oh shit! He remembers everything! Oh my god. The man who's gonna beat your ass. We're running the fade. The others took a few steps back away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All of the Mountain Dogs are more or less well built, but this man had an excellent physique. Even Okanogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But... clutch God.
リカちゃん、君を助けに来た。
He's been waiting to hear those words for so fucking long, and the timing was perfect. The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. He's gonna beat your ass. And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists, which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. Yeah, that's the demon. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mountain Dogs surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he'd been longing to. And the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were there. Yeah, he shook. On Okanogi's signal, the 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Bar's gonna do like a spinning kick. Rika dropped down to the ground, and Akasaka was left standing. Bro, it's him! Akasaka, who came back to keep a promise he made with the girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it now, too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle, and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here in Hinamizawa in June 1983. Oh, he is pissed. He's pissed. You're cooked. The first one went down in the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proven fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little, so his target wasn't too injured.
その手加減を赤坂は初段からやめる。だから一撃で撃沈する。微塵ほども容赦なく。
Holy shit, bro. Akasaka's well-trained fist continued to knock down the Mountain Dogs, one member for every time Okanogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power.
その威力はまさに
They're just glazing.
鉄鋼弾。
They're glazing. This is so tough. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the Mountain Dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant that had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the Mountain Dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived.
大丈夫だ、リカちゃん。私がここにいる限り。君には指一本。
僕はお絵かきして待ってますです。
I advanced a little too early on a dramatic line. My bad. But bro, that next line is crazy. I'm gonna start drawing. As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started to carve into the dirt. That made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition resting in Okanogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the Mountain Dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him. This is the fight you've been waiting for, Okanogi.
ってことはよ、戦闘職の俺、それにお前の顔
Okay,
思い出したぜ。
let's run the fade. It is time.
こいつは懐かしい顔だ。たくましくなったじゃねえか。
貴様、まさか。
標準語じゃ思い出せねえか。なら鉛で話してやるぜ。すったら懐かしか。
Yeah, no kidding.
あん時の青二歳がよくもここまで立派になったもんよ。
It had been 5 years. This was the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had still been inexperienced then. Dude, this song playing right now is so perfect. Getting you destructive.
あん時は手加減せん指示だった。だがな、 今日はそういうわけにはいかんね。
It's time to run the fade.
あの樽男も助けに来ねえぞ。
You don't know that.
しかし、この5年でだいぶ鍛えよったんな。俺は嬉しいんね。俺はこういうのを期待しとったんよ。お前ら手を出すな。俺の獲物だ。
Okunogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okunogi took that as an insult, but Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okunogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Oh shit! Oh shit! He's posted up. Akasaka first moved to take up a stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okunogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong. But at the same time, that'd be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okunogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasaka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Nope. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okunogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okunogi started leaning onto his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okunogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okunogi. Okunogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okunogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Tell me he's just gonna put belt to ass. Akasaka couldn't defend himself from Okunogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okunogi. Okunogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okunogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okunogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okunogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs. So it was pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet.
どうした空手や。相手も同じ流派じゃないと戦えないってのが。
He's about to give him a one-liner, I can tell.
軽い。何
Too light? Oh my god. Akasaka mumbled something, but Okunogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okunogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation. So he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it.
軽い。
This is rage bait. Bro. Oh shit. Happy New Year, 2026 now, my time zone.
貴様の一撃は相手を打ち倒すことしか考えていない。だから重さが宿らない。
Bro said you shit trash.
は？何をバカなこと言ってやがる。
空手は心を養う。人を打つということは自らの一撃が相手に何を及ぼすか。人は打つ意味と打たれる意味を知るのだ。
Bro basically said, you're not that guy, pal.
だからそれに至らない貴様の一撃には重みが宿らない。
それは俺が未熟だということか。
Basically, yeah. Okunogi attacked Akasaka again, but this time Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okunogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okunogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okunogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okunogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless. He was dangerous. So Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okunogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okunogi's head by a millimeter.
てめえ、空手以外にもやってやがるな。
いいや、私は空手しかやっていない。
嘘。さっきから明らかに空手じゃ見たことねえ技が目立つぞ。
Okunogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports is because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easier to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet, he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. Yo. Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okanogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasaka walked closer to Okanogi, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okanogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was as the result of his clear-headed judgment. Not because he was scared. Bro. That face is horrifying. As Okanogi moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okanogi let Akasaka come any closer, Okanogi wouldn't even be able to take a combat stance. Okanogi decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now! No tricks, no feints. Okanogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okanogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. Brother, I got bad news for you. Holy aura! Oh my god! At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. God damn. All the mountain dogs heard a noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Oh my god, bro, what? Sent that van flying. Okanogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okanogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and it looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okanogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka didn't miss on purpose. Akasaka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okanogi should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okanogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okanogi's face, it shattered his spirit.
Akasaka! Pachi 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 pachi!
Still playing that song. Fearlessness. That checks out. Rika applauded, but in this situation it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Akasaka pulled back his fist, turned around calmly, and then spoke. Oh my aura. Dude, this dude is tough. What the hell? Like, I mean, I knew he was nice. We saw the fragment, right? We knew he was nice. But he's hitting him with one-liners and shit. Like, are we serious, bro? Oh my goodness. They knew. Everyone knew that there was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining mountain dogs emerged from the basement. Then you're fucked. But the mountain dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okanogi realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing? When Okanogi regained his awareness, he jumped into a van with the mountain dogs as it drove away. Since Okanogi took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. What happened there? Okay. After the mountain dogs broke their promise with Rika, They were supposed to round up the remaining club members, but when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Oh, shit! Since the mountain dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make their situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once it came up after them. Okanogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okanogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as a commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up. So maybe it was his triumph rather than Okanogi's blunder. Hell yeah, it was! Either way, everything was miraculous. But the mountain dogs hadn't run with their tails between their legs. They'd simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste.
Rika, 無事でよかったのです。
Holy shit. Don't tell me. Is everyone's good?
奇跡のおかげで。
Talk about a miracle.
奇跡じゃありませんです。みんなで力を合わせたから、その中の一人の赤坂が助けに来てくれただけのことなのですよ。
Akasaka showing up and finally being here in time. Hitting that line. I'm here to help. Right? Or I came to help. Whatever he said. That shit, oh my goodness.
そうね。この程度で奇跡じゃもったいないわね。
さあ、今度はこっちが打って出る番なのです。
I know you have one Akasaka, but what's the game plan? Oh. Dude, we might have to wrap it up here. I might have to wrap it up here. I hate this. But it seems to me like I've probably got a good episode left if I had to bet. Right? So we're going to go ahead and wrap this up here. And if somehow this video or the next video ends up short enough that I think it makes sense to combine them, I'm just going to combine them. Now, to be clear, I'm just going to continue recording. I'm finishing this game, right? But, like, there's no way I can jam much more into one video. So let's just go ahead and save the game. This is sad. And we're going to go ahead and wrap it up here, because this seems like the best place to do that. This was a fucking crazy episode. So the 48-hour operation has finally commenced, right? That's what this episode was fundamentally, was this, like, the establishing of the 48-hour operation and the execution of it. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. We've had some wins, we've had some losses, and then we had some wins. So, I mean, let's go over the operation itself. The earlier chapters were good, but they were mostly set up, and I kind of talked about them earlier. Really, I just want to talk about the 48-hour operation, Watanagashi. So, the day starts with Rika's body being found, right? Crazy. Well, Rika's body being found, and it throws a fucking wrench in everything. Takano was panicking. Nomura is, like, calling repeatedly, like, figure this out, right? All this is going on because of this. And Tomitake is getting in touch with headquarters when he learns about this, and he sets up a call for 9 p.m., right? And this is the first big breaking point. If he can get on that call and confirm some things, they probably just win. On the spot. They probably just win. Right? Naturally, though, there were attempts to counterplay what was being done by the 48-hour operation team, right? They sent Otaka-kun, right? To Oishi's police station to attempt to verify whether it was Rika there or not. And they weren't able to, right? They weren't able to get in because Oishi kind of caught him, right? He kind of caught him lacking. He was delaying him, playing to his pride, and finally he's like, this is a classified investigation, yada yada, and he keeps like pissing him off, and then now he's in a public lobby and he's like revealing everything about the public, like this investigation, obviously making it clear that this is a sham, right? This is not a classified investigation, or he wouldn't be yelling in a public lobby that this was about finding Rika Furude's body. And then he claims he's under there from direct orders from the Sonozaki representative. And what do you know? Who's in the fucking room besides the Sonozaki representative and Akane Sonozaki, who basically take him to the kendo room and beat his ass, right? For lying, right? So Oishi holds them off, right? Toмотake, however, is not as lucky, right? Toмотake, he realizes what's going on, and he does his best to run away. He jumps out the window, and he hits a Saquon Barkley hurdle, bro. He was so close, but then the group of 5 stops him, sedates him, and brings him to the basement. Irie attempts to escape when he finds this, because he sees Toмотake being brought down there, right? They've kind of started to suss Irie out a little bit, but not completely. But Irie makes the phone call to the Rika residence, which is to let Akasaka know that shit is hitting the fan, right? You are needed at the Sonozaki residence now, right? They need you, right? Irie runs out and escapes, except, oops, he forgot his car keys, right? So he goes back, grabs them, and he's caught on camera in the process. He tries to do this grand escape, but he's tailed and his tires are shot, and it looks like he's done for. Except Psyche, Shion, and Kasai stumble onto him in this moment, get him in their car, and drive off. Unfortunately, he has a tracking device, which they still have not found, and is kind of a problem, right? That is kind of a problem still. So they trail them to the Sonozaki residence, where Irie he begs them to take him there. We get there. They bring him in, and quickly the mountain dogs show up. They realize they're gonna break down that door with explosives, and they start going down the tunnel. And oh my goodness, dude, they did everything in their fucking power to convince me that I was about to be extremely pissed at this game. Not in like a literal, this game is bad way, but like a, how could you do this to me? I really thought they were killing Shion off. I really, truly believed that she got gunned down by the mountain dogs in that basement. It's honestly miraculous that she didn't, but I guess it makes sense, right? They knew that the mountain dogs tried to use them as bargaining chips, right? And they needed to get Rika, right? And Irie, and that was their best chance, right? Was to catch them before going down into the tunnel, and like, who knows where they could go from there. They could lose them. And so they do their best to bargain with them. Mion is livid, especially at any suggestions that they essentially leave Shion, right? And I was with Mion on this. In the moment, it didn't really feel like there was a better option, but Rika eventually has this like divine revelation, right? She snaps at Hanyu and is like, "You're a god. Can't you make a miracle happen?" And Hanyu's basically like, "No, I can't make a miracle happen. We learned this over countless worlds." And finally, it's like Rika, the way they word it, it's like she had her own divine revelation, right? And she sacrifices herself in that moment, right? Like, to get Shion, to get Kasai, right? On the promise that they're going to free them, which, of course, they were never going to do. But, I mean, I guess, what are you going to do in that situation besides trust them, right? Is the problem. So Rika goes up, they bring her up to the surface, she meets Okanogi, and it looks like she's about to be captured, and that's gonna be it, potentially. And that, or at best, she's gonna be unconscious for the rest of the chapter. When fucking finally, Akasaka, who had picked up he'd gotten the message from Irie earlier. Irie making sure to do that genuinely was clutch, by the way. Right, Akasaka finally shows up to the Sonozaki residence, and he beats some ass. There's no way to sugarcoat it. This dude looked like Jotaro out there. This dude looked like Goku. Like, he was beating their asses, right? Like, even Okanogi was like, he just did what to me, right? Like, dude, I'm so lucky that shit missed. I'm getting in the van. I'm hitting feet. I'm out, right? Like. And so finally, Akasaka has finally kept his 100-year promise, and he saves Rika in that moment. right? He saves Rika. What a fucking amazing episode. Like, this entire subchapter has been insane, and I want to continue this. Hell, I might have to split the episode after chapter 9 or something and make this all one big video. We're gonna see. So I'm just gonna keep recording, no doubt about it, in my head. But I mean, literally, I just feel like there's a point where I can't go over 6 hours when the end is not in sight. It is not in sight, right? Our counterattack is not guaranteed to be some quick process, right? So we have to wrap up here, no matter how much I don't want to. We have to. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. And so far, this specific subchapter 10, it's getting intense, man. It's great so far. We've got a winning hand, right? Like, everyone's alive, right? Tomatake's been captured. That's it. We still have Irie, so we can get into that basement. We still have Akasaka. We could maybe even get Oishi back to our side. We might be able to get the Sonozakis at some point, right? If we could get the Sonozakis, or if we could get the Bloodhounds, like, I'm feeling pretty good, right? Even just Akasaka, I'm feeling pretty good, right? But if we could get them involved, I'm feeling really good. The chances, it's there, right? We haven't lost anyone yet. There have been no major losses, despite the crazy Shion and Kasai fake out, bro. I thought they were going to do us like that. Like, look, if Kasai had to die, I would have been upset. Like, he's a cool dude, right? He's a cool dude. But if he had to die, fine, right? But I love Shion, right? Shion is one of my favorite characters in the game. She is a top 5 character to me, and honestly, she's probably in the high end of that top 5. There's a non-zero chance she's my favorite character in the game. Dude, I love the Sonozaki twins. My top 5, Sonozaki twins, Takano, Rika, Keiichi. If anyone was curious, right? Shion's up there for me, right? I really love Shion, right? And I was like, oh my god, she's about to really heroically sacrifice herself and then leave off with that message of like, what did she say? It was something about like, we'll forever be twins, right? Or in the next life or something. It was, dude, I was like, no. But even like the message of like, I lost the one I love. I can't let my sister lose the one she loves, right? I'm like, dude, I can't lie. It would have been a hell of a send-off, right? I want her to live, but it would have been a hell of a send-off, right? It would have been. But so far, things are looking up. Things are looking like they could work out. And that is great, right? That's what I've been hoping to see. Oddly enough, I have a decent amount of faith that this game is getting a happy ending, right? Which is crazy, given how depressing everything is in this game, right? Everything, dude. So I'm really looking forward to that. I think next episode is going to be the last episode. I can't say that for a certainty, but I assume next episode is the last episode of Chapter 8. Again, there will be a Ray episode, at least one, right? I was told the first arc of Ray is really short, and I can do that in one episode, right? I don't know if I'll do the ones after that. I was told I have to at least do the first Ray arc, so that will happen. Anyways, like I said, that's all I've got time for today. Wow, we just barely didn't. It was just short of hitting the longest video ever on my channel mark. That's crazy. Still didn't get there. I hope you guys all enjoyed. I hope you guys are looking forward to tomorrow's video. Like I said, just like I said on the last video, barring an actual catastrophe, I will be finishing this game. I might finish it before I go to bed. I might have to ask somebody how much longer I have. Maybe I shouldn't do that, actually. Maybe I should just go to bed. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to figure it out. But there will be an episode tomorrow. I promise you that. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I hope you guys are looking forward to that next one, which is presumably the finale. And when that comes up, I hope to see all of you guys there. Peace.